The Simmerland company has enjoyed more than 20 years of steady growth on the market. It is one of the largest wholesale companies that designs, produces and sells consumer goods. Every day, more than 500,000 people visit Simmerland online store, which has a range of more than 1 million items. The company has more than 11,000 employees, including more than 1,000 sales managers. 70% of goods are produced in Russia. They can be easily delivered all over the country from the Crimea to the Far East, as the company has its own fleet of delivery vehicles. The headquarters of the company are in Yekaterinburg, where they occupy an area of 250,000 square meters. It also has offices in Moscow, St. Petersburg, Krasnodar and Novosibirsk. The company is also represented in China and India. The largest representative office is located in China, Yiwu, where it occupies a separate area with a warehouse of 20,000 square meters.
The penultimate 13th round of the Candidates Tournament was played in Yekaterinburg, Russia on April 26. With tournament coming to an end, this became a barn burner of a fight. For both runner-up Anish Giri and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, it was a last chance to chase down the leader Jan Nepomniachtchi. However, Jan Nepomniachtchi did not leave his rivals any chance. He confidently secured a draw with the white pieces against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, despite all the efforts of the opponent to muddy the waters.
I tried in every possible way that I saw to complicate the position and to be tricky. So yeah, I think today I gave it my best shot. But of course, winning with black continent is not an easy task, and it can very easily backfire as well.
This draw took Maxime Vachier-Lagrave out of the race for the first, but the most important result came a few minutes later. Anish Giri resigned his game against Alexander Grischuk. Despite showing some of the best chess of his career during the second half of the Candidates, Anish did not have his best day on Monday. Grischuk commented on this game in his usual witty style.
My plan was to play like a terrorist, to terrorize him with a draw, and if he goes for a worse position, then I will play, and that's pretty much exactly what happened. Yeah, if he played for equality, I would just try to force a draw and most likely succeed.
Grischuk's victory helped his countryman Jan Nepomniachtchi to achieve his goal and become the winner of the Candidates with one round to spare.
That's obvious, like such a huge milestone in my career and perhaps in my life also. And indeed, I'm extremely tired because I don't think I would like to play again a tournament which lasts like more than 1 year. And it was like 1 year of thinking about this tournament, 1 year of preparation, and I'm very happy it paid off in the end. But I don't think I'd like to have such experience again.
Nepomniachtchi becomes the new challenger of the World Championship and will face Magnus Carlsen in a match in Dubai in November. Time to say Dubai, tweeted the world champion, tagging Jan Nepomniachtchi account. Other games of the day were also decisive. American Fabiano Caruana defeated Wang Hao from China and moved to shared third spot. Chinese Liren defeated bottom seed Kirill Alekseenko from Russia. The last round of the Candidates Tournament is scheduled on Tuesday, April 27th. It won't change the overall winner of the event. Still, it is important in terms of FIDE rating of the players and distribution of a prize fund that amounts to a whopping €500,000.
Dear chess friends, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the FIDE Candidates. Today is our last round, the 14th round. Daniil Dubov is doing a great job analyzing all of the games since the first day. He is our beautiful mind. He is helped by Evgeny Miroshnichenko, who is supported by computer analysis, and I'm joining the conversation between those two. So, Daniil, welcome, and let's have a look at the playing hall immediately.
Yeah.
Because the first moves are about to be played. What are the pairings? Yes, as we know, the tournament intrigue is over. Jan Nepomniachtchi qualified. He wins the tournament with 1 round to spare. Because given the tiebreak criteria, even if Anish Giri catches him, Jan still wins the tournament even if he loses today.
Yeah, correct.
So Jan Nepomniachtchi earned his right to play a match against Magnus Carlsen for the world crown, world title, the prize fund, which is scheduled at the end of this year, and it is one of the most important victories of Jan's chess career.
Yeah, I think it's by far the most important one.
Mm-hmm.
I think I actually had such a conversation with Sasha Mrozevich recently in some interview, where we were speculating that he basically, like by his talents terms, he has not won like a single big thing really, pretty much.
Yeah, so as we discussed...
It's actually surprising, but he hasn't won like World Cup or something.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, this is by far his biggest achievement, and it's obviously very well deserved. But the intrigue is that actually Jan can, if he wins today, he can actually cross this magical 2800
Mm-hmm.
mark.
Yes, we discussed it yesterday. On your screen you have Fabiano Caruana playing with white against Alexander Grischuk. We have Jan Nepomniachtchi, who is facing with black Liren. So yes, you have the pairings right on your screens. Anish Giri is playing with white versus Kirill Alekseenko, and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave is facing Wang Hao. So, which game are we going to analyze, Daniil, first? Should we have a look at... First of all, I think it will be quite a long round, because players are fighting for the prizes, for the yellow points, for the glory, and as well, personally, for example, I always want to finish the tournament like on a bright note, yes. Yeah. So let's have a look at the standings. So Jan Nepomniachtchi is leading with 8.5 points. Anish Giri has 7.5 points. He's on a clear second place. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave and Fabiano Caruana are sharing third and fourth with 7 points. Alexander Grischuk has 6.5 points, and you have Liren with 6, Wang Hao with 5, and Kirill Alekseenko is at the bottom of the standings with 4.5 points.
Yeah, it would actually be interesting if you could qualify to the next candidates from these candidates. Let's say top 3 would go to the next candidates, then it would still make a lot of sense. So Giri, for instance, he's on clear second place now, but there are 2 people who can even overtake him, who are Caruana and I think Daniil. So yeah. Anyway, let's just announce that today is gonna be sort of a relaxing day for everybody. We're just trying to enjoy some nice game of chess, and there is not much really going on in terms of the main intrigue indeed. So Jan is finally, for instance, it's like very easy to explain. I don't know if it was his original intention or not, but now that he won the tournament, he can obviously play the sharpest line, just trying to win and to get to the 2800. So he's going for one of the most ambitious and risky lines for black, which is nice to see. So this is going to be a big fight for sure.
Yes, and their first game, like in the first half of the tournament, ended the victory. Jan won with white pieces, like in quite an interesting game in the Rai Lopez, you remember Ding has had this crazy idea to save the game, to sacrifice on b6 and then to activate his pieces. So
it was a very nice game in general.
Jan is leading in their mini match. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave is playing against Wang Hao. They drew their first game, and I think in that game Wang Hao missed a few winning chances. He had a better end game.
It was a Grunfeld with an extra pawn for white, yeah?
So, well, Jan, the leader of the tournament, is thinking right now. Grischuk, Caruana in the first half of the tournament ended in a draw as well. So,
what happens there, by the way, this game? I don't know.
I think it was the Rai Lopez as well.
Yes, this with bishop c5,
yes.
yeah?
And bishop a7, and then...
correct.
What was the opening in their game between Ding Liren and Jan Nepomniachtchi?
I think it was this anti-Grunfeld with 3f3.
Because I was thinking if Ding will start the game with the first knight f3, but...
Why?
Sort of to choose the same strategy as against Alexander Grischuk. You know, to play a very positional game with a small advantage, and it's not so easy for Jan to find motivation, I think.
Yeah, but even against Grischuk, I think he started with 1d4, no?
No, but I mean, c4, knight f3, he serves with both hands, actually, or
sure.
with many hands. So I was actually thinking that he would try to avoid the Grunfeld.
But why, I think, I mean, for now, why would you avoid it? Like, you just go for this 3f3 that he has played many times, and it's very ambitious. And he basically doesn't care, right? So there is some little motivation for Ding as well. Like, technically, I think if he wins today, then, he will still overtake Jan in this rating race.
It will be his hat trick. Ding won his last 2 games.
That is
yes, we know how difficult it is to win one game in this tournament. And so he won against Alexander Grischuk. Yesterday he beat in a crazy game Kirill Alekseenko. And here you see the statistics between the 2 players. So, and if Jan makes a draw, what will be his live rating?
I think he had like 27, 96 maybe now, maybe 97. I don't think a draw is enough.
And how do you find the motivation to play this last game? We know that Jan achieved this supreme goal every chess player is dreaming about. He will play the World Championship match, but you still have to play the last round. That's why I actually thought that Ding would come up with this slow strategy. So
yeah, but why do you need motivation on the other hand? Jan obviously loves chess very much. I mean, in general. To be honest, I even sort of enjoy this kind of game sometimes. Like the tournament intrigue is over, you can just play, and you know, there is not much going on. You just have to play a game against a very strong player, which is always nice. And it's not really important, so you can try some, you know, risky things.
But now that Jan won the tournament, he answered a few questions because he definitely didn't want to talk about his seconds or about his state of mind during the tournament. He said that he was having some trouble sleeping in the first half of the tournament. That it explains actually like his draw against Anish Giri, because he adapted his tournament strategy, you know, taking into account his physical shape, and I think it was a very wise decision. And I was also surprised to learn that Peter Leko was one of his seconds.
Yeah.
So
was I, yeah.
So were you. Okay, yeah. So...
No, so was I. I mean, I was surprised, not that I was his second.
No, I understand, of course. So it will be interesting also to know which would be his team. Well, he would not disclose this information, of course, prior to the match. For the World Championship match, we know that this is quite a task. Sometimes there are, I don't know how many seconds, 10 seconds working during the match or even more?
Well, I don't know. I mean, I was into it only once, and once again, I don't know if I'm allowed to tell. 10, though, like I think in general, is a bit too much probably. But I don't know. Maybe some people have done.
Okay, so before we will have a closer look at the games, we will start our usual ritual, and it will be our last one because as much as we are having fun here, this is our last round, and I hope that you enjoyed our commentary. It will be our swan song today, yes?
Okay,
so
yeah.
let's get back to the studio, and you can, as you can see on our screen, Simaland is our general partner. I've been doing some small rapping, during the tournament. Algorand is our official blockchain partner. Kaspersky is the official cybersecurity partner for the FIDE World Chess Championship Series. Mercedes-Benz is our auto partner. Fosagro is the general partner of Russian Chess Federation. Chessable and Chess24 have become long-term partners of FIDE. They've signed a very important agreement recently. So Chess24 will broadcast all official tournaments, and Chessable became a partner for the World Chess Championship cycle, the Olympiad, the World Rapid and Blitz, and many other events. So this shows how chess is slowly becoming more and more professional. And we have a Pine Creek Golf Resort. It's an event partner. It's Daniil's favorite.
Yeah, it is.
So we're going there tomorrow.
Probably. Don't know.
And I have something in store for you,
I hope
Daniil.
not, to be honest, but probably, yeah.
But it probably, I will say it after the first break.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so let's look at the games right now.
Okay, so which game do we want?
Actually, I was very much interested in Maxime's game because I thought that psychologically it is, now it is the Berlin defense, but I thought that Wang Hao, who is not really motivated to play his last rounds, I thought he would simply be crushed by Maxime in the opening, and Maxime is one of the rare grandmasters, I think, who is going actually for this Berlin ending. And he analyzed it in depth. I'm not sure that that was the opening that I was expecting, so let's see, Daniil.
Yeah. No, I don't think, in general, playing Berlin as black sort of secures you from
troubles?
From being crushed in the opening, I would even say. I think there
But that's the general idea.
Yeah, probably, but there are some very ambitious attempts by White, yeah. I think actually now it's like pretty much any other opening, like neither for something you have to remember a lot of stuff. I mean, it's not that you just come there, like go king d8, king a8, and you develop the pieces and you are fine. I think it's very much move by move, and I think nowadays it's just like neither, and the only difference is that like in Berlin you are normally not worse, and in neither sometimes you are. But in general, it's also quite a risky thing to play. And
it's actually such an unusual position for my eye, Daniil, maybe also for our audience, because I have not seen this h5 and b6, c5 idea, bishop b7, or is it a new trend?
I don't know, like I normally try to avoid this Berlin, but I think this h5, 92 is maybe 92 is a bit of a rare move, no? No, it's probably one of the main moves,
yes, 92 is one of the, but I haven't seen this setup,
b6 is kind of
so I will check it quickly. b6, bishop b7, especially in this move order, seems a bit peculiar for me, so I will check the games quickly. And then,
so b6, bishop g5, c5 was played, and knight c3, so the knight is going back to b5 or d5, and bishop b7.
Maybe you can tell a story about the history of the Berlin defense, actually.
Oh, it's been a tough history, but long story short, I think it was considered to be very sort of dubious opening for quite long. I think there was still some grandmasters who played it. I think Alexei Alexandrov played it for many years. I think maybe Dalmatov played it. So there were people who tried to play it as black, but in general, according to the theory, it was considered to be simply better for white and kind of a free roll. And then, yeah, I mean, it was Kramnik and friends who prepared this Berlin defense for the World Championship match against Kasparov in London in 2000, and then Kramnik managed to hold it, and he hasn't lost a single game, moreover. And in general, that was a turnover point, and after that, I think most of the people started to play the Berlin. But it's actually funny that even after the match, I think, let's say Bareev, who was in Kramnik's team, he was basically saying that we were just trying to out-prepare them, and this Berlin makes zero sense, like in a month or two, everybody will know how to win there is white. But in fact, yeah.
And actually
21 years later, still, like all the elite players still play the Berlin, and there is no end to it.
Yes, Daniil, now that I've checked the game, I wanted to help you a little bit. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave already played this variation and has faced this setup with b6, c5, which is actually becoming quite popular lately. And I think that, well, as for now, well, he played rook ad1, I think, in the last game, if I'm not mistaken.
I think he's about to play.
No, he played rook fd1, because there are two options. Okay. Yes, rook ad1. I don't know what is the nuance in this position, why you choose rook fd1 and rook ad1.
I guess in some of the lines you just play e5, e6, and then after f takes, you probably
then you
want
need the rook, yes.
Yeah.
So he's probably thinking, what is Wang Hao's novelty in this line?
It could be no novelty as well. Could be that just the line is kind of okay.
And I wanted to ask you then, okay, maybe there is a difference between rook fd1 and rook ad1, but then what happens if I simply take on f3? Let's say the most natural move, rook ad1, then winning this, and then if I play rook bishop f3.
Yes, g takes, you have to play.
Yes, and we have to explain that white structure, well, has been modified. You have all these islands, but...
yeah, which I don't know if it's good or bad, but I think in general it's...
Please don't forget that you can no longer castle with black.
Yeah, sure. But I think in general it's very important that, I mean, you play c6, c5. Like, if you play something like, let's say, whatever, if you get this position, then I think it's sort of different, because this pawn on c6 will limit this knight's options eventually. Like, you can play knight c3 or knight f4, but there is no d5 square for you and no b5 square, and then black has time to develop slowly. While here you're basically running into some knight b5 or knight d5, or after c6 maybe knight e4, knight d6. And so even here, just to show, I mean, I'm pretty sure it doesn't work, but just to show that in general even knight b5 is not completely a pointless move here. So takes, and this is very annoying, like you are rook up, but still, I mean, you have to come up with something like, I don't know, f6 maybe. But in general, the jumps are very, very annoying, so there is
the rook c8.
There is no rook c8, yeah, and you have to come up with something like f6 maybe. So I think, yeah, like after...
But I found a few games, actually, that after my question, I've seen that it has been played on a very high level. And even Alexander Grischuk played a game like this. So he played knight e4, as you suggested, after c6. So I think black's idea is to take on f3 and to play c6. So to control both squares, b5 and d5. And
that's where we can probably understand what could be the point of rook f to d1. Yeah, with rook on e1, maybe white plays a4, a4, a5 in such positions. And then you also sometimes, let's say, if we go rook f to d1, and for some reason you're doing the same thing, then let's say after knight e4, some move. Don't know what could be the move. But in general, you go a4, and then sometimes after a5, you can even play rook a3 and rook d3. While with the rook on f1, I mean, you'll have to do something else.
Actually, like in Maxime's game, that's what happened. He played Hikaru in London Chess Classics, and after bishop f3, like after rook fd1, so he took on f3 as well. He followed the same plan, c6, and Maxime played rook d3. I don't know. Like, what is the difference? Bishop b7, knight e4, just to understand the position. So, and rook d8, black played, because he needs to trade, so at least one rook. Rook d1, Rook d3 like takes, bishop g5, knight g5, king e7, and that's actually the position I think black is aiming for. How
Probably, yeah.
Is it equal?
I don't know.
I like the knight on f5, so...
Yeah, I mean, you're sometimes running
rook
into
a3,
some rook
of
a3
course.
stuff, yeah, but I don't know how to make it work exactly. Don't know. Anyway, we're not here to sort of try to learn the Berlin ending within 6 hours of...
No, of course, but it's
Those
probably
rounds.
like I always like to show the spirit of the position.
Rook
or
f
at
to
least,
d1 was played.
Rook f d1, so they might continue as in the game actually. So now we know that bishop f3 is black's main idea, and then c6.
It's actually interesting how resourceful sort of chess is, because in general, for me, like once again, I'm not playing Berlin, maybe it's just fine, but in general this b6, c5 to play bishop b7, bishop takes f3 and follow it up by c6 doesn't look right to me at all. Like you have two bishops, why don't you play just bishop e6 or something else? But yeah, I mean, if even this is fine, then chess is probably a draw indeed. Yeah.
But we
Was
declared
it-
at the
was
beginning
it
of the
actually-
tournament that the game is still alive.
Yeah, but was it actually Wang Hao, by the way? I just realized. Was it actually Wang Hao who said the thing? Or it was Wang Yu, no? I think it's at some press conference, I mean, this legendary phrase that, so I think it was probably Wang Yu, actually, when he was asked, I mean, he came to the press conference, the game finished in a draw, he was better probably or something, and then they were analyzing the lines. And they failed to kind of find a way to win it. And I think there was no way actually. And then, so after all that, he was asked, so basically, why did he fail to win? And he said, well, maybe chess is a draw. That's what happened.
But I declared also that the state of singularity is not here yet. So I actually admire humans' creativity, and I admire the players, you know, for the work they have done preparing for this tournament. It started with such a game between Fabiano and Maxime, you know, now it's history, of course, and overall I think we are part of this history, Daniil, because this tournament, you know, started a year ago. It was postponed, you know, the intermission lasted for a year. The players had to wait to deal with the pressure, to prepare. So I think it will make history, and chess books are going to write about those games.
For sure.
And I wanted to draw your attention to the game between Fabiano Caruana and Alexander Grischuk in the opening. So please.
So knight f, we'll get the board soon.
It is such a strange opening.
So knight f3, e6, d4, takes, knight f6, knight c3, knight c6. So this is exactly the way Anish played against Fabi, I guess?
Yes, and it's actually the opening that we both use with black.
Yeah, sort of. I mean, I normally try to knight c6, but this is also, this is also playable. So Fabi went a3 here against Giri, and this time it's queen d3. Queen d3 is a bit surprising to me.
This is such a rare move in this position. I haven't seen it. Of course, there are probably a lot of blitz games played recently, but I actually found a game played by Vladislav Artemiev with white, and it was a classical game. So queen d3, queen c7 was played. So it depends, you know, once again.
Then I normally want to take queen c3.
Yes, what type of the position that you want to play. So that's the idea. You take, play queen g3, and you pretend that this endgame is better.
Well, but maybe it is, I mean, once you get the structure, you have some long-term pressure for quite a long time. You go f3, g4 eventually, and you kind of show off here for a while.
So d5 was played by Sasha.
So this queen d3 is actually maybe it is quite forcing all of a sudden. Like you don't want to play d5 here probably, and after bishop b4 there is probably something wrong with it as well. Maybe you just take on c6, I don't know, or maybe you play bishop d2. So in general, it's either d5 or queen c7, maybe. So anyway, d5 was played, and it was played quickly, which is important in Sasha's case. E takes d4, knight b4, queen c4.
Queen c4, okay. So it was actually played, of course, because I was thinking how to exploit this queen d3. So d5 seems natural, and then knight b4 also. I think it's a very standard response. You don't want to play knight d5 and then probably this position, yes.
Actually, I don't know why exactly.
Maybe knight c6.
And then you just play queen g3 or something, yeah? Yeah, maybe.
So
there is some knight before, though. I don't know how bad is that. Maybe I have knight before. So in general, this pawn structure is very typical for the French with 3 knight d2. So I guess there is a big number of lines there. And in general, it's considered to be slightly better for white always, as you have this 2 islands.
Maybe you can start with bishop d2 here. Then
yeah, but then I'm in time to castle. Yeah, go bishop e7 and castle.
Can I castle long?
Yeah, okay. No, I understand. I mean, I'm not sure if castling long is good or not, but I understand in general why. I mean, I agree that white is slightly better. I'm just saying is black you're not that worried as well. Yeah, I mean, okay, you can just play this.
No, I was thinking that they would actually play against the structure or castle long and
try
to checkmate. Actually, in both the games that I found, knight b4 was played after d5, and then it was queen d1 or queen g3. So what do we have in the game? We have
queen c4. Queen c4 is an old.
So we already have a new move. Yes. So why not queen g3 then first? You know, if it's like
here,
the main idea of the opening. Let's check it.
I think we probably run into something like bishop c5 here. Or maybe not. Maybe we just go knight b3. But in general, it's a mess. Of course, it's something you'd better study at home, I must say.
So a3.
Yeah, a3. Maybe bishop takes d4, a b4. I just cancel probably.
With a crazy game probably here.
Okay, here I start to like it for black. I think it's kind of good crazy for him, but maybe not. Also, castles is not forced. Yeah, I mean, I can play like knight takes d5 or something. But at the same time, after queen g3, bishop c5, I was not sure if h3 is that forced. Like maybe we have, let's say, bishop d5. Yeah.
There are a lot of forced lines here.
Semi-forced, yeah. I mean, still there is even king f8, but we'll say, I don't know, bishop g7.
So you.
Maybe d takes.
D takes here, yes, I was calculating this, but I'm pretty sure that we are losing a piece.
Yeah, like takes.
Yeah.
Maybe take with the knight.
No, take on f7.
Okay, take on f7.
And then take, because you will have queen b3, knight bd5 then. Okay,
so you want to take this one, yeah? And first of all, I have some checks to include, I think. Yeah, maybe check first.
This might be actually winning for black.
Yeah, that's why I thought we probably don't need to go e takes, maybe we just take immediately. And then after bishop takes d4, we hope...
have knight c7.
I mean, we hope, but then c2 is hanging. I mean, okay, we hope to come up with something. But in general, we should have studied this at home.
Yes, but as you can see, you know, a very innocent position actually could lead you to such complications.
Yeah.
Let's just show knight c7. Then...
Maybe we just castle here.
Just castle. Okay.
I mean, if you castle, we go e7, and we get our piece back. And if you don't castle, then we pretend some queen takes g7, e takes f7, knight c7. We have many threats are there.
No, here I think you have decent compensation if you're not winning.
Yeah, maybe white is winning. That's what I thought as well. Yeah.
So queen c4 was played, and it's a new move indeed. So let's find out.
So first of all, what's wrong with e5?
But Sasha is not on the board yet. He hasn't seen the move yet. Queen c4. What happened? Do we have?
Yeah, I guess so. I think his position was good enough to go to smoke probably or something. Yeah, he's back. Now he's back, and I mean, I have a feeling if Sasha is prepared well, there will be no romantic thing. Some e takes d5 will happen, or something like that. It's actually interesting. So after e takes d5, maybe queen b3 is the point.
Ah.
It's a very strange like triangle. You go queen d3, c4, b3, and then you go bishop b5, bishop b3, somehow castle somewhere, and pretend you got something. Anyway, should we switch for something?
Yeah, we will
else?
cover all the games as usual. Yes, but this was quite an unusual opening. So Ding has used the f3 variation against the Grunfeldt, and you have this strange Benoni.
Yeah.
Strange looking Benoni. Yes, Jan is leading in their encounters. So
yeah, but this strange Benoni is considered to be sort of the main line nowadays, I guess.
yes, but actually.
But it's still strange. I agree. I mean, there is no there is no contradiction. Yeah.
I just
So
wanted
e6,
to-
c4, c5, d5. I think there was like some big point not to start with c5 here.
So this is basically like considered to be the main line to play f3, e6 after g6.
I guess so, yeah.
So that's because.
But the point is that I think if you start with c5 and after d5 you go e6, then the problem is that white has knight h3. So in general, white is happy to get knight h3, f2, and then he goes e4, and it's sort of a good version. While after e6, e4, c5, d5, d6, white is not in time to play knight h3, as you have e takes d5 and bishop takes h3. So this e6, e4, c5 has always looked somewhat artificial to me, to be honest, but it feels like everything is alright with it, yeah. There's nothing wrong. So d5, d6 was played, and Ding played bishop d3, which I think surprised Jan a little, and this is a rare move indeed, I guess.
It is.
And so bishop g7 was played, knight to e2, ed, cd, knight b to d7, and knight e to c3. So this is the point of white's doing. So sometimes he aims for this setup. So the g1 knight goes to c3, and the b1 knight goes to c4. Like you go a4, let's say a6, a4 was played in the game. Then you want to play knight e3 or knight d2 and knight c4. And sometimes it's a better setup than something like this, because you basically want the knight on this side of the board, like knight h3, c4 is better than knight e2, g3 or something. And knight h5 was played. Still, it should not be dramatically bad. As I remember myself, I think as white, I tried the line. It normally starts with 1 c4, and then your opponent goes g6, and then you play, let's say, e4, bishop g7, d4, and you get this position, and they go d6. And then I would play like knight e2. I think it's pretty much the same actually. Knight f6, and I wanted, I guess, knight e to c3. And the intention was pretty much the same, like castles. I think my big point was probably bishop e2 here, but in general, even I think f3, c5, d5, e6 is considered to be kind of good for white here. As you play something like maybe knight d2, you basically wait for ed, cd, and then you bring knight to c4. Ding sort of played bishop d3 here, which is not ideal for the bishop. Probably it doesn't look impressive. But on the other hand, you still have these ideas with bringing the knight to c4.
Can you bring this knight, Daniil, by playing also knight a3, knight c4? Maybe not playing.
Yeah, of course.
Because I was thinking then it might seem more natural.
Comparing to knight d2.
Yes.
Yeah, that is true. It's just that sometimes with knight a3, like here, for instance, you should also check some b5, ab, ab.
So immediately.
Then there is no knight a takes b5, and you have to do something like this. And then sometimes it's some knight h5, f5 or something.
Immediately.
Yeah. Normally it doesn't work, and there is nothing wrong with knight a3 as well. I mean, sometimes you play knight a3, sometimes you play knight d2. I mean, it depends on the situation, but in general, it's kind of a transposition.
Yes, now knight d2 actually here allows knight f4, so you have to be
that's
careful.
why you probably, But now actually queen h4 check is also probably a threat. It's also very, very typical for this line that you simply face it by playing king d2. Then you go king c2, knight c4. This is completely normal.
Yeah, that's actually a very lovely idea, which you have sometimes in the Queen's Indian as well. You transfer your king to the queen side and then start an overwhelming attack.
Yeah.
So here it is actually a very, well, standard, but unusual.
Nice, yeah.
Still nice. But then, what should Ding play as white here? Since we know that Queen h4 is not a real threat.
Yeah, that's a problem. I don't know. I mean, you normally have to be ambitious here. Is what I think. Maybe you just go g4, for instance. You allow Queen h4. You simply go king e2. The knight f6 is forced one day. And then you probably go bishop f4 simply or something.
But then, Daniil, can I ask you another question? Because there are some ideas in the Queen's Indian as well. When you play knight h5, simply to provoke g4, come back, and then you created some weaknesses.
I still think it's King's Indian, yeah?
Yeah, sorry, King's Indian.
Yeah.
Yes, King's Indian, yes.
Yeah.
So then maybe he simply plays knight f6 after g4.
Yeah, probably.
And
but
then
here,
h5.
Yeah, but then I go g5. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Those are sharp in general. I mean, I have no real opinion. Like, I don't know what white is supposed to do here, and I don't know what black's supposed to do. Maybe I go bishop f4 simply. I think normally h5 you will meet by playing g5. And then you are playing it in a positional way. You sort of defend your queen side, you prevent some b7, b5 nonsense, and then you slowly improve, like you bring the knight to c4, you go maybe f4 one day.
So if I play queen e7 here, you probably start with knight.
Maybe knight h3, yes, unless it's a blunder. Yeah. I think in general for black it's sometimes difficult to get this whole thing running. Like you feel like some f5 should happen, and what white's doing is very risky. But at the same time, if white is precise enough, it's very difficult to come up with counterplays black.
Knight e5 here.
Yeah, you probably just go back.
And you just go back, yes.
Yeah, maybe, I don't know.
No, because I already planned to sacrifice on g4.
Yeah, I could feel it coming actually. But I decided not to let it escalate that quickly. Yeah.
Yes, according to Tigran Peterson principles, that it was much more important not to give me any counterplay. So. So h5, g5 here, yes, so let's just show
probably
this position and...
Once again, maybe you're fine here. I mean, these are very, very tricky positions. Maybe go knight h7, provoke h4, go f6, I don't know. But then I will probably castle long one day once again. You know, maybe I play queen d2, maybe I even take some of the lines. It's hard to tell, so let's say even this position, I mean, it's... In general, for me, it's just one big mess. I could never really get what's going on. So let's say, even here, let's say I take 1 e5. It looks crazy, kind of. But let's say, bishop, queen takes, knight c4.
So
you have a check if you want. Then I go king d2. Then all of a sudden, this queen is going to g1. g6 is weak.
And if I simply go queen e7, I don't give the check.
Yeah, sure, but I will still, like, I don't know, king d2 or some queen c2 followed by castling long. And I mean, I don't know, I'm not saying I'm better, I'm just saying...
No, of course, it's a very unbalanced position.
Yeah, I'm saying I don't know what's going on. Like, maybe you go e5 here even.
Usually I'm facing these kinds of positions with black, and I have a feeling that I'm always lost. But black has a lot of defensive resources and also a lot of tricks.
And also
yes.
A lot of attacking resources as well, yeah. This is sharp. I think this is in general, it's nice for us that they are playing such a sharp game.
Actually, I like this knight h5. So this position is actually new.
Yeah. But you sometimes even play knight h5 with the knight on g3, I guess. So there is even a line, and I think there is nothing really wrong with it. So there was some old line. How do we get it? Let's say bishop g7, e4, d6. No, knight c3. Castles. Then you probably go knight e2, c5, d5, e6. Anyway, somehow we get this position, whatever. And then it may look surprising, but knight h5 exists here. And then if knight takes, you simply take, and then you go f5, and even this position is sort of playable for black. I think it used to be main theory. back in the days, and I think even now, if you turn his engine on and you look at it forever, I mean, you will fail to prove.
Yes, but this I understand. The
proof
5
that-
is coming. It's actually I have the feeling for this position.
Yeah. But I'm saying that even like sometimes knight g3 is probably supposed to prevent knight h5 in some way. But even then, it's.
But so after knight h5, we didn't try the most natural move. What if
Here.
we castle? We've explained
Yeah.
everything.
This could be also fine. Yeah.
What happens after castling? Do I want to play castle on f5, but then...
No, you have many moves here at back.
Maybe he wants to give check on queen h4? Or is it too
Yeah,
direct?
Yeah, sure.
I'm not sure.
Yeah, this makes sense, of course. That's
Yeah,
what we
no.
that's what we should start by checking. Yeah, but then maybe. Okay, knight g3 checkmate is a threat.
Yes.
So I don't know. It's either knight e2 or queen e1. Queen e1 probably gives black a decent ending, or maybe not. I don't know. I mean, I've played Benoni many times with decent results actually, but I still. I mean, it feels like you're somehow entering some eternal mess. So even here, I don't know if black is fine or not. Maybe he's fine.
The eternal mess is what defines you.
Okay.
Knight e5?
Yeah, here, yeah? Yeah, knight e5, you go bishop f1 or something, I don't know. I mean, it's still sharp.
Yeah.
Some knight e2 will come, you know, it's not that it's an ending, it's only...
Somehow I find it a bit strange to play the Benoni without the queen. It's like, since I'm always hoping for a mate.
Yeah, but you can still hope for it. Sometimes you can even...
No, but here you should, play positionally, you should play f5 at some point, but I don't know how to make it work. Maybe knight g7, f5, but then knight e2. Yeah, I'm knight.
Yeah, you can just castle, no?
Yes, castle, yes. Castle and then f5.
Still legal.
No, but the problem is then after f5, it takes, you cannot take bishop f5 because of g4.
But you probably can. And first of all, you have bishop takes b1, and secondly, you will... I mean, you can take on f3, I know you, yeah. I mean, you will do the stuff. And
yeah.
Let's say, I don't know, which move do we play here? Knight
a3,
f5. Takes. g4, but that's what I'm saying. I have a feeling white will be crushed here and some. First of all, there is just
knight f3.
Knight f3, but I mean, even if you will have to sacrifice, sometimes it does make sense.
Yeah, so it could be a very interesting middle game even without the queen. So
yeah,
I agree, of course. So castle is possible, and then we don't know. Like our verdict is that we don't know what happens.
Castle's only worry is I don't think white wants this in general. I think this knight e2 c3 plan is very often related to king d2 c2 idea.
Okay, so
that's what I thought at least, but I mean I don't know if it's right. So also after castling, for instance, you can just play it in positional way, like attacking positional way. You can just go g5, and then or you maybe start by playing knight e5 if white will play bishop e2, and he probably will. And then you just go g5, and you play it this way. Probably go knight f4, or after g3 go f5. This is also very possible.
Yeah, this is a very interesting plan, and it actually explains why Ding is taking his time.
Yeah.
Because now that you know all the plans in this position, so that white can actually delay the castle, bring the king to c2, I think Ding is simply making his choice.
Yeah. And Evgeny has already made his choice, it seems.
Yeah, of course I made my choice here to check it with the engine and everything. And speaking of Ding, what I didn't do, I didn't check the previous move. So I basically started with this position. And it seems that, by Benoni standards, we all know that when you analyze Benoni with the engine, engine really likes white's position. So here, it already doesn't. So that probably means that white did something wrong previously. And if I remember correctly, g4 was one of the tries, right? And well, computer is merciless. It says check, king e2, knight e5. And black is immediately better because if you take on h5, it takes on f3. And it's like, it's not winning immediately, it's -1. But if you're piece down and -1 and everything's coming at you,
Okay, I would be scared at least. So according to not very deep machine, once again, castles is the best move. The alternative is g2, g3, which simply looks ugly. Castles, and then, yeah, indeed, check on d4, king to h1, and various moves, in fact. Like queen h4 is one of them. Queen h4, white indeed goes queen e1. And then, yeah, the endgame kind of starts to be better for white, then engine changes its opinion, if we can say so. All right, so the position is quite messy, and as Daniil said, yeah, you don't want to be castling with white, but apparently that's the best move in the position for the time being. Yeah, I wanted also to give couple of insights about this position, the Grischuk's position. So interestingly, queen d3 is an interesting move, and it was tried. Not that many games in the database, but most of them of decent players, so to speak, like international masters, grandmasters. So, well, meaning that you play this move when you know what you're doing. And what you are doing, like you want to meet bishop b4 with bishop d2, as far as I understand, to avoid any kind of pin nonsense, and then queen later on goes to g3. So d5 only seems logical, right, instead of that. d5, e takes, knight b4. There were two games played and reached this position. One of them went queen g3, queen d1, so at least according to my database, queen c4 is a novelty. And here, it seems that black has to be somewhat clever and play bishop e7 first. So first of all, using, of course, this, that would be a bit naive to hope for that, but anyway, white cannot take on e6. And the difference being that now black threatens e5. So, like if we compare, if black simply takes, that's not a big deal, of course, but yeah, but white can continue normally like bishop e2, and we get the structure from, I don't know, I think French defense with knight d2 comes to mind. So, I'm not claiming that white is necessarily better, but apparently that's what he wants. And if black plays bishop e7 instead, white can no longer play bishop e7 because now e5 works. And it's some complicated lines, knight b5, knight c2 check, king d1, and then if you capture the rook, I go knight c7, capture your rook, but black castles instead. After this capture goes bishop f5, sacrifices the piece. I'm not sure if it will be played, but computer confirms that this is good for black. Let's say bishop d3, black adds the rook into the game. Then if queen goes, you can take on d3, you can go queen d7. You all know perhaps how good engines are, let's say, at attacking. Alrighty, so after bishop e7, well, the best move for white would be to play a3, and basically we get the same position more or less, but white kind of semi-wasted a tempo on this a3 move, and still he goes bishop e2. That's about equal. So that will be it. I do not know, guys, what you've said about Vachier-Lagrave Wang Hao. I've heard about this b65 being a rare plan. However, it was played, and it was played by Maxime against Nakamura, and there was 2 years later, there was a game played by Dominguez against Nakamura, where Dominguez came very, very close of beating Hikaru. I mean, it looked very, very promising for Lenier, even though the game finished in a draw. And
yes, we found
kind of, at least, you know, brief research didn't really allow me to figure out why this rook or that rook. It comes to more or less the same position, because black, at the end of the day, plays rook d8, one pair of rook is getting traded, and yes, rook f d8 or rook a d8 if you want to be clever, or vice versa. But yeah, but that position seems to be playable, and white indeed has 4 versus 3 majority on the king side, but we cannot really say, I mean, I want to say black's pawn structure on the queen side is damaged, but I cannot say that white's is undamaged. I mean, if you have the pawn on g5, so it lost flexibility, and also knight d4 sometimes. You'll have motive king will be safe on e6, so yeah, it seems like black has a decent game. So that'll be it for now.
Thank you, Evgeny. It seems that the small difference compared to those games, and especially played by Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, is that he chose to play f4 and to take with his pawn on g5, because before he simply took on e7, and I think that it was quite an equal game. So we will see if this endgame is a slight better version of the previous game. What do you think, Daniil?
I don't know. I think if he has like 135 and he plays f takes g5, it means f takes g5 is a good move probably, and he knows it.
No, I mean compare it to the other version. When
yeah, with double pawns, right?
Yes, with he simply took on e7, and I was actually wondering if it was enough.
Mm-hmm. No, I think this kind of makes sense. You just play it slow. I mean, you will not win it quickly, but it's probably slightly better. You go f4, you go king f2, knight g3 one day. In general, you start trying to get f4, f5, and yeah, who knows?
Okay, and let's.
He played some move. Yeah, he plays knight d6.
Knight d6. Yes, because I wanted to go for our last game and then come back to this one. But okay, a move was made on the board, knight d6, and actually Wang Hao has a decision to make. Knight d6.
Okay, but now
it's
quite a simple decision. No, I think you have to.
But what
I mean, it's either king e6 or you take. I don't think you can allow this this knight to be on d6 forever. I don't think you play knight d4 here or something.
Why not?
I think in general it's very unpleasant to.
Simply king g2.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
And then.
Also, maybe you can, take and go back. Maybe I'm bluffing you a little.
You mean knight c2? But
Yeah.
Then knight f5. No, I wanted to play knight f5 first.
Yeah. Then maybe I'm not bluffing. But maybe I still am king e6.
Mm-hmm.
Or
knight g7?
Yeah, king e5. I don't know what is this. Like now we probably go rook c1 finally,
yes.
Knight d4. Still a mess. I'll probably go king d6 or king d5. Not that I will get checkmated here. Maybe I'll go king f4 actually. It's hard to tell.
b4?
Yeah, that's what I expected you to do. Yeah.
How can you expect a b4 for?
Well, because that's
I'm
what
not a computer.
That's what I want to play myself somehow. But maybe I can just take, no?
f4?
Yeah, and then I go here and go c5.
Okay. So
Or I go king e4, e1, but this is probably good enough.
I cannot win the piece. Okay.
But you can still lose the game.
Okay, but just.
You wanted the piece, I understand. Yeah,
yes.
Sure.
No, I was thinking that it looks quite dangerous for black, but sometimes in this opening, king has to go to the center. Yes.
Yeah.
And what can you do here?
Okay, this is quite far away.
Okay.
The line was kind of reasonable, maybe. Yeah, maybe you are right, and in general, 94 is a very decent move. What I don't like about 94 is that white has a very big number of moves, and then he has this knight f5 everywhere. Like you can even play c3 here, or probably and then you go king g2.
And now I was thinking that I can take.
Yeah, you take one of the pawns anyway. Yeah, I don't know which one.
e5 seems to be very dangerous. After knight f5, I don't know what to do.
Yeah, that was my point. Like it's either I take g7 or you go here, but then I'll just play for domination. Yeah, with such a rook, I mean, it looks very scary. Maybe it's still fine, but it's like very scary. Maybe I just go f4, rook d7, and
f4, knight g6, king f3.
Yeah, but maybe first of all, with a knight on g6, I don't really get what is your next move. Secondly, I can probably go rook d7 anyway, even your style. Yeah, I'm just trying to checkmate. Don't care about the pawns.
You want to play knight f4, let's say king g3 and then rook f1, yes? Something like
or
this.
rook d1, rook d8,
D1,
I mean, it depends on...
Knight e6?
Yeah, but then I can probably just play it slow, like h4 even, or maybe rook f1 indeed.
Yeah, so...
There is even g6.
No, I agree, this is a
Yeah,
very
this is kind of...
position,
Yeah, this is kind of risky, yeah. And also, if you take g5, then I wanted pretty much the same somehow. I don't know how to get it exactly.
No, but even f4.
f4 maybe, yeah, knight e6, maybe f5 even,
yes,
yeah.
Exactly. So you still have the h4 after knight g5.
Yeah, you will probably reshuffle somehow. You will go to c7, but still. Now even king f3 makes sense. c4, rook g1. Okay.
Yeah.
It's definitely not about black's extra pawn. Yeah.
So Wang Hao is still thinking. Let's cover the fourth game of the round. I think through some move order it led to a transposition.
Yeah.
To a very well-known position. Anish Giri is leading 2-0 against Kirill Alekseenko, and no draws.
And no losses, yeah?
Yes, no, but no draws is more surprising, yes?
Yes, yeah.
So what I actually wanted to ask you that after knight bd7, it seems to be a very natural position and quite well known. So what do you think about the plan queen c2 or rook c1? Anish
Queen c2, rook...
Okay, basically you can play rook c1 here, and
Yes.
Anish decided to play queen c2.
Yeah.
He wants to switch to rook ad1 then, yes, after...
Yeah, he played rook ad1 in the game.
So
Also, I don't think in general it means much. You can play queen c2 and rook a2 c1.
because the games that I've seen all started with rook c1, rook c8, which is quite natural, and then yes, black plays for c5.
Yeah. Makes sense.
It depends.
But I think in general there was some guy who kind of played it a billion times against Magnus as white. This like Catalan and this bishop b7, b3, or maybe, I don't know, knight e5. There was some guy who played it like a billion of times. Yeah.
And I found a game between Vaitashik Radoslav against Sergei Azarov, which actually started with rook c1 in that position, just to show...
After b3,
yes,
rook e8, bishop
knight
b2.
bd7,
Yeah.
rook c1, a5 was played. Also an interesting idea.
a5 is normally one of the best moves here.
And here, yes, queen c2. So what is the difference then? Here you take on c4 and...
No, but the difference, I mean, there is no difference. You just play reasonable moves. Like, normally, first of all, you go a5 not to play a4. You just play to stop a3, bishop
b4.
somewhere b4, yeah. Secondly, like, is white normally after a5, you don't really care, so after c5, you normally somehow wait. In general, you're sort of fine with trading all the central pawns, and then if it's 2 against 2 and 4 against 4, this a5 and b6 pawn are kind of weak, and this gives you some hope. So let's say you play c5 here, I don't know, rook f to d1, for instance, rook c8, I don't know, queen b1, then you start taking everything. Just imagine. So something like this, in general, is not hopeless for white in terms of fighting for advantage.
Oh, but there's this
This
very
pawn
nice
is on
c6
e5.
square.
Yeah, there is also b5, d6 route. I mean, it's sometimes it's slightly better. So in the game, queen c2, rook c8, rook a to d1 was played, and c5 is the most natural reply. I guess
So c5 was played already, okay.
Yeah,
so,
yeah.
We've seen that...
I guess you normally, I mean, you can react in different ways. You can simply play a3, for instance. I guess I had a lot of some blitz and rapid games with like, maybe not here exactly, but in general, the scenario was that you always meet c5 by a3. I think ages ago, black was actually trying even, I think even bishop e7 was a move here. Or rook e8 followed by bishop f8 one day. So in general, black would try to save the bishop and then go c5. Normally, if you go c5 with the bishop on b4, like if you just take bishop takes, black basically wins the tempo. There was no bishop b4 to f8 play. So your normal reaction is supposed to be, I think, a3. And then normally, I don't know if bishop a5 is good here, but in general, bishop a5 is always a very suspicious thing to do. Like I can take on c5, for instance. You have to take with the pawn because otherwise b4 is coming. And then if you take with the pawn, I think I'm happy in general. And I have a very good, I don't know, Grundfeld or something. I can just maybe take and play with hanging pawns. I can also wait a little and do something like knight e5 maybe. It's anyway very, very playable for white. So normally the point is to take on d2, and then you normally take with the knight. And then
if you take c,
like takes, there is no dc. And then black normally prepares like d takes c4 with an exchange of the bishops, like you go, I don't know, queen c7 or maybe...
Daniel, one question as usual, because I'm analyzing in my head. Can I use, like, because I'm thinking Kirill is trying to exploit this move order. That's why he played rook c8, c5, I think, very quickly. So then in the variation that you've shown, no, exactly like after, can I play b5 or it's out of the question?
Yeah, you can, but I don't
simply
know,
queen b2,
something
yes.
like, yeah.
And,
or queen b1 if I want to be rock solid. Like I don't want to run into some e5 nonsense, I'll just go bishop b2. After bc, you do not really improve. It could make sense, like maybe...
Yeah, I wanted to take, in the Catalan you have bc, bishop a6.
Yeah.
So how to evaluate these complications?
It's hard to tell. White is never worse, is my general feeling. Black is worse sometimes, but not that often.
But here if you take cd, I will not take on e2, or maybe I can even take. No, so then you have the... Then I will simply take maybe ed. And then you will run into some trouble.
No, but what trouble? Okay, I go rook e1, you win your pawn, but not worse still. Like you take rook c1, black is not even better. This is just pretty much a draw.
Okay. So
I've played a lot of those. I mean, in general, I know that this is very, very solid for white. It's a long way to lose it.
So even though black wins the pawn, it's still a very solid position.
If you have two bishops, yeah, it's still very, very solid, I guess. Yeah, maybe you're right. Maybe this b5 is an idea. Maybe not. But then, like, if you want to take and go bishop e6, maybe I have to be smart here. Okay, I have to be, but I don't know how to be smart here. Maybe e4. Nah, I don't want to play e4. Yeah, it's hard to tell. Anyway, I would not.
Still thinking.
I would not overestimate this rook c8 c5. I think he played rook c8 c5 not to exploit this move order, but just because it's. I mean, it was his general concept for pretty much whatever white plays.
Yeah, it's a standard plan as we saw.
Yeah, so I mean, you just know what's the point of rook a to d1. You feel like, okay, fine, I'll do my normal thing, and then we'll try to find out. But I feel very strongly that if you take on c5 here, then it's a complete nonsense for white. You are just a tempi down comparing to, like maybe even 2 tempis down comparing to some lines with bishop e7 and then c equals c5, d takes bishop c5. This is, I mean, it's still very playable in my opinion, like you just go queen b1, you continue the game, but there is completely nothing here in terms of
having an advantage.
Yeah. You can try to outplay black slowly, but
you would think that black has equalized completely in this position.
Yeah, probably. I mean, I don't know. I'm still kind of. I'm a very big fan of playing this as white in general. So I normally don't care that much. I feel like it's either I'm slightly better or I will try to outplay the guy. I mean, I like this. You have these 2 flanketed bishops, and he only has 1. And there is also no, like, I think in general it's black who has to be precise here long term. You should not rush with some taking sometimes, as the knight will jump to g6 or some knight e5 will come. So it's basically, I think you need to keep this tension between c4 and d5 pawns. Very often and you play like queen c8 or bishop a6 or queen c7, pardon me, or bishop a6 or maybe queen e7. But in general it's sort of easier for white to find moves. Then you go e3 or, I don't know, sometimes you can take yourself.
Yes, these positions can be very unpleasant, especially if you take on c4, then you're right. And
yeah, somehow it's strange, but it's not that long way to run into trouble as black. Yeah, I mean, sometimes you just take on c4, knight takes c4, it's suddenly like 0-70. Yeah. Basically, yeah.
Yes, 0-70 means that white has quite an advantage, according to the modern programs. And
yeah, so he's about to play a move.
That's the chess slang. Sometimes we have to translate this, yes, because our audience is not really familiar with all
queen
these
b1 was played. Okay, queen b1 is also reasonable. Not a big fan of queen b1, but maybe makes sense as well.
But what did we say here? Or we didn't analyze queen b1?
No, we simply said there is h3 and there is also a sort of. And to show all the rest, we tried d takes c5, not queen b1. Queen b1 is definitely a better move than d takes c5. But maybe a3 was more ambitious still. Maybe it wasn't. But in general, I think it's nice to play these positions as black. It's just, as white, I mean, it's just a free roll pretty much. And not too many things can go wrong.
Then I have one more question. If we go to the position after rook FD, before black b3, like just at the beginning, because then I want just really at the very open.
Here, yeah.
Yes. Why black starts here with rook e8 and not knight bd7?
Knight bd7 is fine.
So why Kirill exactly? Because I was looking at the game and it's puzzled me a little bit. So why do you start here? A3 bishop f8 then? Or
Yeah, sort of,
okay,
I guess,
so
yeah. But in general, once again, there is a... I think I looked at it many times. Like both many years ago with Boris, and we looked at it with Sasha, looked at it myself. There is a very big number of moves here. So bishop e7 is fine here. I think a5 is fine, rook e8 is fine, knight b2 d7 is obviously fine. I mean, it's, yeah, you can play whatever you want, but the good news for white is that obviously you will never memorize all the lines. But the good thing is that you can play pretty much the same way. The only thing you need to remember is that after bishop c3, you go bishop a3. And then takes. And then you continue, but in general, this bishop d4, bishop g7 is good for you. Bishop f2, you just take, and you have some strong initiative. This is the only concrete line that you need to remember.
So maybe then rook e8 is more precise, simply more precise. Like
no, I think
after a3, maybe you can play
rook
bishop
e8 is
c3.
kind of always useful. It's not. I mean, you don't need to.
Of course.
You don't need to look for some super big sense here, I would say. But yeah, one of the explanations is that, let's say, if you start with knight d7, let's say, I don't know, bishop b2, and then you play some move.
Let's say rook c8.
Yeah. Then sometimes I go a3. And, like, first of all, you would prefer to have bishop f8. But secondly, what I thought, okay, this plan with rook c8 is probably reasonable, but let's say you play something else, like I don't know, h6 for instance. Then in many lines, let's say a3, bishop e7, b4, what black wants to be doing is to go a5 sometimes, and then he wants his knight to be on b8, because sometimes, let's say a5, b5 with a knight on b8, yeah, many times you go c5 or c6, and then you take with a knight. It's very tricky, also thing. But it's not that like rook 8 is especially good or especially bad move. I mean, you can play literally anything. I think it's much more about the ideas here.
Of course.
It's not about move orders.
But those were very interesting ideas, actually, because we saw the variation with bishop a3, the line with a3, b4. So it gives you a deeper understanding of the plans. And that's actually how you make those moves.
Yeah. But in general, like, there is a very big number of plans for both. So, for instance, when I played this match against Magnus, like a few days ago, this blitz match, I think we played this exact line, and he came up with something. Maybe it was a different line. But in general, what he was doing was completely different. So he played like, let's say, knight d7, bishop b2, then maybe knight e4, or something like that, like queen c2. And f5, so he played this line.
Like
this plan, yeah, some strange stone wall. Yeah, the game I think continued like rook c1 maybe, planning c takes d5 and queen takes c7. He played rook c8 or maybe bishop d6. In general, this is also like, in terms of ideas, it probably makes sense.
That's actually a very interesting idea now that I think about it, because in the stone wall you have this possibility to exchange the dark square bishops immediately. And here
you don't, yeah. But on the other hand, this bishop does not belong to b7 really. It normally goes to like e8, h5 or somewhere else.
Okay.
Or maybe you go a3 before. I mean, in general, I think white kind of wants black to be creative here. It's like you're saying, I have a very solid position, I have two flanketed bishops, not too many bad things can happen to me. And then if you want to do something creative, I'm fine with it. Like if you go this knight e4, a5, okay, it's not that I will win in two moves, but in general, I'm happy to see it. And then sometimes you just start to reshuffle the thing. You go maybe knight e1, knight d3, f3 in some of the lines, or you just take. It's, yeah, it's very...
Daniil, and well, if we are not analyzing the games, I wanted to ask you the question, like on a regular basis, how many hours do you study chess a day?
It depends.
So what, if you prepare like for a very important event, so what would be the number?
Still depends, to be honest. I mean, first of all, it's not that I prepare for the most important events in a different way than I live life, sort of. I think it does not make real sense, like you basically do nothing for 2 months, then you have a tournament in 2 weeks, and you start preparing like crazy, spending like, I don't know, 8 hours a day. This is not my way for sure. Maybe it makes sense, but I don't
didn't
like
mean
it.
this. I mean that sometimes you work at home and then you go for training sessions, which is a different schedule.
Yeah, but it does not happen too often, and I think we spend pretty much the same number of hours actually working in Moscow or the training session. I mean, the number of chess hours is pretty much the same. No, I don't know. I think it's like 6, maybe 5, 6. I also start to feel annoyed about the people who are saying like there is. It seems like there is a billion of people who are working like 8 hours a day, 9 hours a day, like 10 hours a day, and think it's either they're all crazy, or they just don't know how to work. Because I think in general, like if you work properly, then I mean.
Properly, if you structure properly,
you structure properly, and you also push yourself a little. Then I think 5-6 hours a day is a very decent number, and you don't need to. I mean, you don't need to go crazy. So I think there is some old joke, yeah. I mean that you don't need to. I mean, it's not related to chess, but in general, that you don't need to work like 5 hours a day, or 3 hours a day, or 8 hours a day. So you need to work by your head. So this is how I see it. I mean, in general, like if you will. Solve some stupid puzzles, I mean, yeah, okay, you can probably do it all day long. But if it's some creative kind of working on chess, then okay, like 5 to 6 hours is I think enough.
Also, I think it's very important that the intellectual effort and you also have to be efficient during those hours. So.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Okay, you can go crazy. It's not that I will die if I will work like 10 hours a day. I mean, at least not not at the start. But yeah, I mean, it does not make a lot of sense to me. I mean, it's much better to feel fresh and you know to be capable of finding ideas than to you know stare at your screen like crazy and you know. Because I actually remember that there were some fun cases when let's say I was in teams that worked a lot. Then sometimes we would just go crazy. Like you look at some position, and you basically, for instance, you prepare it as black. And we like spent 7 hours, and we basically decide that, like okay, we're a pawn down, but in general it's a dead draw. And we fixed it. Like okay, this is a dead draw. We know it. I mean, Stockfish says it's 0-40. This is a dead draw. Fine. And then, like you continue like crazy, and 2 days later. We come to this position again. So first of all, we obviously forgot that we looked at it. But secondly, we looked at it again, and we were way more tired as 2 days have passed, and we had to work. And we finally decided, okay, white is better because Stockfish is saying 0-40, and there is no clear way. So this is where it leads you, you know. I mean, it's just you can go crazy, and then it does not make a lot of sense to work really. I mean, sometimes you just have to relax a little.
I understand this, and I had one more question actually about the preparation. Does it happen, for example, that you've analyzed the position and you have a perfect evaluation and understanding, but it doesn't suit or your style, or you simply don't want to play it? So do you choose not to play it, or you go there anyway?
Well, it obviously depends on how good the position is, but in general, yeah, of course it happens. I think it happens to pretty much all the strong players. Maybe Ding is actually one of the exclusions, by the way.
So what happened in this game?
And that's why
So you mean he can play anything?
I think his general concept is basically yes. I mean, whatever the position is, if it's better for me, I'm ready to play it. For me, it's not like this. I mean, there is a very big number of positions that are, let's say, worse, but I'm fine with playing them. But there are the positions that, okay, I'm probably better, but okay, it's just a mess. For instance, this 3f3 Grunfeld was just like this for me for many years, and it still is. Like, as white, I can kind of believe that white is better quite often, but it does not really matter. I mean, if you look at this position, I know I will make a mistake, and my opponent will make a mistake. So it's not about like 0-20 or minus 0-20, it's about the trend. And the trend is, in my opinion, good for black. I mean, I understand what black is doing. He's just, you know, jumping with the knights and setting traps, and with white, I mean, you basically need to play a perfect game of chess to win this.
It's actually a very important explanation, because I personally have this feeling, and I wanted to explain it also to our audience, because sometimes you choose a variation, and of course they're seeing that this computer screams, sometimes the evaluation changes, but you don't have the feel for the position, and you also understand like what might happen.
Yeah. But it also works as opposite way as well. Like here as black, you look at it and you feel, I mean, you have some jumps, you're not that worried. Okay, it says 0-40, okay, whatever, fine. I'll go g5, then I'll go g4. The guy will play one bad move, it will be like minus something. So same, let's say, by the way, same with this Catalan, for instance. So here, in my opinion, the whole trend is good for white. I'm ready to, I mean, I played it against Magnus, I played it against everybody, I won a lot of games here as white. I mean, I think in general the trend is good for white. I mean, it does not really change if it's like 0-0-0 for a moment or 0-20 for the moment. It's just my feeling that white has some long-term pressure, and like if you will, I mean, if you have a long distance, black will lose it a lot more often.
Yes, you mean in a long term and in big number of games.
Yeah. I'm saying like we play 20 games here. I mean, yeah, and so I think we
statistically white will
win
maybe
white
like
will,
80%.
No, yeah, maybe not 80, but let's say it will be like 80% of the draws, and then white will win like 18, and then
18.
and then black will win 2. So it's basically 9-1. If we don't count draws. This is what I'm saying. Maybe the numbers are rough, but that's what I'm saying in general. Like, it does not really depend on if it's 0-0-0 here exactly or 0-20.
And basically, when you prepare, for example, when you look at the games at the database, you look at the statistics almost all of the time, just to analyze the trend, or not?
Not necessarily, but I normally look at the way I feel about it, sort of. Like, if I feel like white is slightly better in general, exactly, I don't really care if it's 0-20 or 0-05 or 0-0-0. It's very unlikely that we will play a perfect game of chess, right? So in general, I mean, you have to prepare to make mistakes, and you have to be prepared for your opponent to make mistakes. So in general, mathematically speaking, I think it makes sense to play the position where the cost of a mistake, so to speak, is way less for you than for your opponent. And it's where it's also less likely that you will make a mistake. That's why, for instance, I hate this neither of. I mean, I believe that the opening is okay. But it's in general, like, if white makes a mistake, it's probably kind of okay for black then. If black makes a mistake, he's lost. It's just one mistake, you know.
No, this is a very important explanation. And let's get back to Jan's game, because I think the position is getting pretty chaotic. Let's see, what did we analyze? We analyzed
so it was castles,
bishop
d4, king h1, so we were told very smooth here.
We tried queen h4, the direct approach, and Jan played knight e5.
Yeah, but Evgeny came and he says that very smooth are fine here. Yeah, but he did not specify.
So knight e5, knight
e2, queen h4, and knight takes d4 was played. Okay, so what's...
Yes, let's calculate the direct line.
Okay, here he simply wants to take with the bishop, of course. Okay, at very least he can do this and do something. Maybe just take.
f4 is coming, so we need to do something about it.
Yeah, there is some queen e1 that is a little...
Annoying?
Yeah, but I don't see how to make it work. I mean, it is annoying, but I don't think it really works. Here I like also, I don't know.
Can I castle?
Yeah.
Yes. F4, I probably have knight g4 or no? F4, knight g4, h3.
Yeah, maybe just knight f6. You're an
Knight
exchange
f6.
up after all. No, I think I will have to play it in a slow manner, like I go knight c3 or something. I don't know who is better here. I kind of like white
F5?
here. Yeah, but I mean in general I will just play. I'm not saying I will crush. I'm just like I'm fine with doing something. Like bishop d2 maybe, but maybe I go f4.
No, bishop d2 I planned.
Take and rook takes f3.
Yes.
Yeah, but still it's knight takes d.
Yes,
yeah.
nice. But now you're pinned there, so I'm not sure.
Yeah.
F4. Well, it's very difficult to play against an opponent who knows what you're about to do. Knight g4.
Yeah, h3.
h3 and.
Maybe knight f6. Like there is no.
Yes, you cannot
So
take with the pawn. Yes.
Yeah. If e5 is not a big drama. But I'm saying I will just play.
Just show it. Yes.
So if e5 takes, there is no f takes,
Because
which
we want to take
which
with
white
the
would
pawn.
want. Yeah, there is a pin. But I guess I can just play it slow. Like I go b3. I should not be at very least worse as white, or maybe bishop e3 simply. I can feel like very decent compensation. Sometimes bishop a3 will come also, or bishop b2.
If I take on e4, it's just. And
Yeah, I'll have to do something.
bishop b2 now, but then.
You have queen takes f4 zone, yeah? But here it kind of looks decent for white. I mean, I don't want to suggest a move and spoil at all, but for the moment I kind of like it, I would say. And maybe I can even play it once again in some slow positional way, like knight e2, bishop b2, like slowly, or knight d1, e3.
Sometimes it's not easy for the audience to understand because they see that as blacks they have an exchange, and you're telling them that you're better.
As white, you have some long-term potential with this big diagonal. You want to go g3 or g4 one day, then you go g5. The knight has to go, and you play queen e8 mate pretty much.
And that's not much I can do about it.
Yeah,
There's
probably.
not much,
Yeah.
yes.
No, wait. This was. I'm not happy about this 92, I must say. I mean, in general, I'm not happy about the way I played from here. But yeah, after h3, knight f6, I kind of like it for white.
And then what were the moves played after knight d4?
There is
Or
no move
yes.
yet, as there is c takes d4 as well, and we have Evgeny who probably knows more about this. First of all, we somehow ignored this position completely. Yeah, we simply played bishop takes f1. Anyway, Evgeny should know better.
Maybe I have the intermediate knight e2?
Could
but
be.
knight takes h2.
Could be. Yeah, you are right, guys, that you've identified this position as being critical. However, well, interestingly, computer doesn't like knight g3 at all. So apparently, the line that you were discussing is good for white. Computer, even though still suggests the alternative to the obvious cd4. So first, I want to show this one. So there is knight d3, and then white has kind of a choice because he can take on d3, and that's one. It's a very basic thing because knight g3, king goes to g1, king goes to g1. No? Hate this board. Give me this, knight g3, king goes to g1. Yeah, brilliant. So that's the thing. Knight to f1, and then you're a little bit less comfortable capturing on f1, but you can do this. Like knight d4 to c2, yep, d4 to c2, nah.
Just hit it.
I'm wondering if I'm making a legal move every time it refuses to move. Yeah, the knight takes h2 and something is going on, white traps the knight, but yeah, black still gets compensation. However, it's not the strongest way to play for white, apparently, because after this knight d3, knight e2 is very playable and perhaps even better for white, because knight f2, you just trade, and I was trying to prove like immediate compensation, like knight a3 to c4, black has b5. Bishop h6, black has some g5 move. But you just play knight c3, and basically you're trying to say that your rook on a8 is as good or as bad as my dark square bishop. And yeah, and along the lines, it's not that easy. Like, first of all, it's important to understand, like, kind of black's attack is more or less over. Like, you've exchanged a couple of active pieces, and then the turn will be on white. So white will develop the bishop to g5 or h6, go queen d2, and basically we play this position, and, well, we have even number of pieces. I mean, that's very important to understand about exchange sacrifices, right? Like, it's not really a sacrifice yet. So you're trying to prove that your minor piece is as useful or sometimes more useful than opponent's rook. And with rook on a8, it's no wonder that sometimes you can prove. Alrighty, but there is also one other crazy line where black just captures on d4, and yeah, white. Hang on a second. White goes king g1 because now knight g3 was a threat, and then black is supposed to go g5. And it's not crazy yet. Here, white does have quite a few lines, but yeah, if I want to keep the bishop and also creating a threat of capturing on d4, black goes d3, trade happens, and then black plays straightforward g4. Honestly, I'm not quite sure what happens if pawn takes, because it doesn't look all that appealing, yeah? But the line was this, h3, black sacrificing on h3, going g2, and so on. Rook f2, rook to g8. Now black threatens to capture on f2. After rook g2, the most unusual move in the Benoni, which is castle long for black, and it goes on and ends, most of the time ends with some perpetual checks. So yeah, I understand it doesn't look like a complete analysis, but at least it gives you an idea how much Jan has to calculate right here on move 14 before the natural recapture, as we would say. Yeah, so that's it.
Thank you, Evgeny. And now that we understood the position, we know that we shouldn't underestimate all the exchange sacrifices by white. Yeah. There are many versions possible, so...
But it may sound funny, but actually this
is a very important decision, no?
Yeah, this last line looked very natural to me. That's what I would probably want to do. Like, I don't want to go knight g3, knight x1. I don't play Benoni to be an exchange up. So I want c takes d4, king g1. Now g5 is very natural, so you want knight f4, you want g4 and the stuff. Then bishop e2, I don't know why we include d3, probably just because we're smart. Takes. And what was it, like g4?
Take and g4.
Take and g4. I don't know why not
g4.
Yeah, g4 and takes. Yeah, this is actually the answer to your question. So basically, if you start with g4, there is no if takes g4. Yeah, of course. So it's like f4 takes. Yeah, g3. I mean, it feels like from far away when you think about it, it feels like black is winning, not that black is worried. Okay, takes g2. You have all the pieces coming. Rook g8, rook g3. Feels extremely natural to me. We will see what Jan plays, but I think especially after after winning the whole thing, this line is good enough for a side pot, I would say. No, seriously. I mean, okay, you want to win, you want to go into 20 and 100, and it also looks nice. I mean, the whole line. And at the same time, in my opinion, you don't really want to take on f1 ever. Like bishop takes f1, queen takes d4 is not something here.
I just wanted to check the live chess ratings for a second. It's been a while since I haven't seen it because there were no tournaments.
Yeah.
So Fabi is just gaining like 0+2 for the moment. So if he wins,
but the guy is brilliant. Yeah, I mean, it's basically he's playing a very bad tournament by his standards. Okay, he's still holding 28-20, yeah?
Yes, but Fabiano is such a fighter, and we've seen it yesterday. You know that no matter what, you are going to play against him in the long game.
Yeah.
So.
No, I think he is still. I mean,
he's such a great fighter.
Still number 2 for me. I mean,
for me, it's actually very important to see that such players as Fabi, the world number 2, he refuses to play for a draw with black. Given the opportunity, he will always seize the advantage and play for a win. it's a very important mindset. So Jan Nepomniachtchi is actually gaining 8 points. So right now he is at 27.97. So we were correct. If he wins, yes, he will cross the 2800 mark, and it's a very symbolic mark for every chess player. I don't know how many players actually have crossed this mark so far.
Quite a lot, actually, but I think you have the answer on exactly the website you're looking at.
You mean with the peak ratings? Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you, Daniil. So actually, even Anish Giri has crossed it once, but I'm not. It was published. Yes.
Even Anish Giri, wow. So
yes, he had 20.
So chat, just for a record, it was her, not me, saying even Anish Giri has crossed it.
It is.
No, but seriously, even Anish Giri, for sure?
Yes, it's 28.02.
No, I know that he has crossed it. I'm just surprised with the way you put it. Like, even Anish Giri, wow. No, and after that, I mean, all the people saying I can be rude. I mean, you know what? I don't care anymore.
It actually has nothing to do with his strengths, but his age. So because I was looking at the age, and we've been asked also a lot of questions about the age of the players. Yes, they started like the tournament a year younger.
No, but this is not
because it was in 2015.
No, this is not an argument. You're not surprised by So, who is I think only 1 year older than Anish.
This I didn't know, but it was 2017. So, and actually,
you start looking for excuses. You just say it. I mean, even Anish Giri has crossed 2800, and let's just. I want the people to throw at it, and that's all. I mean, it's a perfect way to put it. I'm just impressed.
Well, I hope that Anish will forgive us. We love him. And
Anish will literally, he will not carry tall shot, I'm afraid.
Yes, there was Magnus Carlsen, Garry Kasparov, Fabiano Caruana. His peak was at 2800. Well, 51.
Yeah.
So, Levon Aranyan, Vasilin Topalov, Mamidyarov, Shahriar, Wesley So, who is not playing the candidates. By the way, I've seen a lot of questions because we've covered this like at the beginning of our broadcast. Well, it's taken almost 2 years, yes, to qualify for the candidates. There are a lot of steps. You can play the FIDE Grand Suisse, the FIDE Grand Prix series. You can be qualified by rating. Fabiano has qualified as the runner-up of the World Championship match. So Wesley missed all of these opportunities.
Yeah, I mean, in general, Wesley doesn't play here for the same exact reason that you or me. He failed to qualify. It's very, very simple.
And even Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, so I can say even once again.
No. This is, I mean, it only works once. You said even Anish Giri, and I mean, I want people to,
to acknowledge it.
Yeah, exactly.
To acknowledge it, okay. So I'm not so nice.
Remember, you are brilliant. I'm just saying, I'm sort of annoyed that people are saying I'm rude and you're nice. I mean, that's what I don't like. If it would be two rude people, it would be brilliant for me. Like, I could not care less than. But then, come on, chat. She's saying even Anish Giri has crossed 2800 and they call me rude. What's going on, chat? I literally don't care, chat, but still, I don't like it, chat, but I don't care at the same time.
So let's greet the chat. That's our golden opportunity. Chat, yes,
chat,
guys, actually. It's our last broadcast. So you've been there for the whole time, faithful to our duet. Yeah. And we have a small surprise reserved for you after the break, so stay tuned. It will...
Do we really have a surprise?
Yes, I do.
Just for the record, chat, if I will not be back, chat, I mean, it was not intentional. It's something about her, tricks.
So what's going on in this game? He played knight g3? Or not at all? It's our analysis.
No, he's still
thinking.
He's still thinking, yeah.
He's pondering about his decision. Then let's get back to Maxime Vachier-Lagrave and Wang Hao. Because we promised that we will get back to this end game. And knight g6 was played. Yeah. King e6 then. Okay, we will get the board in a second. Maxime is leading in their encounters.
I must say, actually, it's funny, speaking about Anish, I must say, actually, it's funny that yesterday, I mean, we had some kind of old stupid argument with him, but actually, for some reason, I decided to be a nice guy and texted him yesterday that he actually played very well here, and that's, you know, in general, it was nice to see him playing this way, and I mean, in general, he received more compliments from me within 5 minutes than his whole life, probably. I also told him, by the way, that it could be his only time within 5 years, so he'd better enjoy the moment. But yeah, somehow, for like 1 or 2 days, we probably have a decent relationships. Yeah, it's going to change. I'm sure he will once again, you know, tweet something stupid, or it will be me who will say something. But yeah, for the moment, I just decided to say some nice things, and I mean, once again, for the moment, he has not replied in a bad way. So yeah.
Yeah, and I wanted to promise that I will behave throughout the broadcast till the very end, you know. Okay, so what about this endgame? Let's get serious for a moment.
It was king e6 indeed, so it was not knight d4, and we didn't want to take on d6 either, so king e6 makes sense. You basically don't mind trading the knights, but you don't want white rook to land on d6 for free. So rook d3, rook h2 d1, and rook e1 was played, preventing knight takes d6, as there is ed check followed by rook e7. So rook e1. Rook e1 actually kind of stalemates black, yeah? So there is no rook d7, as then you can take and knight takes g7.
So you want to say that black is already in a Zugzwang here?
I mean, Zugzwang is probably a bit too strong, but yeah, I mean, it's not that simple to come up with a move.
Of course,
like king g2 is a threat, there is no mixed threats.
I'm being ironic, but as we understood, it's not so easy to make a useful move here.
Yeah.
Can we find one for black? So
the problem is that even if we find one, I mean, it's only one. Like maybe e5, or I don't even know if e5 is a useful move. But even if it is, okay, let's say I go e4, so what's next? Do you really go b5 maybe? Maybe I go b5.
So you temporarily sacrifice the pawn, then you take on d3 and play rook b8, yes? That's your...
Yeah, probably. But it's not that I'm, you know, comfortable doing this. Can be okay, but still somehow.
Let's try.
Okay, here exactly it is okay. Of course, you can even play rook d8 or rook b8, but after a5, a4, b5, it does not look safe to me. There is some knight e4, knight b7, maybe knight b7 works. And you probably have to go rook d5. I mean, if you take, then we can take on c5, take on g3.
But then rook d5, if I take, you want to take with the king?
Yeah, probably. I don't know. I'm saying I don't like this that much, but yeah, maybe. Maybe I have to. I mean, not that I want to, but maybe I have to.
And then if I check you, then you take on e5. Yes, rook d1, king e5.
If you check me, I'm scared.
Yeah, it might look.
I will not.
It might come as a surprise, you know, for our audience that the king is on e5, you know.
Yeah, but it's an ending at the same time. It's kind of normal. Yeah, I think in general, white is in very good shape here. I don't know if he's much better or not, but he's definitely better. I just realized this knight b7 trick actually allows us to chill a little as well.
So we can play king g2.
Yeah, I mean, we basically wait for b5, and then we, let's say something like this happens. I don't know if we can play king f3. Let's say we ignore knight d4 for some reason. Maybe we have a reason, like king f4, f4, or something. So whenever you go b5, no, not here actually, rook takes d3 is a check. Okay, so let's say you go b5 here, then we have this same idea. And after rook d5, I guess we can even take. And I think even the same way, like maybe f4 is even better or something, but even this position should be unpleasant.
Daniil, but then maybe black should not rush, and but We don't want to play g6, or like to avoid this variation, knight f5, knight g7, maybe.
G6.
Just can I play, but then knight e4, knight f6? I don't know.
Yeah, let's try G6 in the current position.
Is it possible?
So what's the idea once again? If I just
for the moment, yes, I wanted to find a useful move, and my knight would be protected. So if I can find a way to exchange a few pieces. How can I do this?
Also, let's not forget, now the f6 square is weak.
Yeah, that's.
I mean, in terms of
like
ideas, sometimes I will take, and if you take with the king, I will have rook f3 and rook f6 now.
Yes.
So we suppose with pawn on g7 it would be rock solid, but now just winning for white.
Yes, here you're absolutely right, and then
G6,
maybe immediately.
Take on f5?
But then I will have rook f3, king g5, maybe, but still.
Yeah, but you can here exactly. Maybe you go g takes, and you sort of survive this because your rook is active. Like I cannot fight for d file. Yeah, I mean I have to sacrifice e5.
And my king is a little bit far away, so I cannot bring it to f3, f4. Okay. So.
Yeah, but at the same time I just I just have king g2 white play.
But if I play knight e7 here.
Yeah, but then you will run into some rook f3 at some point. Let's say I just keep.
Yeah, I don't like this at all.
Let's say once we go knight d5, we will face rook f3 and then c4 rook f6. Yeah. Knight takes d3 by Jan. Meanwhile. And what else do we have?
We haven't covered Kirill's game for a while. Like we left it after the opening, so queen b1 was played and queen e7. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
So dc5. So anyway, you end up playing dc5. But here exactly it probably makes a bit more sense, because sometimes in these lines, when black takes with a bishop, I mean sometimes you have hope in lines like, let's say, takes, you go e4, you try to be very fast. e5 and knight e4, and you try to come up with some attack, or knight d6, whatever. Knight g5 is there. Not that it always works, but sometimes it does. Yeah, so cd bishop takes d5 is the current position, but with a knight on c5, not
bishop c5.
Yeah.
But queen e7 is a natural square there. Like you want to play queen b7 then here, maybe at some point, or not?
Maybe, probably.
Especially after bishop d5.
I mean, once again, white has some knight g5s. It's I mean, sometimes it's quite concrete. Like let's say here, I guess black survives mostly because he can take, and then bishop f6 you take with the queen.
So this you have
queen h7, king f8 is not a checkmate. There is still some queen h5, by the way, or queen h4, threatening knight h7 and threatening to take on g2. I mean, maybe black is fine
and
here.
And the bishop on b4 as well.
Yeah, maybe black is fine here for some reason. Maybe it's still immense, like I don't know, king b7 takes on g2. Rook h8, queen g4 though, yeah, I don't know. By the way, I was wrong with knight g5.
Oh, you mean in this position?
Yeah.
Well, we are trying to analyze it.
But I think we... Okay, you don't go g6 for sure. You don't want to be taking on g2 even in terms of logic, even rook takes d2 is unpleasant. So what you really want to do is to take on g2, bishop f6. Now queen takes is forced, king f8 is forced, and queen h4. So what do we play here? Maybe at very least... No? I thought maybe we go bishop e4, takes, but the problem is that the check is back. Suddenly we don't take on e4.
That's why actually I was calculating this variation with bishop d2, then you have bishop e4 at the end.
Yeah, but there is still a check.
No, I mean before. So you start this variation, you said that, like, I mean, we know what's coming, so to start,
in the very beginning,
you have to start with bishop g2 if you are entering the variation.
Yeah.
So if
this makes sense, yeah.
If it
so your
changed
point
something,
is
yes.
your point is that in such a position, like if we got, now g5 is hanging, and if we play queen h4, then g5 is hanging.
So you have to enter the line.
So I have
take,
to
yes.
yeah, do it this way, and then takes king f8. Now after queen h4, you want bishop e4, which still looks really
It looks dangerous, but I don't know what's going on. Yes.
Yeah,
trying to keep a piece and then.
Maybe just a mess. Yeah, before maybe we just start to play slow. Okay, guys, let's answer Evgeny what's going on. Does Evgeny?
You mean let's ask me what's going on? I have no idea about the position you were discussing. I was thinking knight g5, h6, but yeah, but what I do know is Hao apparently missed his chance to make a draw. It's a little bit weird to say because his position is still not that bad, but you've correctly identified that after rook d8 and rook e1, black is somewhat uncomfortable. There is no like immediate way out. One of the moves that I was thinking and then checked, and computer at first it laughs at c4 because it gives a pawn, but it seems to be playable, at least if white captures. Yeah, hang on, white captures again. Probably c4 is not a good move after all. Yeah, if this thing doesn't want to take. Come on. Yeah, I'm getting mad at this thing. Rook d3, pawn takes, rook d8. I don't believe really that white is better here. So that's just like you have to play rook d1, some knight d4, king f5, this, that. Yeah. Anyway, after c4, he just goes back to d1, and basically you can push your pawns. Now you can go b5, there is no knight b7. You can go a5. White simply builds up, like f4 brings the king to f3, and yeah, it's uncomfortable with black. What he could have done after rook d3, apparently, is to take on d6. So now if rook takes, yeah, it's equal in many, many ways. One of them, perhaps the simplest one, is to play rook c8. And you know, it should probably lead to like total elimination because there is a check on e1, you go to f5, then white trades on c8, goes rook e7, and I just thought like black has active king, white has active rook, right? Some rook d8, rook d2 should do. I mean, maybe black will be like down a pawn, but as soon as the rook is on d2, I think it's a draw. And there are other lines, not only rook c8. So the real critical one is pawn takes, and then we go to d7. And the little trick, like if you allow black to play rook e8, the d6 pawn is rather a weakness. So the critical line is rook f3. And here I actually have no idea why we don't play rook f8. Now that I'm looking, you know, that's a trick analyzing with the engine. You basically follow those moves. It's kind of the best move is f6. Now I'm looking like kind of with human eye. I have no clue whatsoever why we don't play rook f8. Well, perhaps rook e1, and if you take, there is some like rook d3, and then so basically in this type of endgames, this is exactly what you don't want to see. Even if it somehow holds, you don't want to have opponent's active rooks, your rook's passive, and your king cut down on the last rank. And this, honestly, I don't believe it holds. If you go king c8 and other rook gets to d7, that might as well be lost. Yeah, so after rook f3, at least we figured out what white is aiming for, and black goes f6. And if everything is captured, a rook f8. And as soon as you trade one pair of rooks, d6 is weak, right? So pawns isolated, and black always going to have some counterplay on the queen side. So it's like I checked this direction, I checked some rook e1 instead of capturing on f6, and it always ends up with some, you know, with some equal 0-0-0, which I suspect is a. I mean, I can hardly imagine that in this position computer will go wrong. So I think that was an easier way, because now, especially knowing kind of a mindset Wang Hao is in. So he failed to draw 2 games with white previously when he was attempting to make a draw and just got this, you know, position that you have to make moves. But this is the position he has to make moves with black, right? He cannot just go for a forced variation and basically peter out to a draw. You know, so that's a very, very dangerous sign for Wang Hao. That's what I want to say.
Yeah, I agree.
You're absolutely right, Evgeny. And I was actually trying to find out for how long Alexander Grischuk is thinking.
And?
So I was just looking at the position because I wanted to know if the move appeared on the board. Is there any move?
Yes, actually we left them
Yes.
like centuries ago, so knight b takes d5 was played indeed instead of this smart bishop e7. Bishop g5, bishop b4, bishop d3.
And
Move
then
10. Okay, so
we're still on move 10.
we're still on move 10, yeah.
It seems that this last round going to be joined, you know. I liked very much those rituals when you were a kid, you know, an envelope was brought, you know, so you would write your move, then it was sealed, then you would analyze the whole night without computers.
You shouldn't have said it. Now people will realize you're older than me.
I think it's pretty obvious, and then,
Nah,
but
this
it's
is not
such a
obvious at all.
beautiful, it's such a beautiful ritual, and it reminds
But
me.
it was probably cool, yeah. I mean, I can imagine. It's should have been brilliant. I'm actually sad that I have to play chess when all the fun things are behind.
Yeah, actually, you were waiting with trepidation when the arbiter came and they opened, you know, the envelope, and then you see the move.
Yeah, but
which was written.
then there is an intrigue, yeah, like you're waiting for it
Of course.
for a few days, yeah, sometimes. So
Sometimes,
you
it depends.
you go also, let's say, you know, some move is winning, some move is a draw. You don't know what the move is, and the very next day you play a completely different game. You adjourn it as well, then you go to play all the adjourned games one day. I mean, this was probably interesting.
So this seems like one of those games, you know. Sasha has all the time in the world. So, but as we know, this position is new, even for like the very strong players, and Sasha is one of the players who wants to understand everything.
Yeah, probably.
And he will leave himself like 5 minutes. He will be down to 5 minutes after move 20, probably.
Yeah, so this could happen, yeah.
So what can happen after bishop d3?
I don't know, it's either someone will win or it will be a draw.
Why is there a forced line that we are missing for the
Don't know.
moment?
I think bishop d3 is reasonable, so bishop g5 is an active move. But in general, it's not that you really want to castle long here, especially after bishop b4. Maybe it was also interesting, but this at least, I mean, we can explain what's not necessarily wrong, but why this is dangerous. Yeah, black will probably take this way, and then you have to make queen takes before work, but it doesn't. Or you take bc, but then once again there's a check and black castles, and his attack will probably be faster. So that's why bishop g4, bishop g5, bishop b4 led Fabi to trying to castle short, and that's why bishop d3 is played. So this is a very decent square for the bishop, but in general he simply wants to castle short.
And so he, like, black wants to play with the structure anyway, or like, let's. I will ask an innocent question. What will happen after bishop c3, b takes c? Because normally you would want to have your bishop on a3 there. Yes, so even if bishop g5 is very active, and I castle.
Yeah, I think yeah, indeed I would prefer to have the bishop on a3, but I think I'm still kind of happy to see this castle.
So you simply castle?
Yeah, I mean, we have two bishops. We will probably have to sacrifice one pawn. Like, let's say you play bishop d7, you want to play rook c8. But I guess even something like, let's say, knight f3, rook c8, and simply queen h4, knight e5, rook e1, playing for initiative. I mean, this is very healthy for white. I guess...
Daniel, one
why
of the
should simply-
strategic ideas here would be to exchange the light square bishop. So can I do this quickly? And then maybe I can get that. Let's say after bishop d7, knight f3. Okay, here. I want to think a bit here if there is a chance. I cannot play e6, then queen h4, bishop b5, c4. Yes, or it's...
What? You a6,
yes,
I thought
e6.
h6, queen h4, I was just...
a6, yes, because even though if I have this double pawns, this would be a very nice position for black, I assume.
Yeah, but also after queen h4, bishop takes h7 is coming, yeah? Don't forget this, it's not only about c4. Sasha, by the way, played bishop d7 immediately. Which kind of makes sense, bishop takes c3 is not going anywhere, right?
actually might transpose to, but he wants to delay
He wants to play
castling.
rook c8
Yes.
first, I guess.
It's a very interesting move as well.
Like this. But where does this lead us? So let's say castles, rook c8.
Rook c8.
Just go back.
But then you don't have your queen h4, so maybe this is a transposition.
But then your b7 is hanging as well. Yeah, I don't know. It's hard to tell. I think in general, like I
You
would
don't want
think
to take, no?
I could be wrong. No, I mean we probably have to take as black. I'm just saying in general, as white, I would feel like bishop takes c3, b takes c3. In general, whatever happens, I will never be worse. Can only be better. Like I can sacrifice opponent somewhere, and sometimes I'll take b7. But in general, I have two bishops, and I'm not worried.
And I need to castle because queen a3 might come. So
Yeah.
after c4, and so.
I mean, you have moves. You have queen b6, for instance. But I mean, in general, yeah, the c4 thing is coming.
So
And if you castle, then again I go c4, rook d1. This is just brilliant for white. This, yeah, I beat way too good. So yeah, I would guess the point is not to do this. Also, I don't know. Maybe the point is to do this.
Can I?
Maybe
you
he,
castled.
maybe he simply decided to calculate one line, like takes, and then he wants something direct like queen b6 or
Maybe
castles.
queen c7.
Queen c7, we have a check, that is annoying.
Queen c8. You want queen a7.
Yeah.
Yes,
That's why I thought maybe queen b6, because after queen b6 there is no queen a8 as rook c8
Rook
wins the
c8,
queen. But the problem is that after queen b6 there is actually rook b1. Takes take, and this is very unpleasant / lost, I would say.
Yes.
So once again,
So
castles.
maybe not rook c8 immediately. Is there any other option? But let's.
Maybe you just take and
Yes.
go bishop queen a5. Maybe that's what he wants. This kind of makes sense actually, in a way. First of all, knight b6 is also a threat. Like we cannot do this, for instance, because g5 is hanging. Yeah. Finally, I realized how to do this. Okay.
Do you know how to make an arrow?
No.
next one.
Yeah.
We will be fully armed.
In
yeah.
2 years.
In 2 years. In 2 years. So.
But I'm also wondering, it would be cool. I was about to say it many times, but I would always forget this. I want the guys to prepare this, voice control for Evgeny.
Ah, okay.
Like you say, knight d2 to c4, and it plays itself. Yeah, I mean you don't need to show it. Yeah, maybe queen b3. Queen b3 I kind of like. I mean, we're both attacking b7, preparing c4, and also there is no knight b6.
Castle?
Okay, where?
Well, I'm really afraid to castle long, so castle short, c4.
Finally, we managed to find out that there is something you're afraid of. Okay, c4, and then we go bishop takes f6, g takes, and then once again God knows what is that.
No, but I wanted to play bishop a4, but you're probably here. You will play queen a3 and queen b4.
Then I probably go here, and then I take and go bishop h6.
Yes,
It's
queen c1 is like is
kind
nice
of
move,
scary.
yes.
But the nice thing is that I'm not really sure. Let's say I don't know, knight e7 or knight somewhere, maybe knight b4 instead of bishop d2 though. I don't know what I'm about to say. Is I don't want to go to b6, but okay, let's say go to b6. I'm not sure that this is such a big drama for black. By the French standards, it could be acceptable. I mean, I would prefer the knight to be on e7, not b6. And I would prefer not to run into queen takes b7 there. But in general, you go king h8, you go maybe queen g5, rook c8, the pawn is weak. I mean, it's...
Well, you know me, I always want to try. No, not immediately. I wanted to cut off your queen first, knight b5. And then I was not really sure what are you going to do here.
I don't know. Maybe bishop c6.
Bishop c6, a4.
Okay, 97.
97.
I don't know why you need a4, to be honest.
Not really. I wanted to see if I can like include this. Yeah, because the rook a3. So now can I take bishop
Take there,
h7? Yes, queen h3 and rook a3. That was my idea. But
Yeah, probably. You probably will include queen g4, yeah?
Ah, you want me to include king? Okay.
But it's better, no, I want you to
No,
best.
no, I still do.
Yeah,
Like okay, and rook a3.
Yeah, this
So-
simply wins, yeah. Aha, so that's why you need a4, okay.
So, how did you like this one?
Brilliant. Brilliant,
I
yeah.
finally woke up, so...
This probably means I will have to go f5, but f5, I agree, I'm kind of... Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. In general, I'm fine with doing this with the knight on e7, then this thing would never work, yeah? I mean, I have knight g6 everywhere. With knight on b6 is not ideal, yeah.
Yeah, so this line is actually very tricky, and Alexander has to be very careful.
Yeah.
That and other things explains why he was thinking for such a long time.
Yeah.
And Daniil, I think that we can have a small break right now, and we will be back in a few minutes and continue to analyze the 14th round of the FIDE Candidates.
The Simmerland company has enjoyed more than 20 years of steady growth on the market. It is one of the largest wholesale companies that designs, produces and sells consumer goods. Every day, more than 500,000 people visit Simmerland online store, which has a range of more than 1 million items. The company has more than 11,000 employees, including more than 1,000 sales managers. 70% of goods are produced in Russia. They can be easily delivered all over the country from the Crimea to the Far East, as the company has its own fleet of delivery vehicles. The headquarters of the company are in Yekaterinburg, where they occupy an area of 250,000 square meters. It also has offices in Moscow, St. Petersburg, Krasnodar and Novosibirsk. The company is also represented in China and India. The largest representative office is located in China, Yiwu, where it occupies a separate area with a warehouse of 20,000 square meters.
Welcome back to the FIDE Candidates Tournament. We are covering the 14th round. Daniil is looking enthusiastic.
Extremely.
Extremely enthusiastic. Unfortunately, we had some technical difficulties because we are still planning to have an interview with Jan Nepomniachtchi second Vladimir Potnik, so we have to find out if it would be possible. But that was our first surprise, but it didn't work out, so I have a small surprise for you, Daniil, if I can have it before we have to analyze the games. Can I do this?
Sure, I don't know what is a surprise, so you can...
Well, actually, I have...
I cannot stop you.
I'm not, as Eminem would say, you know, I ain't a poet, but I will do this. So let's do this. Please welcome Daniil. It's such a thrill to see his drive, to see his will. And yes, I know it is not fair that I'm sitting in this chair and leave the ladies in despair. Knight takes c6, it's such a moment, and I should seize it, I should comment. But I let him talk, and I forget that this is our chess duet. The games continue, it's getting darker, but our studio is sparkling still when Daniil is going for the kill. So, that's it.
Beautiful, thanks. But that's people you see, that's what you get for stupid jokes, you know? I mean, it's this is how life works.
No, that's my comic potential, and now we can get...
No, your comic potential is brilliant. I'm just trying to explain to people that, like, at very least there is no big tension, yeah? I mean, it's not that you exactly hate me, as people think after all the stupid jokes. Okay? Thank you very much. That was brilliant,
so,
seriously.
And then now we can...
People can also see how exhausted we are, yeah? I mean, if we... sort of
well, basically I'm writing those things.
Get to this point?
No, but I'm writing those things during the night, and actually, as you have seen, I've been doing, well, some small, you know, poems for our sponsors, because I take it like a game, and when I was a kid I liked it a lot, and I haven't written anything for a while. So I ain't a poet, yes, but...
So I sort of got you back to the business, yeah?
Yes.
Okay.
Perfect. Your ideas, yes, pieces flying in the air, and let's have a look what's going on in Jan's game. Jan is leading the tournament, he has won the tournament, but he has still to face Ding with black pieces.
He's probably getting crushed actually, but who really cares? So it was, let's first check what happened. So it was knight takes d3 in this big position where we analyzed the what actually?
We didn't know actually what variation Jan would choose,
so
or which variation.
King g1, knight e1, I think we were told maybe knight e2 is even better, but knight c2 was also mentioned by Evgeny, I guess. Knight takes h2 was played, which was reasonable, yeah?
Yeah.
Unless, so if you take, then it's probably... Then it's what, by the way? Okay, after knight c3 you have queen h6. After knight d2 you can take on b2 and go back, so you probably go queen c3. And now if black castles, then knight d2 wins a queen. So this was probably...
The point.
Yes. Yeah, probably, yeah. Anyway, knight takes h2 happened, queen e3.
But as I remember, you know, in the previous line, you were looking at the move g5. So I wanted to ask you if here it was possible.
Instead of
No,
what?
no, like instead of castle, because you remember that you explained like queen e3 and g5.
Here, yeah.
Yes, because actually now I can see the point that there is knight f3, take on g5 and rook g8.
Yeah. Yeah, g5 does look interesting, yeah.
But it's not an easy move to spot, because I actually was trying to analyze it a little bit in the press room. I had a chance, and...
Is it gray or like e5 maybe, no?
No, I've seen the g5, and actually I understood the point now, so I wanted to know, is it so obvious?
I think it's kind of obvious that, I mean, for that strong players, it's kind of obvious that you can play g5. The question is that, let's say e5, it's not obvious that it's a good move. That's what sometimes people also don't understand, yeah? Like, there was a move, and how could we miss it? Okay, I mean, sometimes you see the move, you just don't know that it's good. I mean, you don't see something...
So what
something
do you want
in the line of...
Maybe g4 here, Daniil? I'm trying to figure out like the...
here, yes?
Yes, and king d7.
Could be, yeah. Doesn't look clear at all, like queen takes c5 is there, queen f1 is there, so black basically doesn't have checks yet. Maybe we'll go queen f4. You probably go rook e8 or something else. It's hard to tell, yeah. So now queen takes h2 runs into beautiful checkmate. On the other hand, queen takes f7 probably wins. This is mate. And this is something very good for white. He's also winning. So maybe e5 was what Jan didn't like. I mean, I can get it in general. It feels very, very dangerous for black. So he played castles instead. Queen g5 and knight takes f3. Takes. Now I think it kind of looks bad. So if you take on g5, bishop takes g5, it's just much better for white. Mostly because d6 is very bad pawn. So let's say go f6 to prevent bishop e7, bishop f4, rook d8 protecting a pawn, knight g2 followed by knight c4, or you go a5 and knight c4. But eventually this pawn on d6 will probably fall, and then white will eventually win. That's why I decided to play queen h3, probably just to keep the queens, which normally gives you some hope. Bishop f4, queen takes f3, and knight g2 was played. In my opinion, it looks quite lost. f6 is probably the move. Like if we touch the queen, like we go queen e2, then probably bishop d6 simply wins. And then there is no good scenario for black. He's basically material down, and white is also attacking. Like after rook 8, you can just play any reasonable move, like rook f1, for instance. And yeah, even queen e3 followed by queen trade is very, very good for white. So you probably try f6 instead. But then even once again, even queen takes g6, takes on f3, d6 is hanging, so you have to go rook d8. And once again, knight e3 or knight d2, bringing his knight to c4 looks very strong. And also after f6, you can probably even keep the queens for the moment, which could be even stronger, like queen h6, let's say queen g4 check, king f2, then you go rook g1, everything is coming. I think, I think Ding is going to win this game. I think Jan is going to lose his first game as a challenger today, which does not mean much, I must say. It's also important that after queen d3 there is just queen f6, that is just killing, so takes bishop h6 followed by checkmate. So yeah, there is not much to do about it.
Yeah, and he clearly looks frustrated.
Well, frustrated is probably not the right word to describe the guy who is qualified for World Championship
No, I mean
match,
with
but
his position, of course, it's not easy to find the way to keep the tension. Yes, you need to.
Yeah, that's true.
You desperately need to fight for the initiative, and
you end up training queens instead, and
and you need a knight in this position. What I realized.
And also, this bishop is like is the least needed piece. Yeah, I mean, it cannot really help you fighting this queen f6, bishop h6 things are connected to the dark square's weakness. So yeah, it doesn't look right. So you are responsible for mass. Once again, black has actually 3 pawns. 3 pawns. So if white wins d6 pawn, he would have 2 pieces for the rook and 2 pawns, right? Yeah, okay. But the d6 is a big one, unfortunately. So let's say you go queen g4, takes, I don't know, rook c8 or rook d8, maybe bishop takes c5 doesn't work. But in general, the material balance is kind of fine for black, but the problem is that this d5 pawn is very, very strong. And then it will just promote somehow. Like knight e3, c4, a5, d6, knight b6, whatever. It just doesn't look right in general. So yeah. It's not going to be a brilliant day for Jan, I'm afraid, but he does not need a brilliant day anymore.
Yeah.
But what do you think actually? So basically, if Giri wins today and Jan loses, so are there talks about some wild card for World Championship match now? Not candidates, but like if for some reason Jan cannot play, doesn't mean that Giri has this right for wild card. Because it was kind of same with getting 2 candidates, right? So basically to get a to be nominated for a wild card, you need to.
No, you mean the wild card or the replacement? There are two different things, yes, because Maxime Vachier-Lagrave replaced Timur Jabov according to the rating.
And this is different thing.
Yes,
yeah.
this is different. And
but,
wild card is a nominee, so we should distinguish those things.
Yeah, but there can be no random nominee, yeah? So, I mean, it's not that Alekseenko was nominated for nothing.
No,
so
of course.
So basically to get the right for the nomination, to, you know, to have the chance, I think you need to be kind of a runner-up for the qualification spot. So it's like Alekseenko, for instance, yeah, I think he finished like third maybe at the Isle of Man, where two players were supposed to qualify. So he was sort of a runner-up there for the qualification, and that's how you get there. So maybe same with Giri, yeah, he's a runner-up for World Championship match. So it's kind of something happens, maybe he has a right for the wild card to come to Dubai. Anyway, I hope, yeah, this will never happen. With also love to Anish that kind of increased a little within last 24 hours, and still I don't like him that much yet.
And this is the current position in their game, yes?
Yeah.
Anish
So
Giri
95, by the way, maybe Evgeny was right. Maybe h6 was the problem. Although still it does not feel convincing to me. I mean, I can believe that it's a good move. I just don't feel like this is a reason not to do this as white. Probably take. First of all, bishop takes d5 is an option. Then maybe even ed, but I guess h takes is good enough. Also, maybe not. You go bishop g2, knight f3 to e5. So maybe it's ed actually, and then we can just go knight f3 back at very least. Queen takes a2, bishop takes f6. It will not ever happen, I guess. And if black will not take a2, then okay, we play knight d4, and there is this isolated pawn. It's not ideal for black. And secondly, this line is also there. Takes, check, king f8, and now something. I don't know what that something could be, to be honest. But
the difference here is that your queen is, well, a bit out of play on
h7. The h-pawn is alive, yeah. It's not that we have queen h4 things here.
So maybe the activity of black's pieces.
You probably have to do this and trade everything, yeah, but then, yeah, it's pretty much a draw. And this is kind of slightly better. You go rook d7 next move, maybe. But yeah, bishop c5, this should be a draw in general. I still don't know what was wrong with takes, knight f3. Maybe simply knight e4 or something. Also, I mean, in terms of general ideas, I was taught that such things are better for white. And also with an isolated pawn, even if d5 is not hanging.
But maybe it's concrete here. Do I have e3? But maybe you can still play knight f5.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Okay,
and then takes, it only increases white's attack.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This unfortunately doesn't work. Okay, so and what was played then? Anish played knight e5. No, knight e5.
Anish played knight e5 and started to trade pieces. Yeah. Takes, queen b7, king g1, b5 happened. Knight e2, f3, rook e2, g8. Now I must say I don't like what he's doing at all, to be honest. He probably overreacted somehow for the end of the race. Because now it's a dream scenario for black. I mean, it's hard to. This is basically the way to get worse as black. As white, it takes a lot. So first of all, you trade your brilliant bishop. Then you go king g1, and also you do it the way that you don't have knight c4 ever. So you go knight f3 back, rook e2, d8, and a3. Okay, maybe he's not yet worse. Okay, bishop takes d2 was just played, as it's the only reasonable move. But it looks kind of okay for black. It's also very important that the pawn is on a3, not a2, as in many lines like this, for instance, black plays queen d5, and it's very important that b3 is weak. There is no knight f3, or at least it's not comfortable enough to play knight f3. I don't think he is really worse, but should definitely be okay for black, I believe.
Because Jan is worse now, and what I was trying to find out, because I've seen that there were questions also about the prize fund of this tournament. It is well, it's quite impressive. It's 500,000 euros. So if Jan loses and Anish wins, then well, the money will be shared. The prizes are shared.
Yeah, but I mean, you still get much more for even losing the World Championship match, right?
Because what I don't know, what I don't remember, if like in the candidates that I was trying to find out if they
prizes are shared, yeah?
Yes, if they're shared or not. So normally we are, like in case there is no tie break, normally the first place is unique. So Queen G6 was played, yes, okay, yeah. He takes this pawn, but maybe it's the lesser evil. So if I take, you take on F3 and then I play Rook D8. I know it's quite passive, but still.
But maybe, on the other hand, maybe it's just lost. Maybe just A5. Like, there is no potential for black, I'm afraid.
Bishop G4.
Yeah, okay, go knight d2. I mean, I have
yes, you will wait.
A sequence of moves that I will play anyway. It's knight d3, knight d2, knight c4, king f2.
King f7.
Yeah, let's say knight e3.
King e7.
No.
No. Then maybe I don't need to start. I didn't.
Oh, it's definitely much better.
Bishop h5. Okay, let's say
yeah,
that was my idea.
It's definitely much better for black, for white. And the question is, if it's completely lost or it's just bad. I would say. Maybe it is just bad, sort of. Maybe you can.
But the thing is, like after knight c4 and king e7.
Rook b1 before will
yes,
come. Or
I have
maybe,
no moves. That's the problem. I've already improved all my pieces, and I need my rook.
There is, you can never really go f5. Yeah, this looks very bad. Yeah, this does not look nice.
Then. So
maybe we should have
F5,
tried this.
Yes.
Yeah, but then
Let's
it just takes. I mean, I failed to. I mean, it feels natural to try something like that, but it just doesn't work. I'm afraid. I mean, I failed to continue the line.
But then Rook D8. Wait a second. No. Like in the other line, I don't want to play 5 immediately.
Yes.
Here, Rook D8. What did you try?
I think you played Bishop G4
yes, so
instead.
I want
maybe,
to try Rook D8 first.
Okay, knight e3, let's say, or knight d2, whatever.
I will start with King f7. Then you will have Rook h1. Somebody. Okay,
No, but once again, I go knight c4.
Yes, King e7.
And I go e5. I mean, I need this e5. This is the only thing I really need to stop this b5. All the rest I will manage, like f5.
Can I f5 e?
First of all, I have a check. But
G5.
in terms of ideas, I think even if it's black to move here, so let's say you just take, and we get something like this, I think it's still completely lost. Not because of bishop g5 check, which we ignore, but it's just okay. You go rook h1, rook h7. Once you go rook h8, I win the d6 pawn. Can also play king e3, take on e4. Like black has many pawns, but they are all weak and blocked. And yeah, it's hard to come up with a plan.
What a turn of events. So Dean can actually win his 3rd game in a row.
Yeah.
And finish
these guys
the tournament with flying colors.
Are really strong, right? You sometimes feel like Fabio or Dink are in bad shape, and then they win a lot of games, and yeah, at the end of the day you look at the results, and it's like, okay, they're gaining some rating points, and they are like 2800 already pretty much, so yeah, you feel like, well, if this is a bad tournament, then I will never have a good one, I'm afraid. Okay, let's probably switch for something.
What are you trying to...
No, I mean, I wanted some different game. Come on, stop this. I mean, and someone even thinks it's me attacking you. Yeah, I mean, come on, I'm saying some...
No, I thought that you were trying to have a look at the questions.
No, I just wanted to... When I say I want to switch, it means I want to switch for a different game. It's, yeah. So Sasha, Castle takes Rook c8 was played indeed, Queen b3, and he played Queen b6. it's kind of similar to our ideas to trade queens, and the point was probably that after c4, he's in time for queen takes and queen takes d5, and he's in time to force a queen trade.
Yeah.
So g5 is hanging, so yeah. Here maybe you will include bishop c6, and then you take happily your pawn up. So Fabi took on b6, knight takes b6, and a4 was played. a4 is reasonable. So after bishop takes a4, at least we have this idea. And after knight takes a4, I guess he wants knight b5, threatening both rook takes a4 and knight d6 check, and there is no taking as well.
So
maybe there could be some trick here, like castles, or king e7. Yeah, takes a6. Yeah.
And then.
Maybe this holds. But I mean, in general, it's kind of a scenario we actually described. It kind of looks very normal for white, and black has to be a bit precise.
Maybe I should simply wait and castle here.
Yeah.
a5,
maybe, yeah.
knight c4.
Yeah, maybe. But then it's just rook b1. It's very simple for white. Like you just start attacking this b7. You'll probably end up playing b6 simply, and then you'll have to give up the flank, and okay, it's not going to be much for white. But white could even try a6 in some of the lines, and you go rook b4.
No, but if you try e6 here, I still have knight d5.
No, here
that's what you have to avoid.
Here exactly, I'll probably be in trouble. Yeah, here exactly, I'll probably have to somehow take, and maybe rook a7 for the moment. But yeah, in general, there is not much going on. White definitely has some little pressure, and it's not much. It's not much of a problem, I believe.
Yeah, I think it's a typical play for this middle game. Like
yeah, and also it's actually quite. I mean, I would say it's quite a sharp ending, and they are both down to 30 minutes at move 15. So you're actually right. We'll probably see time trouble here.
I was talking about the German. So,
yeah, but still.
Let's have a look at Maxime's game, which we left for a while. What happened in the end game then? So he used your idea, a5 here, yes?
Yeah, f4, c4, but yeah, I mean, it was not exactly an idea. Rook d2, d1 was played, so once again, as Evgeny explained us, white doesn't want these things to happen. Also here, maybe it would make sense as b6 is kind of weaker than in the previous lines. There is still some rook d4. Don't know. Anyway, MVO decided to ignore it. b5 was played. King f5, a4, a3, g6. Now I would say if white has a plan, then it's very, very unpleasant for black. The question is if he has a plan.
Yes, but compared to our try, when I played g6, you had this possibility to play then rook d3, f3 after taking on f5 here. It's no longer valid. So what would be your suggestion to play for an advantage?
So normally tell bring the king.
So king f3, king e4.
Yeah. So in terms of ideas, so let's just show this. So let's say, okay, just ignore this. So let's say I get this kind of an ending, and then, okay, you wait, and then I can trade rooks and play rook d1, takes. So with the king on h4, it would probably be lost for black. But now you probably have h4, and then you go c5, and then you chill forever. It's sort of a fortress. So this does not really, even if white will bring the king to e4 and take on f5, it's not exactly game over. Moreau, it's probably just a draw. You can keep ignoring this.
Even there it's a draw, no? Because I still have my counterplay with king d5, king e4 when you're going to h4.
Yeah, but then e6, f takes g6 will promote.
But you have to take.
Okay. Yeah, sure. If we get something like, I don't know, let's say this position, like takes, rook d8, I don't know, takes, king e7, pass, takes. This is probably lost for black, no matter where your king is, because even if you play king e4 here, And even if you are like two moves, then it's anyways it's e6 g6 or g6 e6. Still, I don't like Hao's position at all, to be honest. And the question is how to improve. I mean, yeah, king f3 was played. First of all, let's let the guy play. Yeah, I mean it's also very important thing. Let's just see what he plays.
Daniil, and I think that Evgeny wants to join our conversation.
Yep, kind of have to. Two things. I mean, first of all, Nepomniachtchi is on the verge of losing, and I'm the one to take blame for it. Because I didn't analyze the position deep enough. And what Almira was saying that you've checked during the break, I guess, g5. g5 is what computer was relying from afar when I was checking this line and said black is kind of okay. E5 absolutely crushes. I mean, when you get to this position, e5 wins, and main line being something like very primitive, in fact, like you take on d6, king f8. Okay, maybe not the main line, not the most spectacular line, but something like that, and then just go knight a3, protect the c2 guy. After rook e8, you trade the queens, even like just as simple as that. So he had to go for something else, and what else about Nepos? Somewhere here, if he would try like queen d3, there was some move to try like queen d3, but then
queen f6.
Queen f6, bishop h6 wins basically. Yes. Yeah. So the king is very weak. So that's about this one, and the other one was.
And now it's bad, basically.
Now it's like +2 in Jan's game. Fabi's game. Once again, it's a very, very interesting position because Compi tends to like white, tiny bit, and one of the moves it considers for black is actually bishop takes a4, believe it or not. That's very interesting, because after bishop a4, according to computer, white simply plays rook f b1 and goes for the compensation, because this one is in fact not all that clear, and I actually checked it kind of a little bit deeper, because black goes king f8. Now you don't want to take on f6, I suppose, right? Because then I mean, we could take a look at this one. Takes on a4. Black probably captures on c3. So black has a couple of pawns and like very stable structure here. He'll play f5, and it's almost impossible to attack f7 pawn. And also, at the very least, black is guaranteed to get rid of the queen side. I mean, he probably doesn't want to by that point. But even if say things are going really bad for black, so these two should be able to trade for this one. So black is out of risk. Right, so after king f8, if you capture on a4 immediately, then black has a couple of jumps, like knight e4. Compi for some reason goes to c1. Maybe bishop e3 is an alternative, but let's follow computer's advice. After all, I'm here just to give you the computer opinion, not my opinion. Bishop b3, and then computer as relaxed as to playing a7, a5, basically. So who needs the rook in play anyway? And it actually starts to claim that this is marginally better for black. So apparently the knight on c3 is, the octopus knight, famous octopus knight, which more or less ties down all the white pieces. So that's interesting, because now we are about to see how, let's say, how strong. We all know that players are strong, but like first of all, to consider a move like bishop a4, which on surface looks like a blunder, right? I mean, for someone's going to play bishop a4 against me. Okay, I mean, this dude, he doesn't know how to play chess. And then to see if Fabi plays rook fb1 as a response to bishop a4, that would be, of course, a huge confirmation of how good these players are. So that was it.
Yeah, this is actually interesting. I also thought that bishop a4, rook a4 could be. I mean, I thought black is worse, but I missed king f8, to be honest. But I thought king e7 takes, rook takes e3, so even this position I thought, okay, on a good day maybe we'll not lose it as black. I mean, sometimes, like, if you don't lose something immediately after rook b1, in general, even here you go h6, if you stabilize a little with a knight on d5, it's very, very close to a draw in general. But yeah, of course, I missed rook f to b1 as well. So the point is that probably, if this happens, then we probably go for a trade already. So we probably take here, take here, and play this position. Or maybe we do not include bishop takes f6, but play it immediately. anyways, this is obviously much better version for white, as the b6 and b7 pawns are weak, and what's even more important, you cannot really trade them for c2 pawn. Like you take, but even this position with taking on f6, rook b4, like you cannot really get rid of the queenside pawns. Unlike in Evgeny's lines, and Sasha played h6 now. Sasha played h6. So Almira is trying to silently teach me how to how to create these arrows, but okay, I don't need them. So a5 is an idea, people. Now how can I?
How do we get? We make another move and then click on another square, I think.
Okay.
No, does it work? So we finally managed to make some errors, but okay. We'll get back.
So a5 here doesn't work probably, yeah? You just take. It's fine. So I don't even... And the arrow is still there after... Oh, come on. That's why I don't like arrows, because then you need to... How should I... Yeah. Okay. Brilliant. It wasn't me, as you can guess. Yeah.
So what was the verdict after a4 then? Computer tends to think that white is better.
Slightly better, I guess.
Slightly better.
That's what we were told, I guess, yeah. So what do we play now? I don't know.
Let's take on
f6.
Okay, take, yes.
Go e5 or rook b1 or
Yes,
something?
a5. Then... No, maybe rook b1 is smarter, actually.
Yeah. So now bishop a4, we take on b6, as we know.
Yeah.
Very least. So rook c7, can it hold somehow? Like a5, knight somewhere. So knight d6, king e7. Feels like black is sort of short on time a little, but maybe he will be in time. Like if black gets king e7, knight d6, he is probably better all of a sudden, yeah? So white has to... I mean, it's nice for white in general, but he has to be fast. Or he has to change the pawn structure somehow. Speaking of which, knight b5 comes to mind, yeah.
Knight c8 here.
Yeah, but then we go c4, okay, this one is safe for white. Actually...
But is it so clear?
This position?
This one, yeah.
And king d7 is probably safe enough. Okay, now we definitely never take a7, so we take this one. But this is safe for black, of course. Yeah. So Fabi has a lot of moves to consider. First of all, can we... So bishop takes is interesting.
Bishop d2?
Yeah, I'm just wondering if we can play something like bishop h4 or bishop d2, yeah. Bishop d2, he probably wants some jumps everywhere. So here it's knight c4 and then knight d5.
After bishop b3, there is knight d5, so I didn't like that either. So
yeah.
What do we play here?
Knight c4 is still there, so we probably go to h4, and I mean at least to avoid the jumps. But then all the things are back. Yeah? I mean you have this bishop takes f4 again. And probably in some of the lines, white actually needed the bishop to go back to d2 to protect the c3 pawn. It's hard to tell. I would say, in general, bishop takes f6 gets us closer to a draw. It's probably a good move, and white is probably better there. But I feel like it's also an achievement for black in terms of trying not to equalize, but to make a draw. In many lines you will give up this b7 pawn, but white will not have two bishops anymore, and you will probably have enough play for a draw. Can we actually play knight b5? But that's what I'm talking about. Like even if, let's say, for some reason nothing else works, which I find hard to believe, you just go king e7, takes rook c5, or something like this. Then we bring the rook to a8, knight the knight to d5. It will probably be some pawn down eventually, but once again, you're not supposed to lose this. So say after rook b1, you can simply play rook a8, as simple as that. Like takes. Yeah, I mean, okay, you just take a4 one day and or take c3 or go rook c to e5. I mean, maybe you end up in some rook ending where white will have two c pawns, but you shouldn't lose it.
Well, I don't know how to continue. I agree with you, so maybe rook b1 here, so we'll trade. But should you let me take on b7 easily? Maybe rook c7 first. Yes.
Maybe, yeah. Maybe I just
Bishop
can do this as well. Yeah, it looks very solid for black. Yeah, I don't know.
But in terms of transposition, like bishop h4, if I take on e4, it doesn't change anything in the line that we mentioned.
I'm not completely sure, to be honest.
Yes.
Yeah, because...
No, rook fb1, yes, or whatever. I wanted to see if the inclusion of...
Yeah, but then after some moves
h6.
like knight d5, sometimes you don't have bishop d2, and this could be important. I mean,
Okay.
I don't know. I don't know if it is important, but we are creative enough to come up with a scenario where it is important, and it's in black's favor. I don't know if it really matters, but I mean, it could potentially.
So what can we do here?
Don't know. Can go to a different game. Maybe knight d7 somehow. I don't like it though. I guess once you try to hold it all as black, you normally collapse in general. I think you should normally try to give up this a7 or like give up something for development, and despite being currently pawn up, I think black should be aiming for some, ending the pawn down where he has active pieces. Knight f to d7 is something I don't like in terms of ideas. Knight b5, bishop b5, like if it will work, we'll be completely crushed. It will not be just bad, just worse or something. It will be disaster. Maybe it does work, but somehow it's hard to believe some rook b4 is there. Yeah, b5 is there. Yeah. It's not that I'm too worried for Sasha after bishop h4, but I think. Yeah, I think in general we evaluated it right like a few hours ago. It's white who is trying for sure. It's reasonably safe for white. It's very easy to play for white. Like you just go e5, rook f to b1. You know what you are doing. And black should be sort of okay, but he has to come up with some precise play.
But on the other hand, the time trouble is already there. Yes.
It's almost there, but it's very likely that I mean you cannot have this tension forever. Like at some point something will happen, like you'll take a4 or take c3. A lot of stuff will be traded, and I think from move 30 it will be, I would expect it to be relatively easy to play. He takes on f6. Okay. My bet is g takes.
So he enters the line that we suggested, yes?
Yeah, but he simply wants to play it safe probably, yeah. And also maybe he's better like rook b1 or knight b5. Yeah, we tried two things here. This is obviously early for black in general. Now you are way less worried because even if you look b7 in many lines, you will not be that lost. So let's say, for instance, even if I just, for some reason, I'm insane and I ignore the thing and I simply play rook c7, something like this happens. Even this, like if I will be in time with rook b8, I mean it's a long way to win it with white.
So it's basically could be quite a balanced endgame.
No, this is I think.
No, I mean not this
much
one.
worse.
After like, rook. I was thinking about the line that we mentioned earlier: rook b1, rook c7, because you said that they will reach the move 30 and it will be an endgame pawn down, but probably an equal one. Yes, we tried a5 here.
Yeah, we tried a5 and knight
And
b5,
knight
yeah,
b5,
and something
yes.
else, yeah. Okay, knight b5, it feels to me like maybe it's not equal. So takes knight c8. And now our crazy duo is always went for some random rook takes c7. But maybe we can consider some normal moves. Like c4. Black will probably play b6 one day, yeah.
But the thing is, I'm afraid that you might be actually worse in the long term. Yes, because I will play b6, rook, like king e7, then bring my knight to c5 one day. I don't know.
Okay, am I allowed to play moves?
Some.
Okay, some. Okay. No, I think in general, I would. What I want here is white is to bring the rook to h4 somehow. But the problem is that c3 is hanging. I'm not exactly in time, I'm afraid. I still find it hard to believe that white can be worse after, let's say, c4, b6.
Yeah.
If I will not be insane, okay, I'll double on a file, for instance.
Well,
how can you really bring the knight to c5? I don't know.
But if you will double on the a file, then I will activate my rook, or I will start.
But how? Like you go king e7, rook a1, rook d8, maybe. Okay, yes. I go g3. Now what?
How to proceed? Rook d4.
Okay, king g2.
King g2.
Because I actually even have some sort of a plan. I will probably run to h5 with the king. I mean, not that I really want to do it, but I think I can do it. Also, I will run to some rook c5 there. I think it's just quite balanced.
Can I play king g6, king c5?
And then?
Well, then
we'll see, yeah? Sort of.
Okay. Yeah, I agree, but
I mean, it should be. I see your point. Like it starts to look way more comfortable for black, but Wang Hao lost. He blundered in one move, I guess. So it was knight g7, rook d2.
So he was not crushed in the opening.
Knight to e8, rook e2 d1, and he simply played knight c1 here and blundered knight takes b5.
Yes.
Yeah, knight c7, knight takes b5. It was probably very bad anyway, to be honest, but yeah. Knight takes b5 is convincing.
Yeah, in a way we tried to explain the nature of the blunder, because the position was already quite difficult to play, and he was very short of useful moves.
Yeah, and he also had enough, I think, of chess in general in this tournament. But once again, if you remember, we had this conversation about Maxime, like good shape, bad shape. I mean, okay, when you have white against Kirill and Wang Hao, you're in a better shape than against Fabi, and when you have black against Fabi and someone else who's strong, and Grischuk. If you remember, I told you, I mean, okay, if you start with a...
What happened?
Jan lost as well, yeah. Yeah.
Well, this is like an avalanche of results.
Yeah, so it was king f2, bishop d3, knight e1, c4, white won the e6 pawn indeed, then he won this pawn, and yeah, simply promoted. Yeah. Knight b6 is a final touch, with the pawn being that after king c6 you take and have rook d8, and after king takes c7 you have a check, and then knight takes f6.
What actually comes to mind is that just imagine the situation that Jan drew, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, and Anish didn't lose. Like
yeah, but then
so, then
it would be a completely different opening, believe me.
Okay.
Like you don't play the f3 e6, you only play it in a training game, sort of, or almost a training game.
Okay.
I mean, this is a. Or you play it when you need to win.
But still, it would be very difficult to play Ding in this situation with black.
No, I agree.
So.
But also, if you want to put it this way, I mean, I think originally it was MVL's mistake. Because basically, if you play a decent opening and you are not lost by move 10, then Giri will not push that hard and try to win or lose by any cost. But yeah, I mean, in general...
Yes, it would be a very difficult situation still, yeah.
Yeah, but this is all abstract, yeah? I mean, it's...
It just shows how difficult it is, well, to keep your composure till the very end of the tournament. Of course, it was not easy for Jan to find an extra motivation for today's game.
Yeah, also we don't know, but maybe he had some celebration yesterday. I think he had all the rights for it in general. I mean, Jan, maybe they celebrated a little. I mean, I know myself that basically once you... I've never qualified for the World Championship match, obviously, but in general, once you, I mean, end up with the main goal, then, I mean, of course, you're less interested in what's going on, and you can also, I mean, you can also be up to some experiments, sort of.
And also you're extremely tired from all the work that you've done, like, for a year, and I guess...
I think it actually works both ways, by the way. It works for Ding as well, or maybe for Maxime. So once you definitely know that you missed your goal, then it's also fine. Then you'll also relax a little. And...
Yes, Ding had a disastrous first half of this tournament. And here,
so after all,
it's his third win in a row.
Yeah, so he kind of finished on like 50% here, yeah? Or, I mean, overall, he was on -2 after first half. He probably simply won the second half, by the way, yeah?
I mean the second half of the tournament. Yes,
yeah.
He made. I don't.
I think
we have to look at the standings once again.
Yeah, I think he scored +2. I guess he lost against. Lost against someone. He lost against Giri. Everybody was saying, by the way, he's in a bad shape, to remind you. And then he won 3 games in a row, so he finished it on +2 here, and he was on -2 after first half, so he finished on 50%, which is not a disaster at all, in my opinion.
Yes, that's what I wanted to confirm. So he finished, yes, on 50%, and then...
So Jan was on +2, and he currently has +3, I guess, which means he scored +1 in the second half, and Ding scored +2. Giri will probably overtake him, yeah? Giri is probably like currently on plus... No, Giri is probably currently on plus what? +1? No, I think on +2 maybe.
No, I mean after, like in the second half, he won...
No, I think...
yes, he won 3 games, yes.
Yeah,
okay, +2.
Yeah, +2, yeah. This is the current position. King G2 was just played. I mean, I could see that Kirill is a bit annoyed by what's going on, but I don't know why exactly.
Could it be a little bit unpleasant?
Let's first show what happened briefly. So takes, queen b7, king g1, b5, knight e3, rook d8, a3. Somewhere over here I thought it's fine for black. Takes on f6, g takes was forced, knight takes d2. Okay, here, in my opinion, it looks rather safe for both. So king g7 was played, knight f3, knight e4, takes, queen b2. a5, not sure about this a5 to be honest, b4, a4, so Kirill is obviously playing for a win, rook c1, queen d5, queen c2, rook d7, king g2.
So
okay, now
Daniil, one question, because you didn't like the a5, you were not sure, you would go for a6, b5 structure, or...
No, I think
because he was aiming for, yes, a5,
No, I think
a4.
in general you should not be trying to win this as black too hard. You probably go b4, you allow ab, and then some trades can come. I mean, in general, I kind of like playing b4. Now a4, knight c3, you're very happy, queen e4 is coming.
But you take and play rook a1 here.
Yeah, but then, okay, I attack b3 as well. Okay, fine.
It reminds me a bit of the game against Wang Hao, which Anish Giri won. Not exactly the same structure, but still, I have this rook a4 coming.
Yeah, because it's a5, b4. Okay, now it's. I mean, maybe you just take. But then, first of all, I think queen takes b4 is kind of better. I mean, it's still very drawish, but it's better version for white than this position. Because here you're attacking b3 already. You can, I don't know, go rook d7, b7 or something. But in this position, like a3 is safer and b5 is weaker. Like you go rook b1, a4 maybe, some knight on e4 is kind of hanging. But secondly, like even a takes, I mean, why would you... You know, I don't like this kind of pointless moves in general. Pointless not in terms of that it makes no sense to play the move, but in general I like to understand what I'm doing exactly and where I went. So here, as black, I know I'm not trying to win this. And I don't like to play just to play in general. So if I feel like there is no potential, I just go before and okay, I try to force a draw. Maybe there is nothing wrong with a5, but basically playing such random moves, you kind of get to trouble eventually.
And what I was trying to understand, he's actually forced to keep his knight on e4 in order to control the c5 square.
Yeah,
he cannot transfer like knight d6, knight c4.
Yeah, you never want to run into
that
so even here, let's say you don't want to run into this
c5
thing. Yeah.
And if I prepare this, do I have any...
Yeah, but that's what he's doing pretty much. So he played queen d5, queen c2, rook d7, king g2. Then he realized there is not much going on. He played queen b7 back, probably intending knight d6. And king g1 back was played. I don't quite get what's going on. I think now you can play knight d6. Maybe knight d2 is the plan. I don't know. Not that black is really worse. I mean, I just don't like this whole concept. Maybe knight d4 is there.
And knight c4?
Yeah, knight takes b5 as such. And then there is rook d1 check, but I think it's only a check.
Yes. Yeah, it works.
And then after rook e1, we even have rook c3. And this is good for white. Yeah, I don't know. He's like both are probably fine for the moment. I mean, I just don't know.
But
why.
Can they repeat the moves now? Then if I play queen d5?
Yeah, I don't know if king g2 is the intention. Like potentially white also has some knight e1, d3 routes as well.
Daniil, let's watch for a while, like the press conference between Jan Nepomniachtchi and Liren. It's ready.
Sure.
We have Jan Nepomniachtchi and Liren here with us, and we start the press conference. Liren managed to win this game. Jan, how difficult it was for you to have motivation to play after you reached your goal?
Well, actually, yesterday I was very motivated, but today when I woke up, I felt like my motivation significantly went down. So I wasn't very happy about, I have one more game to play. But anyway, I prepared quite a lot for this game, and well, this is weird because bishop d3 is more or less is not used to be main move here. So normally knight c3, knight e2, and this is really cunning. So if I take on d5, then somehow white takes with c pawn, and then knight b1 goes to c4. This is like the best setup white can aim for. But I felt like maybe it was just a deja vu, but I felt like I had something like this written, so I was very optimistic here. Yeah.
Here first, I thought you would play queen h4, but
queen h4, even queen e1.
Yes, exchange the queens.
Yeah, this endgame might be slightly better for white here.
Yes.
So that's why knight e5.
Yeah, knight e5 is very strong.
So if g4 just loses after queen h4, I think, yeah.
Bishop e2, then g5.
Должен признаться, когда я сегодня проснулся, совершенно не было мотивации, чтобы играть эту партию. Во вчерашней партии, конечно, я был очень мотивирован, и не понравилось это.
Не совсем это что. Вчера у меня была мотивация на сегодняшнюю партию, сегодня проснулся уже не.
Maybe even knight g3
Yeah, knight g3. Yeah, so this was so this is very dangerous position for white, but yeah, knight e2. Well, I mean, this was a very critical moment.
Here,
yeah, so here, black has three choices: knight d3, knight g3, and cd4. And obviously, if I had known this feeling that I had looked this line, this long line. No, I mean, it's. Otherwise, I calculated, of course, knight c2, knight h2. So, and I thought, this endgame, and then I play f5 in the end, and it's quite tricky. but maybe it appears from slightly different line. Yes, so well, that's the minus of too much knowledge. Yes, so normally, okay, if you just look at the position, CD is absolutely healthy. And after king g1, well, I mean, in the worst case, okay, I can go for g5, knight e4, g5, g4, but I can also go, let's say, castle and f5, and I think it should be more or less decent. So knight e4 also the move. So, I mean, okay, that's surely fine for black. But, yeah, I was probably led away by some false knowledge.
Like you also played very quickly, right? Because
no,
sure.
No, knight d3.
No, not quickly. So knight d3, okay, of course I was choosing. So, okay, normally, okay, cd4 is pretty normal move. Also knight g3, king g1, knight f1, bishop f1, cd, queen d4.
Yes, now it's castle, I can play f4.
Yeah, castle f4, so that's why it's important to play queen f6, I believe. And, well, of course, there is, like, full compensation for a pawn, but I guess it's pretty much playable, yeah? So, like, bishop e3, for example, then, okay, for example, I can even start with g5, I guess.
То есть в этой критической позиции было
несколько... But this is optically very nice for white. So this is also the way I didn't want to play. And...
Just 1 second, let Masha translate, please.
В критической позиции, где можно было, получается, побить CD4, CD была хорошая позиция. Яну показалось, что он помнит вариант, и тогда побил на d3, правильно?
Ну да. So this is more or less forced. So knight c2 is forced. So queen h2 doesn't work here because of king f1, queen h1, king f2, queen c1, queen c3. And knight d2 is coming, and nothing can help here. Nothing can help black here, of course.
The queen.
Yes.
Yeah, okay, I already lose my rook. So that's what I calculated, and here, okay, I was first of all I was calculating some stuff like queen c3, queen g3. I mean, takes here. And surprisingly, like queen c3, bishop h3. I mean, okay, I had some fun time calculating, but this is probably good for white. So maybe knight f3 check. But then, okay, the problem is if you take, there is, I think, bishop f4. Bishop f4, I think, yeah, something like this, and you distract the queen. But I mean, okay, this line is surely unnecessary because I can play after queen c3. I can just castle. And here, okay, I was going to play g5, but then, okay, I thought like. This is already not looking great because, okay, let's say queen f2 is the move. But somehow, I don't know, computer doesn't show queen f2, yeah? So they said... Well, maybe the similar endgame arises, but already I play like f6, h5, h4, then I take on f3, and this is quite playable, I believe. So I don't think, these two pawns against the piece is such a big problem for...
Just take rook g8, I think.
Or maybe rook g8, or maybe... But what's wrong with, for example, f6? I mean, just theoretically. For example, king g1, takes, and then, for example, h5, h4. I mean, okay, I believe this is quite playable. So, of course, white is pressing, but I don't think it's too bad or something, yeah? But, of course, like, okay, knight goes to c4, and this is unpleasant already. Yeah, so the line was like g5, e5, bishop f5, and here I thought the position is quite unclear. So if takes, then king runs. If queen e7, then king...
King g7, maybe.
No, king g8.
Queen g5.
But I take on c2 in the end.
And take on h2.
So bishop g5 probably takes here.
Yeah, that's it.
Takes here. So maybe it's better to keep the king on g7, yeah, for this line. Yeah, so this line is... I don't know, but even if this...
Now, bishop e7. It's very dangerous for black.
Yeah, not looking good. But maybe also not so bad, but not looking too shiny. Yeah, so I mean, doesn't matter. So anyway, here I just missed queen g5 because I thought like queen f4, I take, play queen h3, and even queen h3, then f5 next move, and I thought I'm just perfectly fine. And then okay, f5, then okay, I just distract the queen, play f4, and should be quite playable, I believe. Yeah, but queen g5, and here I got puzzled because I finally understood that something is wrong with my file or something. So maybe queen h3 here to begin with, like some small trick. But I don't think it's really going to change much, even in spite of bishop f4, yeah? And just goes the same way. And here, well...
I'm also considering queen f6.
Queen f6, queen g3.
Здесь после конь f3 взятия я понял, что у меня с записями файла что-то не то.
This is very promising.
Yeah, but the idea was... so I can take on c1, yeah?
No, you can take on c1.
Yeah, because knight d2 and the queen is trapped in the same way. Yeah, it's a funny line. But I was going to play b5. Yeah.
Bishop h6. This is winning for white.
Really?
И здесь забавный вариант появляется, где если ферзь берет на c1, после конь d2 ферзь заперт.
But you have c4. Actually.
Yeah. C4 is what I think I calculate because I calculated a very similar line, I guess, during the game. Yeah, okay, but bishop e4 is just
when
great.
I saw bishop e4, there's no need to go this.
Yeah, indeed. And here,
Здесь очень сильный ход слон f4.
Yeah, and here I started to feel that something is going wrong. Oh, only at this moment, yeah? Because at first I thought this position is not as bad because I can trade like one of these two pawns.
No, but you cannot.
No, looks like,
в этот
I'm
момент
just
я
not in
понял,
time.
что позиция не так хороша, как мне казалось.
Bishop for my knight.
Yeah, this is, bishop g4 knight d2 is a very strong move, and I probably had to do something like rook e8 here. Let's say knight.
Rook e1, I think.
Rook e1, I think. Sorry. Rook e1, I guess, is not so precise. But if rook e1, if I just go, for example, or you mean just a 5e5 is good?
Yes.
And if I just stick to the same plan, like bishop g4, because somehow I thought this is quite...
Knight d2.
This is quite all right for me. I mean, if I'm in time to play, let's say, rook a8 and f5. Okay, of course, like we need to calculate some lines, but let's say 5 here.
93.
93, yeah. Well, I mean, okay, otherwise it's ugly, so it's, probably white keeps one of these two pawns. Yeah, but in the game, okay, I just blundered everything, and white actually kept both pawns, yeah. I wasn't too brilliant.
Yeah, at least you're in a good mood still, this no matter what. Yeah. Any questions? Вопросы?
Ян, вчера после партии кто первый вам позвонил и что сказал?
Who was the first? Who was the first to call you yesterday to congratulate you on winning the tournament?
Да, честно говоря, уже не помню, много было звонков, и там, понятно, что и родные звонили, и из Федерации тоже звонило руководство, вот, так что, много было поздравлений, но так получилось, что победная партия это была не моя, победная партия была у Саши Grischука, а я-то ничего сделал.
To be honest, I don't remember exactly. I had a lot of calls from family and friends and from the chess federation, but of course the winning game was not mine, but Alexander Grischuk, and I made a draw.
What was maybe you can remember what was the funniest actually wish or let's say congrats? No.
Not really.
Just.
Ян, в целом об итогах турнира и вот такой длительный турнир, да, понятно, из-за пандемии растянулся на год, это скорее благо или зло вот для вас конкретно? Как сказалось на подготовке, на играх в целом?
Поскольку в итоге турнир хорошо для меня закончился еще вчера, то есть, сегодня, конечно, неприятное такое, такая клякса. Я, наверное, жаловаться, получается, не должен, да, но, как я вчера уже говорил, что не хотелось бы еще играть турнир, который длится год.
Of course, I cannot complain on the results of the tournament, but as I said yesterday, I would not want to play such a long tournament again.
Ян, кто из соперников был самым неудобным, самым сложным вот на этом затянувшемся турнире?
Все партии очень сложные, проходных не было. Сегодня, например, тоже партия. То есть, несмотря на то, что она, конечно, спортивное значение имела довольно опосредованное, но все равно это не тот итог, о котором я мечтал. Так что, в этом, наверное, во втором круге, наверное, сегодняшняя партия, конечно, не очень, вряд ли буду ей гордиться, да.
Ян, вчера активно обсуждался вопрос, под каким флагом вы будете выступать в партии с Магнусом. Может быть, у вас есть какие-то предположения, как вы видите это? Флаг, гимн?
Никак особо не вижу. Понятно, что ситуация не хорошая, что нельзя играть под российским флагом и с российским гимном, но я думаю, что-нибудь придумаем.
Mash, can you please translate?
The question was about the being not able to participate representing Russia and having the Russian anthem playing at the tournament, at the World Championship match, which is of course very unpleasant, and we will look for options and try to fix it.
Other questions? I have a question for Liren. Can you please give assessment of your tournament play here and let's say your comments?
I hope the tournament will be a little bit longer since I was just informed now. But okay, it's just end there, and well, it's a decent tournament. Of course, in the first of the tournament, I played very badly due to a long quarantine, and I did not prepare too well in the first half of the tournament, so the results turned out to be very bad. But I think in the second half of the tournament, at least I prepared much better, and I have many promising positions. If I can play my best, maybe I'll have some chances. But okay, yeah.
So the only complaint is that it's over the tournament, right?
One more year.
К сожалению, первая часть турнира для меня не сложилась из-за того, что из-за пандемии мне пришлось отсидеть карантин. И на самом деле хотелось бы, чтобы турнир продолжался, потому что во второй половине у меня было много хороших позиций, и турнир складывался хорошо.
What do you think about Jan's chances in the match with Magnus Carlsen, now that he is also here?
Especially if I play like today.
Что вы думаете о шансах Яна против Магнуса?
Since Jan has a very different style with Magnus, so it depends on if he can get the position he likes and Magnus didn't likes. Yeah, it's about the fight of the different kind of style.
Ян обладает совершенно другим стилем, отличным от Магнуса, поэтому ему нужно получать позиции, в которых ему играть комфортно, и Магнусу, соответственно, неудобно играть.
Other question?
Ян, а вы как оцениваете свои шансы против Магнуса, и будете ли вы вспоминать вашу победу над ним в 12-летнем возрасте?
Победу в 12-летнем возрасте точно не буду вспоминать. Вот. А шансы, мне кажется, нормальные. Мне кажется, любой матч это всегда плюс-минус 50 на 50. Понятно, что действующий чемпион всегда фаворит, то есть это почти в любом случае. Вот, у нас довольно длинная история за доской, но и в целом мы довольно хорошо друг друга знаем, так что будет интересный матч.
Of course, I'm not going to be remembering the game against Magnus when I was 12 years old, but any World Championship match is pretty much 50-50% chances, and of course the reigning World Champion is always a favorite, but we have a long history of playing games against Magnus, plus we know each other quite well, so it will be a very interesting match.
Other questions? No? Okay. Thank you so much for participating in the press conference and your comments.
Thank you.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to our studio in Yekaterinburg. We have two decisive games. Jan Nepomniachtchi, the winner of the tournament, lost to Liren, and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave won against Wang Hao. Both games were won with white pieces, and we have two games left, Daniil.
Yeah, which are Kirill Alekseenko and Caruana Grischuk. Let's probably look at Kirill Alekseenko, because first of all, technically, we can probably say that if Anish wins today, he can kind of be a bit more satisfied or a bit more depressed. I don't know. At least he has the same number of points that that Jan has. This is the current position. I think black improved a lot. So king g2, rook d7, king g1, rook d6, king g2 was played again. Maybe white had to consider doing something else. King g2, g1, g2 doesn't look forced to me. Anyway, king g2 runs into knight g2, it seems. And yeah, I don't know what was wrong with so queen c7 you probably take and go knight c4. He could have blundered that. So the knight, anyway, the knight is getting to c4 this way. So rook d1 was played, knight c4, takes. It's obviously a very good position for black now, as the knight will finally jump to c4 and a3 will be weak. So white did not have to spend that long time.
So Kirill finally managed, yes, to transfer the knight to c4.
Yeah.
Because you said it was not so easy.
Yeah. No, I mean, yeah, indeed, if you go king g1, g2, king g1, g2 10 times, I mean, it kind of gives black chances. So queen d3, knight c4, e4 was played, queen c6 and g4. So this is the current position. Yeah, I don't know what to say. It's definitely black who is now trying to win. I don't know if the chances are real. At the same time, Kirill is down to 5 minutes.
Then Anish played g4. What is his plan? To play h4, g5? Or
I think g4 is just a useful move. You pretty much want to do nothing here.
Or to improve your king.
It's white, yeah, but you just prevent some f5. He takes knight f5 and some lines. Queen c7 was played. Probably with the idea of queen f4. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a nice move.
It's a reasonable move, yeah.
Yeah, it's actually...
I think he wants to play h something.
It shows that the position has changed slightly, but Kirill spotted it immediately. This f4 square is a bit weak now, so maybe he can play queen f4, queen c1 and activate his queen in this way.
Yeah. So knight g2, is knight g2 possible? I think white is very happy to trade knights. And it was not possible with the queen of c6, as takes, queen takes c4 would happen. There is no such thing here.
Wait, Daniil. Maybe you are not in time. No, I can take.
Yeah.
Play queen c4 and maybe queen b3 here.
Yeah, but I go. No, this one I will not.
This one, no. It's...
I mean, first of all, I can probably give a perpetual like 10 times. I go e5 or g5. That's why you need this pawn somehow. That sometimes it helps you to come off as perpetual. But secondly, the easiest way is probably queen c1. What do you want exactly? You go king g3, queen a1, and wait. No, it could be that some. First of all, queen f4 could be kind of a problem. And then maybe it is not though. So takes queen g4. I don't think is good because of queen g3. Still, we have to check this, but white probably wins simply. Yeah? Okay, we just take and bring the king, takes c4. So you start with bc. Now I guess if we take, then it's takes, then it's check from third. And it's an extra pawn for black. On the other hand, maybe we have something like queen f3 here. And yeah, maybe it is kind of okay, some queen e3 or queen e2 even. And then c3 we go b5. And we run our pawn. Hard to tell. Maybe queen d2 wins here, maybe not, some king f3 is there.
Yeah, I have the feeling that queen f4 is actually a very good move in this position, so you cannot play knight d2 comfortably. You have to accept.
No, but the problem is that if I chill forever, I will also lose. Yeah, I mean, I have to do something one day.
But can I play knight d4 then? At least to take on b5?
Yeah, knight d4, I think you could play 10 times by that point. I think normally he wanted queen d6.
But now you're almost forced. You know, because you have no other moves. I will play queen f4. Or,
no, I mean, okay, I can
h3,
just, I can just play h3 and wait. It's not that I am about to resign. So the real threat is queen f4, queen c1, not queen f4 itself. I would still feel like against someone who has 5 minutes, you desperately need to do something here.
And
that something could be h4, g5, could be knight d2, but in general you...
Daniil, and e5 doesn't work? I was trying to make it work.
He played knight d2,
Knight
yeah.
D2.
So
just a second.
Yeah,
Yes,
e5.
e5, my idea was, well, if you take with the knight, then I take
On b5.
on b5,
and God knows what is that. Yeah, yeah, but f takes.
Then I wanted to play knight g5, but I'm not sure it works.
Oh man, yeah.
Well, sort of to create, well, an active defense.
Yeah. But it's not that you checkmate there at the same time. I think you understand this as well. Yeah, I mean, I can just...
Can simply play king e7 maybe.
King f6, yeah, somehow, maybe, yeah.
Yeah, bring the king
doesn't look
e7.
that bad, to be honest. I mean, maybe it's good for white. I mean, I can see what black's ideas could be. Like, maybe you go just queen c6, let's say you go somewhere, don't know where, maybe, you know, g1, or you go to, don't know. Doesn't matter, maybe I just do this. Okay. And then I still want queen d5, I want to trade with a3 pawn, but yeah, I don't know what is this.
Meanwhile, yes, knight
d2, knight e5 was played. Yeah, knight e5 I was trying to mention, but you somehow prevented me from doing so. So I guess, yeah, this was his idea. I had such a feeling from the very beginning.
He didn't want to play queen f4 here, okay.
Yeah, but the point is that I guess if you take, then it's queen c3. And yeah, somehow it all starts to look not right.
I don't have many moves here, queen e2.
Yeah, but now we have many moves. Like, first of all, we can just take him and this could be just lost. Secondly, there is some knight g6. I mean, there are tricks like knight g3, I don't know. But I like
queen a3.
I like taking, yeah. Because b5, queen b2, it feels like white is completely paralyzed. Yeah, I think Kirill is actually about to win. I mean, he has a real shot at least. I don't want to spoil it. My point is that, yeah, now black is probably winning.
So it's also very difficult for Anish to play this last game. Yeah. It was a very tough spot for all of the players, actually.
Yeah.
And let's have a look at Fabi's game. Fabiano Caruana is playing with white against Alexander Grischuk.
Just a second. So can you play queen g3 and then no matter what play g5? Maybe not, yeah? It's kind of our style thing, but it just doesn't work. There is
how do you want to make it work?
There is no queen f4. No, I thought maybe okay, maybe I just go queen f4 here. I mean, in general, I want you to start collecting a3 and then I try g5.
93?
Yeah, okay, go to e3, still I want the g5.
And
it's not obvious. Maybe you can even play e5 and knight f4. Okay, we have someone who knows better actually. Not yet, yeah? But we will soon, okay.
Yes, let's...
knight e4.
No, bring us back to the game. Or maybe Evgeny is ready, because Sasha is in a huge time trouble. So I just wanted to know if, yes. So they actually ended up in the same end game that we were analyzing.
Yeah, and also huge is a bit strong.
Yeah, I just wanted to correct Almira on Sasha being in a, well, I don't know, huge time trouble. Sasha being in time trouble is a bit of exaggeration. It's 5 minutes plus 30 seconds per move, so that just enough time. I don't know, guys, what was your conclusion about this knight d2 and the option for black to go queen f4? And yeah, maybe I would call it a chance. It wasn't winning, first of all, to start with. It wasn't winning. But yeah, knight takes c4, black indeed captures on c4 first, and then if you take, it's probably really bad being like -3 because it's a check, king f1, check on h3, captures on a3, and somehow white doesn't, yeah, okay, let's go along this line, yeah. It takes, and somehow white exchanges b pawn for a pawn, so he's not lost immediately, but he drops one of the pawns, so apparently it's lost. Yeah, so after b takes, queen f3 is the move, and then apparently black's best try is queen d2, and then you run. He runs, and you run, And yeah, and let's check the software if it will allow 2 queens on the board. Yeah, okay, something already, 3 queens, 4 queens on the board. And here, computer insists it's of course dead equal, but after say queen e1, it's not the hardest move in the world, but queen b8 to f4 is the only move, because point being that there is no check, there is regrettably no perpetual. I was looking for a nice perpetual with queen h8, queen f6, but g5 is under control. So this is regrettably is not a perpetual, right? King will go to g8, you will give a check, and then after king g7 there is no perpetual because this square is under control. So this, and black is threatening queen g1 check, and then long move backward, queen h8, queen h6 checkmate. But after queen f4, you don't have anything better but to trade, and if you start attacking a3, some g5 will happen, and that would be a draw. So, yeah, maybe he had to go because it feels like knight e5 doesn't really lead anywhere. I don't know, queen e3 was played.
Yeah, but why exactly? I thought knight e5.
I didn't really check queen e3, but yeah, I remember that was the queen f4 thing was kind of the most promising line. So yeah. We'll see about it, but yeah, let's go back to the game then. Let's see, because Kirill is in a bit of a time trouble. And
yeah.
So that was the only line with 4 queens on the board that I wanted to share.
Yeah, sure, but this 95 actually, from the from the human point of view, I liked it a lot. I thought it's just, I mean, we failed to actually come up with a move for white. Maybe queen e3 is a move, in fact, but I mean, at least this queen takes b5, queen c3 looked completely dead for us all of a sudden.
Yeah, but it was such a nice line, with 4 queens on the board. It's not very often that you see that occurring in a chess game. So.
Sometimes it costs you something, yeah.
And then after queen e3, what do you play? You cannot take on g4. You can?
I don't know. I think queen g3 is the point. Yes. Mm-hmm. Then takes, and we somehow take. Maybe with the king, and then we try to, I don't know, f4 and attack b5.
Knight b1?
Probably, yeah, I don't know. I mean, I still don't feel like it's such a great... I mean, it's definitely black is fine, at very least. Mm-hmm. Let's start with obvious things.
Maybe knight d4 here, knight c3, let's see.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So the knights are on their optimal positions for the moment, and yeah, I didn't know what to do, f5 or...
Okay, e5, f5, yes. Maybe we will not win, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, let's just wait actually that Kirill, he's down to...
2 minutes.
Yeah, and it's move 39, let's just wait for his decision, if he will take or not. I kind of like queen e3, yeah? I mean, first of all, it feels like knight takes g4, queen g3, you will never be lost. Mm-hmm. And I mean, it could be just good for you. And you also kind of gamble in a funny way. So the guy is down to 2 minutes. Queen e3 is not the most obvious thing in the world.
And actually, if Kirill wins, then he will not be last. Wang Hao lost his third game in a row. So Kirill, for the moment, is on the clear last place. But he will overtake Wang Hao if he wins this game. Mm-hmm. I know myself how difficult it is to finish on the last place.
So this is, after all, yeah, I mean, this is a kind of a blow for the whole idea of this democratic qualification system brought by Sutowski. I kind of like it myself, but I mean, still. So they together will score like minus, I don't know, like 7 or 6. So Wang Hao, so in the first half it was 50% for him, and here he lost how many? He lost against Nepo, he lost against Fabi, he lost against MVL.
He lost against Caruana. And
so he's on minus 4 mm-hmm. already.
Yeah.
Okay. And Kirill was on minus 2 after the first half, and now he's minus 4 probably. Yeah? He won against Sasha, and then he lost against Jan, against Maxime, and someone else. And Ding, yeah.
Ding. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. He played h6 actually. This is kind of a reasonable choice, of course, but this is why sometimes you need moves like queen e3 I mean, you just try to gamble a little when your opponent isn't sure.
What does he want if I play h3?
Queen c2?
Queen c2.
He's back to this normal plan.
And
problem for white is that his knight is sort of misplaced. It's not even that h3 is weak. Like with a knight on g3, we would probably go to h5 and it would be alright, but...
And h6 is also a very good move to prevent the perpetual, yes, as we saw in all other lines. So it's a very multifunctional move.
Yeah.
So h3.
Okay, maybe you just go f4. But yeah, f4 is something you don't want to do. Like first of all, knight x is probably winning, but even knight g6 is not. Yeah. Then you go e5 and knight f4. In my opinion, this is a kind of slightly worse for white. I mean, it used to be slightly worse, maybe now it's just lost. But in general, it's kind of slightly worse that you can never hold, really. You will lose it very, very often.
Well,
but then once again, this king g1, g2, I was not biggest fan.
But once again, it reminds me of this game against Wang Hao. Maybe you're sort of mesmerized by this idea. You remember he was playing king g2, king g1. We were thinking about king h2.
Yeah.
Not the same type of structure, of course, but...
no, but there it was kind of an ambitious try.
Yes, of course. Here white needs desperately to exchange the knights. Can we find a way to do this?
I don't think white actually desperately needs to.
But then how do you defend? Like in the
I mean,
long run,
I want my pieces to play the game. So that's the only thing I need actually. Maybe I go knight b1, knight c3. I mean, it's not that white is completely lost in sort of general terms. It's just with a knight on g2 that is kind of missing the game. White is indeed worse in general terms, as this a3 pawn is weak, the knight will come to c4 and stuff, but although maybe you just, don't know, go king somewhere.
Yeah, I was thinking about king h7 here actually. Could this work?
Let's say takes, maybe queen h5, attacking boss.
But then that's like
then
king g7.
King g7, yeah.
No.
It's hard to tell. So first of all, I'm not sure if we sort of trade the queen side. I'm not sure it's lost.
I mean queen b5, queen h3, yes?
Yeah, secondly, here exactly it feels to me like white has some different options as well. Don't know what are they, to be honest, but they can exist. What is he actually? I mean, I understand what he's thinking about, but what do you really consider here? Do you ever consider playing king h3?
No, we were looking at h3, like knight b1. What else?
No, h4.
h3, h4. With the same idea.
Yeah, but then the problem is that after g5, it's always f takes, h5 that is possible as well. Like, not the only idea, but first of all, we bluffed once, yeah? I mean, after knight takes g4, I mean, this is sort of the second barrel. Like, I'm not sure if this bluff will work again. Maybe it will, but who knows? Played something. And that something is f4.
f4.
This also looks interesting.
But we considered this move.
Yeah, we thought it's at very least knight g6 and knight takes g4, we weren't sure. After knight takes g4, the point is probably queen. Okay, you have queen e2, but then queen takes f4, yeah? So you probably go to g3, h5, or f5, I don't know, h5.
Yes, but here...
I actually could not really move.
No, but Daniil, here, how do you protect your knight then?
I go queen c2.
Yes, after h3, queen c2, and that's the difference between the other lines, I think.
Yeah. I mean, I thought about it, I could not make it work for black, really.
So maybe
for white.
Maybe now he can take on g4.
Yeah, maybe Anish simply wants to play this. I mean, so after all, you have to play some move, yeah? I mean, it's a long tournament and so on, and you have to play moves. Let's move 40. So I guess immediately after Kirill plays a move, we'll probably switch to Sasha, being in a huge time trouble, as you called it.
Yes, but Kirill is...
The problem here is that knight g6 also looks very nice. That's a problem. Like knight g6, you win very often just without being smart. You just go e5. I mean, you bring knight to e4.
But he's so nervous.
He does take. Yeah.
He's down to 30 seconds. He made his move, so now he should have around like 1 minute.
Yeah.
I would like to remind you that players, they have a 30-second increment for each move. So. But still, it is a very stressful situation.
Yeah. Maybe actually queen f3 was kind of the point.
And then h5 here?
Yeah, maybe f5 actually, because h5 I wanted h3, and then if you do the same thing, then I probably try to play something like queen e2, and then I force you to go away, or at least I hope to force you to go away, and then it does not look that bad, but maybe it is still. Like I cannot really unpin. Maybe I just go like king f2, queen c3, queen e3. Somehow your knight is far away, maybe I can.
And if we try to play f5 then? Like queen, no, I mean queen
Yeah,
f3.
yeah.
Here as well, I want
Here as well it makes sense, yes, that's what I said as well, yeah. But yeah, maybe f5 is a better move. I think in general this is kind of lost. Just go queen c2, knight f6, like slowly but surely. In general, there is no scenario where white saves it, like you will never have a perpetual, you will never. This f4 was actually... I mean, okay, he probably wanted to gamble a little, but... Now he will, I guess he will play queen g3, h5.
So yesterday it was f5, the crucial mistake. Today it might be...
No, but today I don't think it's only
it's
only about f4. I think he was outplayed slowly in general. Okay, h3. I know, but wait, after h3 we wanted queen c2. There is actually queen e1 technically. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of the same idea. I mean, at least it's probably a move to consider.
But still, queen e1, knight h6, and how do you unpin here?
Don't know, maybe I don't need to unpin somehow, but...
Well, I see a crazy idea of playing king g3, king h4.
Yeah, I thought about it as well. It isn't bad.
Yes, but we have...
No, but you probably just start playing this. Like you go queen e3 maybe. Black will, in general, black will play f5 and then after e5 brings a knight via g8 and d7 to d5. Is there...
Even to g6, well, if I want to attack the f4 pawn.
Yeah. I mean, in general, I kind of want to play king g3, knight f3, and then I will kind of like it. But yeah, maybe, let's say after f5, I mean, how short on time am I, is the question.
You should look for a perpetual.
No, I don't want perpetual. I mean, I want perpetual, I know there is no perpetual ever with a knight. No, I just want to somehow improve the pieces, but maybe... Yeah, this queen on e3 is also running into all the 95s.
But then can we play... okay, king g3, like Nigel Short, yes. I'm not sure about the outcome, king h4.
Yeah, but you will never have a perpetual there. I mean, it's just 95.
Okay,
I will run to f8. I mean, okay, I will not wait for checkmate to come on h8.
Yeah, queen g3.
Okay, run.
And king f8, yes.
You can try queen g5 here even, but still I will just run. I mean, it's just... I don't think this is going to help really.
No, you're right. Yes, this king e8 is a very precise move, of course. So.
I think Anish is just in trouble. I mean, there is not much to say about it. Yeah, I mean, we can explain it in a simple way. Black is a pawn up, black's king is safer, his pieces are more active. That's why he's better. But this f4 was really strange to me. Okay, fine.
Well, but
Not that knight b1 was a dream move to play, sort of.
but this 14th round was like a psychological collapse. Yes.
Do you think it's psychological? Maybe it's physical, though. No?
Physical as well. Yes,
Yeah.
of course.
Can we please? Yeah, exactly. Can we please look at Sasha and Fabi? So this was exactly what we discussed, and indeed he didn't want to play c4. He played rook h3 to bring the rook to force and have this idea of rook h4, f3, rook d8, rook d4, rook d2, d7. So Sasha plays it as a fortress, sort of, king f2, b6, king e3. Now that a7 is protected, knight e7 can be played. So yeah, black managed to freeze the knight. f4, knight d5, king d2, king e7, bishop e2, rook d6, back and forth, c4, knight f6, c3. White is sort of building up something here. Rook d8, bishop f3, knight d7. So Sasha probably felt like it's just a fortress. King e3, knight c5, h3. So h3, g4 is the only resource that white has left. f6, g4, takes, and rook e8 was played. Rook d1, king f8, and rook a2. Isn't Sasha actually trying to outplay him a little?
Well, when I asked you about this, if black can be better in the long term, you had hard time believing it. So
Yeah, I still think he is worse. I'm just trying to figure out why he did it. He played king g7.
he even managed to bring his knight to c5.
Yeah, but now you have this h pawn. Yeah, I mean, I will.
Okay, but even if you double, then I will protect it. Like,
Yeah, but then how can I be worse? Let's say go rook h2.
you can play rook d7.
Yeah, rook d7. I probably
yes.
probably take
No,
and
no,
go
no.
bishop c6.
Not now. No, I mean, I will wait when you double.
Yeah, but then I attack a pawn. Yeah.
I will play rook h8, and then after you double...
Yeah, but I will... no.
That's my...
Yeah, okay, sure. First of all, I probably play bishop c6 one day. Secondly, even in terms of ideas, let's say I do this, I will have g5 as a threat. And maybe it's a sort of a drawing threat, but it's something that makes me worry less, to be honest. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, as black, I would not be excited about this. It's probably okay. Fabi played something. Bishop c6 is something. So bishop c6 actually kind of makes sense, yeah? He wants this rook to make a decision. I mean, you probably go rook h8 here, but rook h8 is something... No, Sasha played rook c8, I guess.
He wants... No, he doesn't want to sacrifice.
No, he probably wants a5 one day. And that day can come if you go rook
But
h2.
then why not rook h8?
Maybe rook d6 was what he didn't like. Or maybe he simply wanted to play something. Also, maybe actually he feels like he is kind of offering a draw here. Because, let's say, if you remove the... Let's say a5 is a threat. I don't know if it is, but... Knight b3, bishop f3, you probably go knight b3. And then knight a5, and you somehow start attacking this. So rook d6 was played. Okay, so now if you go e5, the point is to take. And here white promotes. And otherwise, he doesn't. Can we play... It feels very, very close to a draw. Is there knight b7 somehow?
But what if I simply stay?
You played king f7, yeah, exactly, asking the same question. You know, you can stay, but the tournament will be over. Yeah, rook h2 is there. You know.
But rook
h2, he probably goes back
g7,
simply.
yes.
Yeah. And you can also now, if you want to gamble, you can actually try a5. Don't know if you want to, but rook h6, and then you just play for, like, I don't know, king g7, rook h7, a4. It's very difficult to get this bishop, you know, preventing the a5 pawn for winning, so yeah, you'll have to switch for some passive defense. I don't think black can be worse here, really.
It's a very important resource, a5. So
yeah,
Fabiano has to watch out for this one. And what happened in the other game? So I think both games reached the time control.
Yeah, the other game is knight takes g4 played, and yeah.
Okay. Yeah, let's have a small break. That's probably our last chance before the end of the tournament, and we will be back like in 5 minutes.
The Simmerland company has enjoyed more than 20 years of steady growth on the market. It is one of the largest wholesale companies that designs, produces and sells consumer goods. Every day, more than 500,000 people visit Simmerland online store, which has a range of more than 1 million items. The company has more than 11,000 employees, including more than 1,000 sales managers. 70% of goods are produced in Russia. They can be easily delivered all over the country from the Crimea to the Far East, as the company has its own fleet of delivery vehicles. The headquarters of the company are in Yekaterinburg, where they occupy an area of 250,000 square meters. It also has offices in Moscow, St. Petersburg, Krasnodar and Novosibirsk. The company is also represented in China and India. The largest representative office is located in China, Yiwu, where it occupies a separate area with a warehouse of 20,000 square meters.
Welcome back to the last round of the FIDE Candidates Tournament. We have 2 games left, and as you saw on your screens, Kirill Alekseenko was about to make a move, but then he stopped. Let's have a look at the position.
Which is actually a smart approach. Yeah? I mean, he rushed a little against Ding, which turned out to cost him a full point actually. So this time he obviously wants to be absolutely sure he's doing the right thing.
So we were considering h5 and f5, yes?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he will play one of those two. Yeah, I mean, you don't give up the knight.
No, but
I think we liked f5 kind of more, yeah?
Yeah, because we didn't want to retreat the knight to h6. Yes, so h5, h3, queen c2, queen d1. We will show the line.
Yeah, although we ended up, I think, by saying that Black is still crushing after this, like f5, knight g8, knight e7, d5 plan. Yeah, king went to e8 or something.
But then let's try f5.
As white.
No. I mean,
yeah.
at the beginning. You see, Kirill, like he was, yes, so he played f5 because he was going for the f pawn, then he retreated once again, so f5 finally.
Yeah, I think it is correct. Yeah.
He's on the board. So the difference being h3, yes. Compared to the other version, queen c2, queen e1, and knight f6 here, simply.
And then takes you can take with the queen, but actually I think with the pawn here exactly is probably one better. Just brings knight to e4, win eventually. During the break, Almira told me that she's not. I mean, in general, she's not excited about the way she plays queen's endings, but I think here you go knight e4. Basically, when you're a pawn up and there is no perpetual, you win. So it's as simple as that. There are some.
Yeah, but I was mostly thinking about this queen pawn versus queen endings.
Yeah, but then I think
are very tricky.
Then I think normally nobody knows how to play them. So in general, normally you win, I guess. Like, if objectively it's a draw, you win. If it's lost, you win. I mean, it's basically, yeah, if you have a pawn, you win very often, even if the table base won't say it's a draw. Okay.
And f5 was played in the game between Fabiano Caruana and Grischuk Alexander, yes?
Yeah.
We have both f5, but with colors inversed.
f5 is kind of good news. This brings the finish of the game kind of closer, I guess.
But then...
But what's f5? I mean, is it, once again, is it an attempt to play for a win? I think
Fabi is playing for a win here, yes.
Yeah, probably.
I just realized that it's a very nice attempt. So what to do here? To take or not to take?
No, you can go king e7 for the moment, but...
No, but generally what I wanted to ask you, are you taking on e5 or are you playing e5?
Yeah, I see, but...
So even if you...
I mean, if I go king e7 and you retreat, and you probably retreat, yeah, like rook d1 or something, then I have a5 as well, technically. Don't know if I want to do it. Yeah, f5, somehow... I'm not excited about it intuitively, but yeah, it's not that simple to come up with a move for black.
You know what I think, Daniil? If you take on f5, potentially, well, if you regroup your rooks and you put your king on f4, then you can have this mating ideas with bishop f3, bishop h5.
Yeah, it is true. It shows this if something like... I mean, I don't even know how to
make it work.
No, I mean, it's basically lost for black already. Yes. This is a problem. There are no moves. But in general, yeah, as the point Almira was trying to make is that sometimes we will have some ideas like this, and this is a mating net, and then you can even not take on f6 but go here and checkmate.
So that's why I actually liked this move.
This was not exactly forced. Yeah, I mean, in terms of I don't know, positional understanding, you probably go e5 simply. I agree. It's kind of natural when your opponent has a light square bishop, you normally want his pawns to be in light squares and your pawns to be in dark squares. So, okay, how do, let's say, if I go e5 and I play king g7 and I wait forever, what is your point then? If there is a point at all. But maybe there is a point, I have a feeling. On the other hand, I don't know what exactly.
I was trying to bring the king on h5 in my head, but I don't think that it makes any sense. Well, here.
My point is that it's basically very close to a fortress, yeah? I mean, it's all of a sudden, like I go king g7, I can start waiting, simply. But
I had another idea, but I don't know how to make it work. So to play rook h2, let's say with the king on f7 and then g5.
Yeah, but then...
no, with the king on f7, we need to make it work. So I don't know how if we can repeat these moves.
But how do you want to get... So you want to have the rook on h2?
And king on
and then instead of rook takes h6, you want to play g5?
No, that was not
the
most brilliant one.
No, I mean, I thought about the same thing, but the problem is that, yeah, if we start with g5, then he's on time with king
Yes,
g7.
that's what I wanted to have, this position, yes.
Yeah, I see. Like this one with white to move.
Yeah.
And you go rook h6 or something, yeah. I see.
Okay, but...
No, the idea is, like, perfectly valid. I'm just trying to make it work as well. I don't know. Could we actually do such thing as rook h2, king g7, and then all of a sudden we go back? And we sort of say that, let's say if we are, let's say you go a5, or something, I just go g5. And then like h takes rook h1, we checkmate, and here we checkmate from this side. Don't know if it's... Okay, here it's actually just bad for black, but you probably go h takes and maybe there is no mate. But at least it's kind of scary, in my opinion.
Yeah, you actually made it work. We both had the same idea, but...
Yeah, but I have the right to play bad moves as black, yeah? That's why I made it work.
No, but how do you defend here?
I mean, I don't know what the threat is. That's a problem. The threat is probably just rook h6 actually, and then rook g6 and rook h somewhere. It's also true that black is a bit stuck here. Like king f8, for instance, we probably go rook h6 simply.
But then, king e7, rook g6. Okay, that's
yeah,
that's the line.
And it's probably the line once again.
Maybe I will be forced to sacrifice an exchange here.
Yeah, but you will get checkmated there as well, yeah? That's a problem.
No, before. Then when you start, when you're going for this, we'll probably have to take on c6 immediately.
Like here?
After a5, I like having my...
Okay. So h takes, rook h1, and you take here. But then it's just rook h8 in the end.
Oh.
And go here, yeah.
So it doesn't work.
Yeah, I must say this kind of makes sense.
So that's why I told you that I actually like this move. Like from a practical point of view, this is a very nice attempt to play for a win.
No, I think moreover, maybe I simply underestimated what FIDE is doing. Maybe.
But you've mentioned king e7. That was your first intention.
Yeah. But now I realize, okay, if after e5 we were going back
rook d1
without a provocation, maybe maybe here this is not the best thing to do. Yeah, once again, I would probably start looking for some direct ways. I actually hate this, I mean, in general, as black, let me think here. But in general, I start to hate this knight on c5 and the rooks on c5. I mean, you don't need to block it, you need to attack somehow. You need to bring this knight to e5 or a5. It's probably easier said than done. So let's say king e7, rook d1. And something. So knight d7, but knight d7 we can just take. And probably wins for white. Takes, and knight d7 feels like we'll run into something as well. And even the rook ending is once again now that clear.
Do you mean then you want to play king, king d6?
Yeah, but then it's probably lost, yeah, somehow.
Yeah, I have king d4.
Yeah, which is important, and then rook d7 comes. Okay. Yeah, Sasha has a... Let's say now we can understand why he takes his time. All of a sudden, that's a moment where we can share his, desire to think a lot. Going back to Kirill, f5, h3, queen c2 was played, queen e1, knight f6. Is it? No.
No, it
was actually f5, king f1 played. So that was the random line. Okay. And we have Evgeny, who has something to say about at least one game.
Yeah. Well, as for Kirill's game, I do know that Black is winning, but that's not a big surprise. And strangely, this king f1, the random line, is kind of the most stubborn move. But I don't remember the explanation. Don't remember nothing. Okay, this game, Caruana against Grischuk, and if truth being said, before the round, I was kind of worried that this will keep us long in the office, because knowing how professional, for lack of a better word, Fabi is, so he doesn't really care. If the tournament is over, he lost chances, this, that, okay. There is a position in front of him and he will play. Yeah, and this e5 indeed seems to be somewhat dangerous. Okay, Black maybe is not lost yet, but yeah, but what computers suggest, I think it's convincing, and at the same time it's logical, kind of to try to narrow the perimeter of Black's, say, things Black has to hold. So Black goes rook g8. Tries to attack the g4 pawn, and then if something like king f3 or bishop f3 I was trying, Black, it seems that Black has the time to go rook g5 to force the trade. And therefore, okay, the line, at least the computer line after rook g8 would go something like rook to h2, Black is in time to take, white takes, then some check, which I was unable to figure out why you need it, but it's a check, bishop here, and he just goes back to g7 to guard the 7th rank. Apparently nothing bad can happen on 8th rank. Maybe that's why you give a check, so that the bishop goes back. And sooner or later this trade happens, and then even, say, I can imagine a scenario, Black somewhere loses the a7 pawn, but if it's only, say, 3 versus 1 and a blockade is kept, Black might be still able to hold the draw. So let's say if we reach this position, if nothing happens, then it is equal, and I don't see Grischuk losing this one. But it can go for long, guys, of course.
Thank you, Evgeny.
Thanks, Evgeny.
It reminds me of a Seinfeld episode. I'm a huge fan as well, so it's like it's no soup for you today. So
no soup for you guys. Yeah. Speaking of soup, I think that's a tradition, and Daniil can confirm it. It's correct. The bean soup at the closing ceremony of Waikanze. And
yeah,
there were stories back then when Korchnoi would play, and the soup is already served and it's getting cold, and still, and one game would go on. So that might be the case with this game. Okay, no soup here in Yekaterinburg, but yeah, but the game can go on then.
I must actually say this final position kind of looked dangerous in my opinion for Black. Like you take on a6, bishop d5, rook a1. You don't want a7, you want to checkmate somehow.
Yeah, I
started to feel maybe after f takes a6, you
maybe I don't
just ignore the thing. Yeah.
Or knight takes. I don't quite remember. Just I hovered a bit, and yeah, it did look convincing. Like if there would be a checkmating attack, I believe computer would spot it. Right?
Yeah, of course I believe. No, I'm just saying that in general, like from far away, it does not look completely harmless. Like in my opinion, I would be still kind of worried about it as Black probably.
Yeah, so once again, but if we think, let's say, Sasha, now he has to take a decision, and none of those positions look completely safe.
Yeah, that's
so,
what I
so
meant.
that he is under pressure, even though if you guys watching at home with the engine on and it says, okay, nothing to worry about, for like 20 moves ago it was a draw and now it is a draw. It's not how it works when you're at the board in front of Fabiano Caruana and you have to actually make moves.
I don't know.
Yes, you're absolutely right, Evgeny. So let's have a look at the board. Yes, Alexander is still thinking. So where's that envelope?
There is no envelope. There is no soup. There is nothing. No good news. Yeah, but I start to worry for Sasha, actually. I mean, it does not look right, to be honest. I mean, it's the lines we were shown by Evgeny are, in my opinion, I mean, they are probably completely correct, and the evaluation is correct. But I mean, this is not something you really want to do as black from far away. And if Sasha will continue looking for some direct and simple way, he can actually spend a lot of time and still fail. I think it happens quite often, like you're under pressure, you have a lot of time, and your intention is to spend like 20-25 minutes and to figure out what is the direct way to withdraw. And then you spend the time, there is no draw, you keep thinking, then when you're down to 10 minutes you play a random move. After all, like, okay, I would just try to hold this, but then you realize you just burned 30 minutes and then sometimes you lose it quickly. But once again, Fabi has this unbelievable, I mean, in my opinion, unbelievable skill of, I mean, in general, of keeping the games going.
And putting pressure.
It's unbelievable. I mean, once again, it's move 41, and the position is sort of full 5. I mean, it's not even a technical ending. It's just, you know, just a very sharp playable ending with some chances for white, I believe.
Sometimes it feels that you're playing against a computer when you're playing Fabi. He's not showing any emotions, I mean, and he's, well, he's constantly putting pressure on his opponents, first of all, in the opening. Then if you survive the opening, then, okay.
He starts to play well.
Starts to play well in the middle game. He knows all the plans. And when you get to the end game, okay, then you get F5 at the move 40, yes.
Yeah, round 3, yeah.
41, yes. So what? But your first intuition, Daniil, did we check this King E7? Simply Rook D1 once again, and then we switch to the same plan.
Yeah, I thought about this Rook G8, but this was exactly my concern. So I thought it only makes sense if we play Rook G8, and then indeed I figured out there is Rook H2, Rook G4, Rook H6, and this is where I stopped from far away because okay. Playing Rook G7 is, at some point is not what you're excited to do, in my opinion. And then I do not even see, okay, so we started with a check. I mean, Evgeny said we have to start with a check. I think we trust him, so it was Bishop F3 for some reason, I don't know why. But let's say it's Bishop F3, Rook G7 and takes. To be honest, I still don't really get it. I mean, let's say you take with a knight, white plays Bishop D5. Then Rook F1 is coming, Rook E1, King F2 is coming. I mean, okay, it's... Yeah, he said he does not see Grischuk losing this, but I can actually, I don't know about Grischuk, but I can see myself losing this as black in like 5 moves. I don't even know, you know, maybe we go Rook E5, brings the Rook to Rook G5, Rook E5, but then maybe Rook, I don't know, F1. Unless I blunder something terribly, but even Rook F1 is good enough. Don't know. I would not be really excited here as black.
But can you simply sacrifice this pawn?
But it's not about pawn. It's just about that he's trying to checkmate. Like he wants to take, go Rook F6 to take.
But I wanted to run with my king, but I cannot find it. Like
but how?
Leave the Rook on G7 then first, and can I play Knight G5? After Bishop D5, Knight G5, and I simply want to run with my King to C5.
Yeah, but I will meet you with King G4 one day.
Oh, yes.
That's what I'm saying. That's how we'll probably lose quickly, yeah? Okay, some Rook E1, and...
Yeah, well, you have the King D6, King D4, and then Rook F6 is...
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, yeah. very scary. Or maybe you start by playing king d4 even, just to show there will be no such thing. Yeah, I mean it does
not...
And
if I give check first, like once again?
Here?
Yes, here, just...
But then I thought it's king f2 already, and then rook e1 wins.
Rook g5?
Yeah, but still rook e1
yes,
wins.
still, yes, rook e5, yes, I forgot about this one.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not... yeah, not a dream position for Sasha, I must say.
And as you can see, he's still thinking, and maybe he simply cannot believe actually how difficult it is.
Yeah, makes sense. But it's also move 41. It's very often that actually, when you like play this kind of a games and you make it to the time control, then yeah, you face such a move and you think, well, now I mean I'm relaxed, I can think a little and so on, and then suddenly you can spend I don't know, like 30-40 minutes. I think actually I've lost the count, but I think both f5s were played at the same time. And now these guys, you know, have already came up with some moves.
So what happened here? That's the game between Anish Giri and Kirill Alekseenko. Kirill is...
I think it was king f1 after f5, which makes sense. I thought about it as well. So the explanation is very simple. So you basically want to protect the knight with the king, and you want to keep this h3 idea as well. And h5 was played by Kirill, which I cannot yet explain, by the way, but we'll definitely manage.
Yes, so actually, what I wanted to ask you, Evgeny mentioned that king f1 was considered by his silicon friend as a more stubborn continuation. So basically, this is the optimal defense for white.
Yeah, yeah, which is very significant at the same time, right? It basically means it's very, very bad if we have to play king f1. It happens. But what's this h5? So after h3, what's the point? h4 is the point, maybe. Queen g1, we take, king e2, and we have... Okay, this one we win anyhow, pretty much. Probably even this is completely lost. Not forced, but yeah, so there is no h3. And h4 is coming. Makes sense.
And yeah, I shouldn't play queen c1. It simply brings you closer.
I don't know.
No, after h3, h3 queen c1, queen c1, king d2, I cannot make this one work.
It's also very much about saving the knight, actually. Yeah. I mean, I don't think so. You can obviously sacrifice it in many lines. You will have passed pawns, but this is not how you try to win with an extra pawn. Like, it could make sense in some different position, but again, now when you're that safe as black, I don't think you really need these miracles. Yeah. And Sasha, could we actually have a look at Sasha's clock, please? If we get if we get to look from a different camera, we'll probably...
From a different angle. Yeah, it's actually not so easy to get this angle.
Not that easy,
I've been told, yes.
Okay. Okay.
But actually, it seems that h3 is one of the main lines. Maybe we should analyze it. Yes, h3, h4.
And then?
Yeah, but I don't know. We have to analyze it. h3, h4. What did we...
yeah, but to such degree, I think we have analyzed it, yeah. I think we checked queen g1. We can also check... I mean, if we don't play queen g2 or queen g1, then it's not that h3 is a big deal, then the knight is still safe.
Ah, yes, of course. We need to...
Let's say if we take on h4, then I think it takes king e2, queen e3, king probably d1. Now something, but I guess even this is... Okay, queen d3 just wins. Queen d2, there is no perpetual. So, yeah, it's basically about checking both queen g2 and queen g1. So queen g1, I think, is completely stupid now, otherwise there is queen c1, which is just resigns.
So then queen g2 is the only move.
Then queen g2 is kind of the only move that makes sense, yeah.
So here we take continue
f4.
with queen f4, king e2.
Yeah, now we have like 3 moves technically.
But after king g1, I think you have queen e3, yes?
Yeah, okay, go here.
And queen e1.
Knight f1. I mean, it has to be still very bad, I agree. But maybe. Could be some funny race. Yeah, I can take, so you cannot take on e4 because of knight f2. So you take here. And we place this position. This would be funny. And black is probably winning.
But it was not the line that I was considering, Daniil. Like, I wanted to take with the pawn on e4 and then play e3 after h takes g.
So queen e1, knight f1. So you wanna take here?
Yes.
Yeah, but then I take with the queen.
Yes, with the queen, sorry. Yeah, that's not the same story.
No, it's like you can wait for me to move, but then, yeah, then it's... So you can probably move the king, for instance, here. If you wanna play this way, and then you take like this. Can also be good. Maybe you actually go to f8 as I originally wanted. Takes and then you take. And then you just go e3 too.
So I can be that slow? Like it works here?
I mean, it's not that you're that slow. You have 3 pawns for the piece, and you know. I guess we could also try, in terms of ideas, after king g1, king h1, I guess we could also try a simple queen takes h3. I think this should always win as well. And then after h takes, we just give checks and we somehow try to trade the queens. Like queen c1 maybe. Then we'll say, I don't know, knight f1, we just go f4 and we start playing, I don't know, h3. How in the world could we miss it? I don't know.
No,
I think
this is a completely winning
Yeah,
position.
this is completely
So
winning.
let's just get back for a second queen g2.
Yeah, but once again we had more moves here. Yeah, I mean it's.
But what's the difference then? Like here we considered we were playing queen e3.
First of all, let's check this position. Yeah, I could also play king g1, queen e3, king f1 as well. How do we win here?
No, but here we can make your move, maybe like king f8, then I'll take, but here I also have h3, because my king is also far away.
Queen f2 somehow? I think we're...
h3, king f2, queen f2, yes.
Yeah, I think we are being overambitious here. I think we just take.
We take.
So queen g4, we just win, and after queen takes d2. After moves like queen f2, once again, we will just win slowly. There is no rush.
I wanted to, yes. But can I give this check first then? Maybe queen d3. I desperately wanted to make this relation work. Yes.
But then I go queen
f2. No. Before, like before king f8. Yes, here.
Oh no.
So we try everything: queen g2, h3, queen g2, queen f4,
and then
king e1. Yes.
Yeah, doesn't matter. We get this position.
Yes, here check first, and then your move king f8.
So yeah, now that I'm further in.
So you're far away from.
Yeah.
Now you cannot exchange queens. Yes, at least that was my idea. But now your king protects the knight, so maybe you have a move, and but I don't know.
Maybe not on the other hand.
Like queen f2, you will simply take, yes?
Yeah, to be honest, it feels to me like this is just... In general, this is all completely lost. Here, exactly, maybe white manages to survive, because we have to go to e8, because otherwise it's checks from g5 and e5, so we go to e8, and check maybe queen, c7 or something.
And take on g4, this doesn't change, we come to the same variation.
And take on g4 where?
Instead of e4. That was my original intention, but I'm not even sure that this line is correct.
I start to lose the track, to be honest.
Like,
h3, h4, queen g2 takes king e2, queen e3. Now I go here, yeah?
King d3,
For
king
some,
d3?
yeah, okay. Now
So
I go
king
here.
f8.
I don't know why I'm not playing king g1, but okay, whatever.
Let's say king f8.
Yeah, takes.
Here, h3.
Yes.
Queen g1.
Yes.
He's taking. You played queen. Yes, because no, you played queen f2.
Okay, I can play queen f2
And here
again.
I wanted to take on g4.
And then queen c5.
And that's what I wanted to know, if this makes any difference.
Okay, king g7 is still a draw, yeah? So we have to go here.
King g7.
Queen c7, you have to try queen d7, as queen f4 is facing queen f6, so we have to try this one. Okay, this is something I don't really. I mean, it could be still bad for white, but it's definitely a mess now. Yeah, queen g3. We could even lose it on a bad day.
Yeah, it doesn't feel right because you even have knight f1 blocking all the pawns.
Yeah.
Yes, I agree with you. No, I cannot make this work. So we have to look for another line.
No, it could be still lost. It's just that black probably has better moves. And I think Kirill has already figured out what are they. And Sasha has played e5 finally. Which is kind of bad, yeah? So first of all, it's bad because he spent a lot of time for it, and secondly, as we know, it's not a brilliant move. Yeah.
So what did you want? How did we start?
Don't know. I think in terms of ideas, we came up with something really strange. We wanted rook h2, then rook d1 threatening g5, and then g5, f takes, rook d6 back. This does not look very smart to me, I must say, but somehow.
But if we start with g5?
Here.
Yes, because still rook
yes,
h8.
h takes.
And now rook d1?
Then rook h8.
Yes, okay, that was the problem.
That's why we wanted rook d1 first,
yes.
Yeah.
Because in my version I still had the rook on d6, so after rook h8 I was taken on f6. So in some magical way, yes, okay.
No, I mean Moreau, it's actually strange, so we have some tricks. Let's say you can play rook f8 with the idea of playing g5, f takes, rook d6, rook f6. Then we probably go to h1, rook h8, and now I don't know what we do here.
We need to make a move, something like
bishop d5. We probably just go bishop d5 to prevent the c5, yeah.
So
then actually one day we could suddenly play rook a2, rook a1, and win a7. This is very tricky for black. I mean, it's kind of passive. And yeah, doesn't look great at all.
Okay, now if you will transfer your rooks, maybe I will have a chance to play h5, but...
Yeah, but then I will probably go back with rook g2 or something, wait for h4, go rook h2, h1. I mean, I can shuffle the rooks for as long as I want, yeah.
Oh, so no soup?
No soup, yeah.
Yeah, chess is extremely complicated.
Yes, it is.
We are finding a lot of defensive resources, but on the other hand, we found a lot of ideas to put pressure on Alexander Grischuk. So.
And what's the most embarrassing thing? All the things make pretty much zero sense. I'm afraid. I think we are really far from the best moves. This is actually why people love chess. Yeah, I mean we can look at some lines that are not exactly the best, maybe, but we still have fun looking at it. Okay, fine.
So Anish Giri made a move. Which one?
King e2.
King e2. So he postpones the h3. So he improves his king, and okay, now the line will not work because queen f4 is not check.
What's wrong with h4?
Yes, so let's try h4.
Maybe there is nothing wrong.
So queen f3, you simply take on h2.
Queen f3, I'm somehow...
You're not worried, I know, but we have to make the move. So after queen h4, you simply take, on f4.
Yeah, maybe I take it.
And
no, I just thought that once I get rid of the pin, I can I can restructure to the previous plan with knight f6, queen c2, and such stuff. That's why somehow I decided to slow down.
But then if we transpose to the other line, queen h4, queen f4, let's have a look. Do I have h3 here, but queen e3, yes, probably.
Yeah. But I think we had this exact position, no? Via...
starting with the
h3, h4, queen h4, queen e4, king e2, yeah? I mean, we decided that it lost as queen e3,
yes,
knight f2, queen d3, queen d2. There was no repetitions there. Yeah.
But so then, what would be the move? Or h4 is simply winning?
Okay, we know that black is winning. h4 doesn't look bad enough to be not winning, I would say. Don't know what's... He probably wants to just take, and maybe he wants to play queen g3. I think his only chance could be to somehow get a knight taking where he starts to attack the pawns. Like takes. Let's say if black loses his mind and takes on e4, then takes and knight c3, and white is in time probably.
It's actually, well, it would be such a sweet revenge for Kirill, because you remember,
also, yeah.
Daniil, yes, they played like almost 100 moves in their first game, like in the first half of the tournament. Anish managed to win, but it was, well, Kirill was the last one to make a mistake in a very, well, in a drawish knight's endgame. It was difficult to defend, but okay. So Kirill is playing for the win here.
But Kirill has been playing a very uncompromising chess here. So it's going to be, so if he wins, it's going to be his 4th decisive games out of 7, right?
You mean in the second half?
Yeah, only. So
yes, he started with the win.
He won against Sasha, then he lost to Jan, then he lost to someone else. Like
Maxime?
Like, yeah, maybe Maxime.
And
then he lost to Dink, and now he's about to win. So it would be his 5th decisive game, yeah? Out of 7.
Yes, today.
Yeah.
Yes, today.
Yeah.
So I was actually thinking if we can award him a prize for the most combative chess in the tournament, because probably he had the biggest number of decisive games overall. No?
Overall, I'm not sure. Well, we have Dink, yeah?
Yes, we have Dink as well, so like 7.
Dink had, I think, 4 in the... No, Dink is ahead. Dink has 8, I believe. So Dink has, or maybe even 9. So Dink had 4 decisive games, I think, in the first half. I think he finished on -2, and he won against Fabi, which means he lost 3.
No, so 8. Like 8.
No, he had 4 in the first half, and then in the second half he had, I think, 5, yeah?
Where I have the standings, like I'm trying to figure out.
Or maybe 4?
No, 4.
He only lost once, yeah? Yeah, he is on +2, winning 3 games, correct. Then he would have 8.
So Dink is actually the most combative player of the tournament.
Yeah. I think he would be happy to be less combative in the first half, though.
Yeah.
Evgeny.
And here I am back. Anish just played King E2, which is, well, according to Machine, the best move in the position. And White is still in trouble. But I've seen you guys were discussing this H3 line, either immediately or compute as an alternative after the exchange on F5. Yeah, and it seems to be that the key is to grab the other pawn. So indeed, you go H4, sorry, Queen G2. You take this guy. Then computer goes to G1, but apparently it's not that much of a difference. Check here, F1 or H1, not that important, computer prefers H1, and then you take A3, and when the knight is taken, you go F4, and it claims that A pawn is promoting, and there is no perpetual check. And this line, I kind of believe it, But over here, you know, it's a little bit tricky, in fact. Like if pawns are exchanged first and we go along the same line, so h4, still that's actually a very nice geometrical thingy. This h4 and queen somehow finds it hard to both pin the knight and protect the f4 pawn, right? Queen g2, check, king goes, check, king goes, captures, takes, and f4. Okay, looks convincing, but then you play queen d5, and the problem for computer analysis is that black has tons of checks. But I'm still not convinced that this is winning, because black starts with this check, and then, you know, this check, and then with checks brings the queen to g3. But yeah, I mean, if there wouldn't be anything else for black, and probably Alekseenko would have been pushed into this variation, he would probably play it and probably would have won. But yeah, but you know, to calculate it till the very end is still quite a task, because yeah, you've prevented the medial perpetual with queen g5, queen d8, but still white will have tons of checks, and it's not like your pawn is on a2, so in some lines even a move like knight e4 will be possible, and then tons of checks. So that's quite a murky position still. Yeah, and Sasha, I've seen he has played e5, which is quite dangerous. I mean, the evaluation is still not dramatic, but it's stabilized at around 0.50. So that means white is not yet winning completely, but white is certainly pressing, like, for instance, where it was, yeah, after e5, like, white could have given a check, for instance, and then you have to go to g7, because if you go to e7, you all of a sudden lose. Just rook c6, and then rook a7 is threatening. If you trade, I first thought that there'll be some brilliancy with tripled pawns and so on. No, you just take on c6, and then a7 is hanging, and h6 is a target at the same time. Rook shifts on the second rank to h2. So some variations like that, which makes Grischuk's task, of defending this position not a pleasant one.
And Kirill actually played queen b6 meanwhile.
Yeah.
Yes.
So Kirill played
King
queen d6. I'm on my own here, so I don't know what's going on. Yeah, h3 is still met with h4, I suppose.
Yeah, and probably.
That's at least what I suspect it to be. And then if I take on h4, then you probably win with some checks, right? Like check here, check on f2.
And then queen d3,
I mean, you certainly win the knight, but there will be a perpetual threat, but you probably win the knight with checks, right? Like queen.
No, but your queen is on d2 anyway in the variant, so this we had many times.
So that's the trick. Like king goes to c1, check on c3, just one more time, repeating on the big board. And finally, I've mastered the art of moving the pieces on this digital board by the end of the tournament. Yeah, very important. Queen protects d8, so there is no perpetual.
Thank you, Evgeny. These have been very important precisions. And meanwhile, I saw, because we haven't had a chance to look at the Wang Hao's press conference, and actually he has announced his retirement for the professional chess right now. So
okay,
yes.
Well, so I remember the player Vasily Ivanchuk, who announced it for the few times, and then later on he became, you know, like world rapid champion or world blitz champion. So I don't know how serious we should take it, but of course, yeah, this tournament been disappointment for Wang Hao, and it's pretty.
And he's only 31 actually. I did my fact checking. So this is well, these are very important news. So we will.
I don't think it's exactly news, though. Yeah, I mean, I tend to agree with Evgeny. There was a very big number of people who were taking some, you know,
but maybe
local disappointments way too emotionally. I think Sasha Morozevich once announced something like that as well after losing some very important game against Bareyev, where he was completely winning with 2 extra pawns and lost it in like 5 moves.
Yes, but I might disagree with you on the point that those were professional chess players. I think that Wang Hao wants to continue his academic career.
Yeah, probably. But I mean, anyway, when you lose 3 games in a row and two of them were long, and you lose it in a place where you've said openly you don't really want to be and so on. I mean, it's not the best play some time probably for some big statements yet.
Okay, let's get back to the game we've analyzed. So h3 was finally played, h4.
And h4, yeah. There is queen c3 check, yeah? I mean, this is not... Somehow I start...
Knight f6, yes?
Yeah, but then there is a pin. This is a different story. Yeah, somehow here it doesn't look that lost anymore. I mean, even if I would say just take, go knight f3.
So I don't have king g6 yet, and I have to be careful.
No, but in general, why would I lose this? I'm about to take h4. I mean, all of a sudden we were just looking at the lines where I was like 10 pawns down as white. Now all of a sudden, okay, I'll take on h4. Why on earth? The only task remaining for white is not to get mated, pretty much, in my opinion. But this should be something white is capable of doing. Yeah, I don't know what happened. Maybe first of all, maybe after queen c3 he wants to ignore the whole thing. This could be interesting as well.
Ah, he simply wants to play, but king where?
Don't know where. Maybe g8.
We need to be very precise here, as we saw.
Okay, but if we go to g8, then it's queen f6.
But can I play king g6?
Yeah, if we go to g6, then I thought it's queen h8. That's a problem. And once again, all of a sudden, it could be that white is winning, yeah?
Yeah, g3.
This is basically very good way to...
And if I play g3 here?
To evaluate your...
I simply take on h4, yes, probably.
Yes, that's what I thought, but I mean, I have some checks as well. I mean, if I want to force a draw, I do this thing, no?
No, king h5?
If I want to win, I also do this thing, yeah.
Ah, you want to mate me immediately, of course.
Yeah.
It shows how tired we are, then like I cannot even imagine how tired are the players.
Yeah, queen c3, knight f6 was played. I have a feeling
Kirill missed this.
Someone blundered something, yeah, I don't know who exactly blundered and what, but... No, but wait, this is just... Is it still that bad? I mean, if it is, it's very surprising for me, actually. Like here, after takes, knight f3, I would feel like...
Daniil, do I have an intermediate move here, not to take?
After e takes?
Yes, e takes. So if we think that this might be very close to a draw, can I play something like queen g1? I have no idea.
Yeah, but then once again, why I'm worse?
I don't know.
Say takes. Yeah, that's what I'm saying as well. Yeah, I also thought about this.
Queen g2.
Yeah, let's say king. I don't know,
king
like
d1.
e1 or d1. I mean, you'll probably end up taking because there is a pin. You cannot really move the knight. But then, like, what's big deal? Yeah.
Well, then I activated my queen. Maybe there is a difference. Because you cannot play knight f3, I will take on h3. Queen c7, I will probably play king g6.
Yeah, but come on, this is just you're like aiming some small edge, which will probably disappear if white is precise enough, like queen f3 maybe. You activated your queen, but then it got traded.
Yeah, okay. What do I have? Queen g1 here still?
But then I will activate my king if we are speaking in such terms. Yeah, I mean, in general, like it used to be,
much easier.
Like black is better and has an extra pawn and more active pieces, and now we suddenly got to equal number of pieces and equal number of pawns, and yeah, and Kirill, I think, is shaking his head. He's somewhat unhappy about the way things went.
So.
Okay, which is normal, obviously. Yeah.
There's still a chance for a knight endgame, yes, which will last a couple of hundreds of moves.
Maybe, but here I don't really get. So Anish is probably surprised, and he just wants to be sure he's doing the right thing. he's probably considering some like miraculous ideas, like I don't know, knight f3 takes knight g5 or something, which will never work, of course. King g6 is good enough, but I mean, in general, I don't see a real reason for White to think here. I think he's simply surprised he cannot really get what's the point.
Yes,
yeah,
and
Kirill is
shaking his head.
Yeah.
Yes. Well, of course, Anish can calculate everything till the end, but he shouldn't betray himself, Kirill. You know, he should have a poker face during this moment. You know.
No, but at this stage, I mean, okay, he probably blundered queen c3 check. I mean, if he blundered queen c3 check.
So you mean he's under shock?
No, I mean, if you play queen c3 knight f6, then I don't need to see you shaking head or not. I mean, it's kind of obvious. I mean, I know you're a strong player, and I know you can understand as well that you did something wrong. So I mean, if you shake head or not, I know that you're disappointed and you're angry about it. That's why I think sometimes people overestimate the things, like you need to keep poker face and everything, but here was poker face. I mean, it used to be completely lost, and now we both see that takes knight f3 is probably just fine for White. Then. Okay, so let's try this line.
Yes.
Queen e6.
I thought about knight e5 here.
But then at least you're not attacking h4.
Then you might have queen a2 and queen h2.
Yeah.
Okay, I still have knight d7 there, if I'm not losing anything in the end.
No, I think after knight e5, to be honest, I think black is just winning in general. Like, first of all, you can play knight d5, and then f6.
Oh, yes, you're right.
But I think, in general, the rule of this, of the sort of analysis should be that basically if black keeps h4 pawn, then he's normally winning, or he has very good chances. So I guess whenever as black receives the h4 pawn, it should be declared as a brilliant success for him. So the problem is that you will probably try to avoid that as white. You will try something like king f1. Like, I originally thought king f1 is just a very good move. Then I realized there is actually queen b3 maybe. And it's not that simple. Probably have to take. And now maybe like knight d2, b2, maybe black is in time to win this.
Daniil, why don't you try queen e4 then? If you
where exactly?
Queen e6, king f1, queen e4.
Yeah, it is also
I like
a very
this
good move.
one.
Basically because queen b3 could be winning as well, but queen e4 is exactly kind of a move that is good enough to stop this in general. So queen e4 is definitely a good move. Like, you're definitely better here, I'll have to do this. And then it's like suffering, and I'm probably losing king g6, knight e4, eventually get everything.
I'm actually learning from you. You've told me that I shouldn't be forcing lines.
Yeah, sure.
And try to
No, but
improve,
especially, I think this is actually very important for your calculation in general. That I mean, sometimes you should, you should be capable of cutting off the lines quickly. Like this queen b3, you can calculate forever. If you see, okay, he has queen e4, this is good enough to discard it. So queen e6,
yes.
What do we play here? I thought we probably, in terms of ideas, we probably need to run to the different side. Let's say I go king d1. There is actually a funny line, so let's say you go queen e4 again.
No, can I start with queen d5 first?
Okay, king c1. But then h4 is gone, no?
Yes. But I was trying to make it work with
something.
No,
yeah, we are tired actually.
Yes, it's like I was not sure if it makes any difference. And Anish takes on f5. We will see it shortly.
The line I was about to show, by the way, here you probably go queen d6, but what I wanted to show is queen e4 takes. Here we have this move. and then we take, and we got our pawn back. And this is probably a draw.
So it's a nice Schwindel.
Schwindel, wow.
The move no one has used for centuries.
Yeah, e takes was played. So yeah, here you can actually think as white, as knight f3 is not exactly forced. Knight f3 is by far the most logical move for me. Yeah, and he plays it. And now we will see what was Kirill's point. The problem though, after queen e6, king d1, queen d6 was a problem, I thought. And maybe we have...
Yes, queen d4. How to evaluate this one, actually? Because
I mean, if we take b5, I don't think we can ever be in trouble, I would say. That's probably how we evaluate this. Also, you need to protect g6 first, so you need to spend a tempo for that, and then you start collecting.
Actually, now I understand why I wanted the king to be on c1, because, okay, in all of my hallucinations, I wanted to have this queen c6 check in all of these lines. But yes, but now, well, yeah, it means that we are very tired and cannot make it work. So queen d5, king d1 then, yes. And,
queen d5 or queen d6.
No,
so
queen.
we go king d1 here. So basically, once we get h4, we stop the line. We say white's fine, which could be wrong as well, actually. But okay, we don't care anymore, I believe.
Yes, because you have this nice.
I mean, you can probably try something like this, I'm afraid, and then you go knight e4, and this is where white simply has to. I was about to say white has to pray, but I mean, I don't see how to even continue the game. Yeah, maybe Kirill will still actually much better by an accident. So he played queen e6 check indeed. Okay, so this is quite a big moment. It feels like Anish is very close to holding this, in my opinion, but maybe he's not. Maybe this is still bad.
And meanwhile, I just saw that Fabi made the move we mentioned, like we were considering. No, it's not the same position. Because I thought rook d1 was
So he played rook a to d2, king e7, bishop f3, rook g8, rook d1. But he's probably trying to get the same thing. So first he made sure there is no a5, and then he simply wants to play rook d2, then rook h1, and rook a1, a2, or rook h1, h2, something like this. Also, rook d7 does not really help, because at least we were forced to give up a7. Maybe this could be holdable, but white is obviously excited to win a pawn for pretty much nothing.
And can black sacrifice the e-pawn or?
I mean, he has already sacrificed. There is no way to protect it.
No, not the a-pawn. The e-pawn. I was thinking, yes, when you will play something, then I wanted to play e4. No, like
we go back? Or what?
Yes, I don't want to play rook d7.
Okay.
I keep my rook on c7. I want to understand what could be the
but then I will just
setup,
go bishop e2 in general, like.
Yes, you will never take.
Yeah. Whatever you want. I want bishop e2 after e4 in most of the lines.
Yes, this was an attempt to simplify the position, but of course you will not take. And Sasha is down to 12 minutes.
Yeah. He will get some time in 16 moves, though.
And what did he play?
He played something that looked illegal to me, but it was probably some rook move. Yeah, rook g2 c8. I mean, it felt like something like j2 e6, judging from the video, but no, not yet. So now he wants this knight a4 or knight b7 c5, a5 stuff back.
You mean if we play rook d2? Yes?
Yeah, I mean if we ignore it completely, Black will probably start doing this. I don't know if it will work though, to be honest. Maybe it has a chance, maybe not.
And if we play bishop c6, he will simply repeat the moves, yes?
Probably. But I actually don't see how it works exactly. So let's say knight b7, there is at very least bishop c6.
I mean knight a5, rook d7 still.
Yeah.
But maybe we should continue this line and rook d7 and
king somewhere, yeah, probably.
Yes, king f8.
Okay, maybe, but
it does look dangerous.
It does look dangerous, yeah, that's what I thought as well. Okay, good hold. On the other hand, Sasha is already, I mean, in my opinion, this is already a position where you admit you are like massively worse. So basically, this is not where you're looking for a comfortable way to equalize. This is definitely the stage where you know that you're in trouble, and yeah, you will calculate some lines. Yeah. And Giri is thinking after queen e6 check. It would be nice to have Evgeny talking about this one actually, because it looks very forcing. So once again, king d1, king g8. King g8 was not forced, by the way, but okay, let's say king g8. Yeah, I mean, if we don't take on h4, then I don't know what to analyze exactly. Then it's just knight e4 coming, and in general, black is just better. So we have to try takes, knight e4, and find something here. Something that I do not see yet. Maybe it is like queen d4, queen b3, king e2. And then, yeah, we can even take h3. Okay. It's actually interesting, yeah? So the first round here was I mean, basically it took forever, and Fabi was playing the last game against MVO. Now the tournament is over. It's like almost 2 days since it's over, pretty much. And still Fabi who is trying to win one of the last games. This is actually a very impressive example of the right attitude.
Yes, and of incredibly fighting spirit.
Yeah, no matter what, okay, you play till the very end, it's fine.
And then, Daniil, could you get back to the to Kirill's game? Because after, yes, Anish was still thinking. So here we declared that the knight, what about the knights endgame, or we cannot get them?
I mean, it depends on...
Did we consider queen e5 here, or it was not?
Yeah, queen e5, I thought about it. I thought queen e2 is going to be our main problem, but...
What do we have here? Queen e5, queen e3, queen e3?
Yeah, queen e3, I thought there was something wrong as well. Yeah, I think knight d5.
Knight d5, okay.
This is what was wrong, yeah.
And this is... but if I take...
Yeah, I guess I go f3 simply, and then I take f4.
Okay.
You can probably try this position,
let's try, yes.
But I think it's
a race.
I think it's quite lost. I mean, it's a race where I have three pawns. Yeah. I'm afraid, yeah, this is not going to work.
And if I play, you want to like king f3?
Yeah, I want to take anyway. Yeah. This was my point.
Yes, king f4, e5.
Okay, this one we will not play. Believe me, I know how to do this.
So... And I wanted to show, of course, the last...
Yeah, okay, takes, and you win a pawn ending with an extra passed pawn when it's only passed pawn. Normally you win. So, yeah.
So queen e3, knight d5.
Yeah, so in fact, that's what I was saying. So in fact, it's not that many moves. It's either king f1.
Daniil, queen e3, I had another crazy idea. Can I play queen e5 here, check?
Okay, you can, but I don't think
to transpose it to this one.
But which one?
To take with like queen e5 takes, pawn takes.
Yeah, but I will not take, of course. I mean, I will look at my options here, but I can assure you I will not take. Probably to h6.
Okay, and now...
Now knight takes f4 is a threat.
Yes, but I can...
Like king d3, yeah, or something.
Could this be like a reasonable practical chance?
Yeah, maybe it could actually. Maybe you're right.
But you were blunt. Yes, now.
Maybe we take. I go knight f4. But yeah, here it feels like you could have chances here with white. Like even if we run there and then we kind of take h4, we somehow will give up the knight, go king c5.
Maybe you have to play king h5 first.
Yeah, maybe. But in general, let me try it again. I was not excited about the way I played this back. So queen e5, yeah?
No, queen e3.
Queen e3.
Yes, you said
so,
knight
yeah, I mean,
e5.
first of all, okay, let's just try queen e2 as well. Just to figure out if it makes sense.
We haven't analyzed this one. So king f1. Yes, you were considering in other lines.
Yeah, I think we haven't, yeah, but...
And knight e4 here, you play queen d4, yes?
Okay, queen d4 does not make a lot of sense to me.
Because then...
I mean, you will not have a perpetual, like it may make sense, but I think in general one day you just take. And if it works, it works. Because basically if it works and you kind of don't lose in 2 moves,
yes,
it's fine.
You're right. You're completely right. Knight h4 works here.
Works is... I mean, when we say works, it means black does not win.
Yes.
Black does not win immediately, yeah.
So
we have quite a low standard. But yeah, seems to be okay.
So then knight e4.
So does it actually mean this line should
yes, it's a strange looking move, but I said, okay, this one doesn't work, so maybe I should force.
Yeah, but this is, I mean, in general, exactly how you should get there normally. Like, you simply check all the moves, and then you play, like, if there is only one left.
Compared to the other lines, so we had, like, queen e5, queen a2. So here, basically, after knight d5, you don't have this option anymore.
Yeah.
Okay. So...
But okay, I definitely don't have king h7, and I don't have f6. King g8, so I tried king h6, right? So king g8, I don't see how this helps me, to be honest, in all of the lines. You just will do pretty the same thing, like king f2 or king d3. And it's still all same, yeah? Takes, it could only be an improvement for...
yes, you can get too far away.
Yeah, for white, yeah. Okay.
You might end up losing this one. Yes, king d4, king c5.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, no.
By any means.
So Anish is still thinking, yes?
So queen e3. But this would be a study-like solution to go queen e3. Okay, queen e3, there is also knight e4, yeah? Then we wanted something. Or I probably wanted to take simply.
Yes, we could enter the same line. Yes, queen a2, king f1. And...
Or we go to f3. Giri played king d2.
So probably there was something.
Which I must say, I am probably tired, but it looks like it's the most strange move of all. Like, you make sure you will definitely run into this knight e4. So he probably just wants to play king c1 no matter what, yeah? So let's say king g8. Although I don't get it at all. So first of all, one of our previous concerns was queen e4, yeah? Does it work here? Why not? I think it does work.
So knight h4, you have queen f4, you lose a piece.
Yeah.
So queen
e5
doesn't work.
Maybe he simply started. Maybe he simply started playing for win in such a weird way. Like he wants to play knight d4, queen f4, and I don't know, queen e3, something.
Queen h2.
Yeah, like king d3, okay, whatever. We just try to gamble.
And king g6 here.
Yeah, but then at some point we will take b5, and okay, we hope we will not lose into moves. Maybe we should not hope for such things, but yeah.
Well, I have a hard time believing that.
Yeah, but king d2 is hard to believe. So you go king e2 to d2, you don't go to d1, you exactly need to be running into this knight e4
Yes,
check.
but how difficult it is to take those decisions, well, in practical conditions. We have hours to analyze, to shuffle, reshuffle, and...
Yeah, but we have to analyze 4 games. That's the problem. No, I mean, seriously, I guess I have some experience of being a commentator. I think in general you are way more tired after, like if it's exactly the same game, and even if you play the last game of the round, I think in general you are way more tired as a commentator than as a player.
Yeah, basically we have the feeling that we've played all of them.
Yeah, and when you play, you only play one at a time, yeah.
So, what happened in Caruana Grischuk?
Rook c8, bishop e2 was played. This also makes sense, so he simply makes sure c4 is protected, and king f7.
But here, can you make this work, play g5 here? Or not? That was not our idea?
Yeah.
Because the king is not on g7.
No, I think we definitely didn't have this position. The bishop was normally on c6 or somewhere else. Doesn't mean g5 necessarily doesn't work.
No, let's have a look. And
rook h1, king e7. Go back, and then some rook f8 maybe. And this is where we miss our bishop on d5.
Ah, maybe here you play also king g7. Rook h1, you have the possibility, the option to play king g7.
Yeah, that is also true.
Yes, that's the huge difference, of course.
Okay.
So it doesn't work. And then
yeah, but he doesn't need it to work. He actually simply wants to play rook d2, is my feeling. I still like this rook d2 move a lot. You suddenly come up with a billion of ideas. Like doubling on a file, doubling on h file, some g5 sometimes makes a lot of sense. Sasha probably wants some knight b7 at some point, although I don't know.
Well, rook d7 here?
Yeah, okay, you just try king d8 and, you know, if takes, it's definitely... So why definitely? I was about to say it's definitely a good thing for black to happen, but rook h1, I mean, once again, why is it good exactly? I don't know.
But maybe, no, here, like, yes, the bishop is actually very well placed on e2. It protects the c4 pawn, the g4 pawn, and knight a5 runs into rook h6. And there I'm lost, yes? Or?
Probably, yeah. Probably, although...
Let's have a look, just knight a5.
Okay, I guess takes, and I think if I wanted to be clear, I think I go king e4, I don't even take first. So there is no king e7 as I go check and rook c7. King d5.
King d5, yes.
Unless I'm getting mated in some stupid way. No, I'm not.
No, you still have, yes, king e4. Okay.
Yeah.
Somehow we always end up marching with our kings, like, towards e6.
Yeah, this is much more, this is actually much more about us than about the position. Yes, that's what I told you. Like, we enjoy looking at chess, but in general it's very often that our lines have zero relation with...
We managed to even to go I don't remember which position was this, but we were trying to get our king to the h6.
Yeah.
So
no, but in general, we are always looking for complications. I think it was actually funny when I played with Sav Artemiev, I think last year in the Russian team championship. We played a funny game where, I mean, the first part was sort of interesting, and it was like a sharp game. I sacrificed something, he sacrificed it back, and then we, like after the time control, we kind of looked at the very, very drawish Rook ending, basically the draw, pretty much. And then I started to play like an idiot, and he outplayed me completely, like slowly. It's not that I blundered something, it's just I played a sequence of like 15 bad moves, let's say. And yeah, I was obviously disappointed. I mean, at some point I just thought it's a draw anyhow. Then I started to kind of reflect on it. But anyway, I mean, at some point I'm in a low Rook ending, but finally we get some complications. Like there is a race where I'm like 4 tempests short or something. But at least it's a race, like I have one postpone. And then then we somehow traded rooks, and it went to once again a lost pawn ending with 3 pawns each. But I still had a passed pawn, and I felt like I finally managed to come up with some complications, you know.
Some counterplay.
Yeah. I mean, I only have four pieces. One of them is a king and 3 pawns. Yeah, but it was enough to somehow confuse him and save the game. And I think then this became a joke in our team. Like I decided to play sharp in a pawn ending, sort of. Like I decided, yeah, to look for complications in a pawn ending. So queen d5.
So basically, even those one are very dangerous to play against you. So.
Yeah, I mean, it was funny. Like you're getting completely outplayed, and then you finally get to play one active move in a pawn ending. I mean, this is funny. All right, so knight e4 check, king e3. This is the current position.
Just wanted to check something.
And I must say, I still don't really get it. What's the point here? Black can obviously take on d3, go knight f2, king e3, maybe knight takes h3 takes. But this can only be better for white. After king f6, knight f3, the knight has no moves. Yeah, so queen takes d3 is probably not the idea. Queen a2 he plays. Okay, threatening mate. Was it just a blunder by Anish, by the way? Or he simply wants king d4 here?
Just a second, because I'm trying to find one game in the database.
Yeah, and he plays king d4, I believe. Wow. I must say, actually, the way Alekseenko plays it, it's not absolutely unbelievable to see Giri winning the game. Like now, it's just a complete mess in general for both. Black is probably winning, or maybe not, but it's definitely kind of out of control for the moment.
Dubov.
Yeah.
Daniil against. When you manage to.
Vladislav Artemiev.
No, when you manage to. I cannot find this game because I'm searching for this game where you manage to mate your opponent with his king on a3.
But why?
No, because I
So you are that much not interested in the tournament anymore? No, I think it was against Swane.
Yes, Swane, but which year? Because I'm looking like a Dubov Daniil, but I cannot find this.
I think it was played when we won this Batumi, yeah? I mean, when we...
Yes, but I somehow... Okay, wait a second, I will find
No,
it.
I'm just not good at naming years. My bet would be it was...
Because I'm trying to create this filter and my computer refuses the filter.
It was probably 2 years ago.
You see, I don't have it. It refuses because I put Dubov Daniil and then I don't know why. Maybe... No.
But I think in general you kind of... This is not what we are supposed to be looking at. Yeah?
No, but because you were talking about your games, but I think that this game is.
But what's next?
So
Let's say
beautiful.
you will manage to find it. Then what? Then we'll just.
Yes, then I wanted for you to show like the March of the King, because the logic behind this, it was the March of the King in every year. So,
okay.
and I couldn't find the game, so I was actually trying to remember.
But yeah, I mean, people, you don't need to find the game to actually know that the king marches are normally ended by checkmating. Okay, so how is Black winning here? He probably is winning.
Because I was analyzing this game and it was really beautiful. Because we talked also about Tal's game, so that's actually how I came. But let's say we will have time, you will show it.
Yeah, probably, but it's quite depressing that we will have time. Yeah, I mean, if the game will last forever, I will definitely show it. But it feels like there is some. Yeah, with the king on d4, it looks so random. Like, first of all, there is no threat. You can even play king f6, as I mentioned before, as the queen takes b5, runs into queen f2. Secondly, you could also try, I'm a bit tired and I'm not that emotionally invested in it, but you could try to checkmate immediately. Like queen b2, king d5 is forced, king e3 runs into queen f2. So king d5 is forced, then queen f6. Threatening queen d6 mate, queen takes b5 runs into knight c3, but there is queen d4. This is where I stuck so far. But yeah, there should be a way for black to win this, it feels. I kind of like the simple king f6. We only need to make sure there is no stalemate with the king on d4, but this would be a bit too nice. So what do you play after king f6 actually? Just resigns, no?
Oh, but it's a very good move. So, well, in
but it's basically a pass.
Yes.
You cannot really take as at very least like
F2.
Check and queen h4.
And now Anish is down to 4 minutes and Kirill has 15.
Yeah, but this is just.
So,
I mean, okay. Why do this is just probably completely lost. I don't think it doesn't feel like king f6 is the best move, to be honest. But I think it's good enough to stop this.
Because queen f2, the immediate queen f2 runs to king d5, yes?
Well, once again, runs is probably a bit too strong. First of all, there is queen e3. And secondly, yeah, like technically there is king d5.
Well, if you want,
it's actually funny.
If you want to gamble, yes, but then
yeah. I mean, if I get to c6, I could be better one day, but
that's why I wanted to play queen b6 here.
So Kirill played f6 instead of king f6, maybe also good.
Okay.
Yeah, and I think judging from the way he behaves, he's sure it's over.
So basically there is no move.
Yeah. Okay, it's easy to check. So if we touch the queen, queen e3 runs into queen c4, queen b5 runs into queen f2, all the rest runs into, at very least, queen takes a3, and sometimes even worse. There is no king move, as king e3 runs into queen f2, so we're left with a knight. And those are blunders. So knight h4, queen f2, queen h4 wins, and so on. So yeah, Kirill wins it. Maybe knight e1 is like technically possible.
I mean queen f2, queen e3, yes.
Yeah. But then you can probably continue in the same cynical manner. Maybe you just bring the king closer, at very least. But of course we want this to be more convincing, to be honest.
No, you sure if you play king of... I still have knight c2.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I want this
like
to be...
this.
Yeah, I want this to be more convincing.
So knight e1 is the most resistant, the only
sort
move.
Of,
yes, sort of, yes, because you've checked all the lines.
I mean, if you can call it resistance. But in general, this is quite a trolling way to win this. Like knight e1, indeed, you can start playing it slow somehow. So what did you want actually? King f7, knight c2, yeah? So,
Yes.
And then king e6?
No, right.
And then you go king e3 maybe. And it's like still almost took swung. There is king e7, like there are no moves. But
No, but I didn't. Yes, I didn't have knight e3 because of queen b2.
Yeah.
Yes, you're mating me there.
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, there could be an idea, let's say, I don't know how to make this work, but imagine, let's say, the king is here, I go king h5, queen h5, and then I do this thing.
Oh.
This could be funny, but it will never really happen. Also, with the king on d4, there is some potential, yeah? I mean, with the king on e6, it would only increase, but still I don't see how to.
What was the game played by Boris? I think he managed to stalemate his opponent, like in some important game, but
Okay, but now this is probably completely lost, and we will be left with Sasha only. And Fabi will officially be playing the last game of the tournament.
And you see Alexander play d4.
Yeah, but let's wait for this one to finish probably, yeah, because Caruana Grischuk is quite likely to last forever. And so what did he play exactly? He played queen to f1. Is it legal?
Yes, we haven't considered this one. Maybe.
Probably easier. But okay, can we just take, no?
On a3, yes?
Yeah, like at very least. But where was the queen? The queen is was on d3. So we can just play pass as well, yeah? I mean, just to...
No, but you can't even, after queen a3, you don't even threaten to take on b5 because the knight is hanging on f3.
Yeah,
so
sure.
What move can you possibly make after queen a3?
Don't know. Okay, queen g2, but yeah.
Queen g2,
makes
king
zero sense.
f7, yes, and then?
There's no
Yes, I think Kirill is completely winning here.
Yeah, Kirill is completely winning, yeah, for sure.
So what a dramatic last round.
What he probably wants is some king d5, some random thing, but okay, queen takes b4 simply.
Daniil, have a look. It could be a very dramatic last round. Yes, we had 2 games which finished quickly.
Yeah.
And if Kirill wins, it will be our 3rd decisive game, and Fabi is trying.
You mean dramatic?
Yes, dramatic in a way. Yes, it will be. We will have 4 decisive games.
A lot of blood. Yeah.
Yes, a lot of blood. So not only it was our bloody Saturday, it will be a bloody Tuesday.
Tuesday is always bloody as a recital Tuesday.
Yes, but we need your filter.
Yeah, the update on what's happening. F6 indeed is winning. Yeah, basically, hang on a second. You've already figured out by that point, guys, that queen d3 apparently was a mistake. Because this position, I think Daniil was claiming that this is okay for white, and indeed it was. After takes knight f3, that's around equal. Why basically I ran here to the studio, because after king d4 there was a funny way of winning. Like black wins in a few ways, but queen f2 the most direct. Queen f2, and the funny point is that after king d5 you still go queen b6. So that's possible to miss, because queen d4 you have knight f6 counter check. So that's the funny part. And then I mean, you win immediately, king e5, queen f6, so you win the queen, and if king goes to e5, you still play queen b6, and this king is getting checkmated via various ways, either queen e6 or f6 check, this or that, but that's basically -10. This position is completely lost. Yeah, after queen f1, queen a3, the evaluation is not any more favorable for white. He's dead lost, and I can't imagine a scenario where white saves. And for Sasha, I think that some progress being made. I don't know, in terms of changing the position, right? So Over here, in fact, computer was still claiming that you can hover around. As far as I understand, the point of white's play is that if black takes, he cannot prevent rook's invasion to e6 and then perhaps other rook to d6, so that's a disaster. So Sasha went with e4, bishop takes, knight takes c3, which seemingly liquidates to a rook ending, but after rook d4 it's still kind of annoying. You'll have to calculate a lot of stuff. So like capturing on c4 here is a bit too early. It's a check on d7, king goes to f8 and some bishop c6, so you keep the rooks, and most importantly, you keep both rooks on the board, and the king on f8 matters more. The vulnerability of this king matters more than the number of pawns. So since we established that, knight takes e4 has to be played, rook takes e4, king f7, and well, it kind of has to be a draw, but at the same time it's only white who is trying, and black always needs to be careful. So like some rook endgames, like rook a2 for instance, and I'm afraid it's too dangerous to go to that one, because rook a7, you know, and it's okay. I mean, it's either draw or win by force. So there is no play left, right? Say if the king is getting cut on the last string, so that, I mean, you might as well lose this position, like rook to b7, and somehow white is very quick, just grabs the b6 pawn and wins. So it's a critical moment, and at least it's clarified that the game will progress quicker from here, right? So we're transferring to a rook endgame, but what's the evaluation? What's going to happen in this rook endgame? We don't know yet.
Yeah, what I understood from this analysis that we are doomed. The game will last for quite a while, and as Evgeny rightfully pointed out, white still has some chances, but with precise defense, I think that Alexander will be able to hold.
Yeah, probably. Although it's not. So rook d to d4 was played after, so they traded everything indeed, and rook d to d4 was played instead of rook a2 or something. Yeah. And yeah, like my original feeling was a relief. I thought, okay, this is probably a very simple draw, and we're about to finally get the soup or something. But maybe it is not that simple. Like rook e8, maybe you still continue the game somehow as white. Doing pretty much whatever you want to do, actually, but black has kind of weaker pawns and.
Daniil, and if you take rook e8, king e8, rook d6. Oh no, you can take on c4. No.
Okay, I can also play.
Yes, here I wanted to give check
and then
king d4.
Yeah.
No, but you can take on c4.
I don't know if I want to though, but yeah, I can. Yeah, probably will. Yeah.
Let's just show rook c4 here.
Rook f6, rook g4, rook h6. And the game continues. Okay, king f7 is probably. This one is probably a draw, yeah. But let's probably focus on Kirill. Yes. Yeah, he's about to get at least some kind of revenge. Yeah, knight g3, king g4, f5. So Giri probably resigns right now. Yeah, he just resigned.
So we have a third decisive game. Kirill Alekseenko wins against Anish Giri. Anish, who played really very well, like from the very beginning of the second half of this tournament, but yesterday was a really tough day for him.
Yeah, that is true. But it's also, I mean, it affects everybody, right? I mean, everybody felt yesterday like the tournament is a bit of over now. So king d3 was played in Caruana.
So we have 3 decisive games, 1 retirement.
I mean, okay, we have no confirmation of retirement, right?
No, I think that I've seen the official FIDE message.
Okay.
So.
But the retirement is, once again, I could never really get what does it mean to retire.
Well, in a way, maybe from the professional chess, does it mean like Vladimir Kramnik when he wants to play like a blitz game, then he like, is he retired now or not? He was playing the Blitz.
No, I mean, I don't know. That's why I'm asking. I mean, he said he retired, but he basically played the same.
Maybe from classical
the same
chess.
turn. Okay, but if you say, they normally don't say I retire from classical chess. They normally say I retire from chess at home. Yeah?
When you play chess since you're a kid, can you ever retire? That my personal feeling is that you can't. The game is everything.
Yeah, but okay, there are kinds of games that you may dislike. And Sasha plays rook e7. Now it's probably very close to a draw. Rook takes e7 is just a straight draw.
Strangely enough, you know, when I was asking these, well, sort of simple, tricky questions, you know, about like your favorite word, the word that you dislike, there was a question like, what is your favorite, well, if I translate it from French, let's say drug, but drug meaning, is there something that you...
Addiction, yeah?
Yes, well, sort of an addiction that you have, or something that makes you feel nice, a book, you know, it could be a series. But all of the chess players which were responding, like, none of them said chess.
No, I would say chess for sure. I don't know if it's probably very bad, but in general I would say chess, yeah.
Because
whenever I see chess, I start to feel better indeed. It's definitely true.
So then I was I was waiting, like I asked all the girls about this, and no one said chess.
Okay.
So that's the position. Is it a drawish endgame?
Okay, rook takes e7 is definitely a draw. Rook d4 is a... I mean, you can play it, but somehow...
You don't believe that?
No, I mean, I don't really understand why is white really... No, I'm actually pretending I do understand why white's better, and I would actually continue the game as white, I must say, not play rook d4.
So rook d4.
It's anyway, like once you play for that long, it doesn't matter really. Okay, why not?
No, but that's exactly the endgame that I wanted to get in, and the c4 pawn is protected. So rook d4
yeah, but
and
I
rook d6.
I did not really get why you wanted to get it first of all, and secondly, I'm in time to play king e8, I guess. And there is rook d6, rook d7, so you will not get there that easily.
Can I play king c3?
Yeah, but then
rook d7.
I will start this again, and there is a problem. There is no rook d5. I mean, rook d5 does exist, but I guess I can just take and wait forever here. Unless I can't. I think I can. Yeah. Probably. So yeah, you will have to play something like rook f4 for the win.
Don't they have the triangle there?
Where?
Like in the endgame.
Here?
Yes.
Okay, try.
So king... Wait.
No, but what are you trying to get? I don't really... Just tell me, forget about triangle. What do you want me, like king d4, you want me to play what? Which position are you trying to get? You want me to play king d7?
No, actually I wanted to have king e4 and...
So you want me here to go back, basically? And king f4, king d6,
yes,
and here you... Yeah, that's what I thought as well, that
yes.
you could be on time, yeah. Yeah, king 5 takes king c6, king h5, 5 takes b4. You actually promote first, yeah? You promote this one at some point, then you go g5. I take g5. Now I have gf6, you're first, which means you're winning.
No, but there we...
But yeah, I will never skip
it's a very... No, but you could play king... wait.
No, here I go king c5, of course, whenever it happens. And moreover, when you start running there, I even take b5 first.
No, this is just a line, just a funny line. Then it means that after rook e7, king e7, that would be a draw.
No, after rook e7, king e7, black does not need to be kind of brave, yeah? You just wait for white king. I mean, first of all, king c5 probably wins, but even you can also wait and you just wait for, this way, you wait for the king to come here and then you meet it.
No, but wait, Daniil, you played king d6. Can I play king d4? Of course, Fabi played rook d4, but I think we are so tired that after king d6, I have king d4, and where do you go?
Where exactly?
In the endgame. I take, take on e7. Yes.
Let's say here.
King e4, you played king d6. I just wanted to check this.
Okay, if I'm not sort of tired, I probably go king e8.
Well, let's go. So king d5.
Yeah, but then I have the position.
No, I know. I wanted. No, c5 doesn't bring.
No, but it's equal number
yes,
of extra moves, yeah, and it's 0 actually.
Yeah.
So king d4, I can once again show off. I can even go here, and I will play like this.
So Fabi played rook d4.
And king e8 was played. That's what we discussed. Yeah, rook d7 is coming. Okay, come on. The soup is coming. Come on.
And I cannot start with rook d5.
Yeah, but rook d5. I mean, you can
d7,
start.
King d4, but it's still the same. Yes.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. If you want to play for the win, you somehow need to play king c3 and rook f4. But then it's hard to believe that white is better.
And if I play rook d1 here?
No, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Okay, I'm probably not worse yet as white, but I don't know, maybe go like rook f2, rook a2, something. But yeah, he did play king c3. Maybe white is better actually, sort of. Once again, it's kind of a mixed feeling. I mean, it's a mix of frustration that...
the game is still going on.
And yeah, and also, but I must say here I actually understand Fabi. I would have played this as well.
No, of course. And
you can only win this, you cannot really lose this. Like, whatever happens, you will bring the rook to a file. I mean, if you need to, you can basically play forever.
No, what I realized that now your king is closer. Like, if you take the a7 pawn, then with the rook on g4, like some variations, your king is much closer. You play c5, b6, and you support the pawn.
Yeah, technically, yes. Yeah, technically,
so let's say. Sometimes chess players operate by positions. But
isn't it actually a good moment to simply play rook h7, h5, no? Could it be that you just go rook h7, h5 and you're fine? But that's why, I mean, this also shows why you should continue this as white. Like, if your opponent is considering rook h7, h5, I mean, it definitely means you have a chance, yeah? I mean, I started to think about it. Maybe it just works. Maybe this is stupid. In terms of ideas, it's logical. I mean, I want to get rid of at least one weakness. I can also get rid of this one, by the way, yeah? I think you played rook h7.
You wanted to play e6, rook a7, or?
No, I wanted rook h7, h5, but I just mentioned that, yeah, this one is also possible. Yeah, it's actually funny that Sasha and me, I mean, if rook h7 is a bad move, it's actually funny that both we feel like playing rook h7. This is a bit strange. Yeah.
Okay, so let's.
It also sort of shows the fatum, yeah, for Fabi a little bit. Like, he was pressing in this game. The last game was the round, the last game was the tournament, and he had real chances, but still not quite there.
What can you, like, practically, what else can you try here?
As white?
Yes, like rook f1.
I mean, you probably go rook e4 check first.
But then I will play rook e7.
Okay,
we tried this.
Then you go back.
Yes, so then...
That's what you try. No, I mean, it's, I'm simply answering exactly the questions I'm asked.
Yes, but I want to have a move which has some logic behind it, so rook f1, let's try.
Okay, h5. But there is a lot of logic. Maybe
so
you can rook e4 check.
Rook h1.
But then h4, I mean...
And rook h3 doesn't make any sense.
I don't know, to be honest. Once again, this is not how we were taught, yeah? I mean, in general, it's good to have this passed pawn supported by rook behind, but... I mean, given the fact black has a very bad pawn structure, something like this could kind of work on a good day. But it's once again, I mean, it could work, but it's not that black can lose this really. Maybe white is not worse, that is true. But yeah, I mean, I don't think you can really lose it. You cannot take on h4, unfortunately. But then, okay, then you just go rook c7 and you start trying.
Yeah, push your pawns. Okay.
Has to be good enough.
And
maybe this is the way the game will finish. Or maybe 5e is simply considering rook e4 and then going back. Rook f1. Allez.
so it's time to think something. H5 is going to be played, and then...
Well, rook g7 is also possible. Like rook g7 is kind of a move.
No, rook g7, then I thought I will play rook a1.
a1, yeah? Okay.
Then you cannot take this pawn comfortably. Rook g4, rook a7, I will take on b6, and it will be very dangerous.
Yeah. I agree. Yeah, I guess you just go h5 here. Yeah, he does.
Just realized that we are living the very last moments of the Candidates Tournament.
Yeah, it took you quite a while to realize that.
It was a long tournament.
Maybe this is the reason. Maybe they are not, they will never finish. I mean, unless you realize that those are very last moments.
Well, maybe somewhere in a parallel universe there is a tournament which is still going on, so you never know.
Once again, start to lose the track. So Fabi plays g takes, then I guess he will play rook a1. And then Sasha will probably go back to h7 without much of a hesitation.
Yeah, I think it's equal.
Still slightly better for
Even
white.
slightly better here.
I mean, okay, you go rook a1, if you go rook h7, then, you try something.
I see. But still.
Well, it's slightly better because basically if white will lose a pawn, it's still kind of fine. If black will lose a pawn, he will be lost.
No, but you will play rook e7, then bring your king, king d8, king c7.
Yeah, rook a1 was played. My bet is rook h7, to be honest.
Is this the 60th move?
Yeah. Okay, you just go rook h7 and wait forever, yeah? This is...
Yeah, and Sasha has a lot of fans. And
Sasha, I think, is considering taking and trying to get this 2 against 1. And also from the way he... Well, not shakes, but kind of, he's obviously checking something very concrete. He probably wants to take on f5, which is probably also a draw, but I just don't get why not to play rook h7. Maybe because you don't want to simply...
Well, he wants,
On the other hand,
he wants it to be over as well, so that's why he's looking for a concrete line. He doesn't want to play for another hour.
No, rook h7, Sasha. Come on. You know, there could be funny idea, by the way. Let's wait for the move and then I'll show it. I know, it's not that funny.
Which one?
No, let's just wait and then...
What?
He played king d7, I guess, wow. Or king d8.
No, what happened? Wait a second. King D8?
Yeah, this makes a lot of sense. This is actually a draw immediately, I believe. This is quite smart. So the point is that if you take, then we play King C8, and then we collect F5, and this is definitely the draw. We just give up F6 and off a draw. Yeah. Yeah, very nice. Final touch. So the idea I actually thought, so let's say Rook H7, and somehow I had included Rook E1 check, so your king is on D8. So I thought maybe one day I can play C5, takes B6 suddenly, and then takes Rook 8, Rook A7. But yeah, I have a check. Yeah, King D8 is a nice move. Sasha probably went to smoke.
Can we run for a second? Fabi is realizing that the endgame, of course, is drawn, but...
Unless you have Rook A6, by the way. But I don't think you have it, right?
You mean C5 then? Or?
Yeah, you probably go to C7 exactly, and then you go, yeah, C5. But as my king is on C7 or B7, I simply take. And then CB is the draw. Yeah. Okay. Chance is a draw. Yeah, you can also see now that Sasha is left, Fabi can show some sign of human nature. Yeah, I mean, he's obviously very tired as well.
You know, this image looks like sometimes you have it on the news, this no comment. Sequence of images. So for me it was one of those, you know, I was looking at Fabi, you know, and I see, it's like, there's not much you can say, you know, it's the end of the tournament, it was a very difficult one, and I think he tried everything here. And this game is no exception, and he realized that, well, it will be a draw.
Yeah, but kudos to him for that, I must say. I mean, in general, yeah, he never gives up. I think it's fair to give him that. And
Fabi played the match against Magnus Carlsen in 2018. So yes, he takes on A7.
Yeah, King C8 will be played.
And it was actually a very tough match. So it ended in 6-6, and he only lost on tie breaks.
Yeah, but this is once again, I mean, it's very impressive. Yeah, I mean, he's obviously such a strong player. So basically, you have a bad tournament, things don't go your way. Okay, you just hold your 20-20. Yeah. So he finished on what? He finished on plus. Is it +1 or +2 maybe?
Well, he will overtake Anish in the overall standings after this. No, not overall. No, they will share.
Okay.
Because I was thinking about the tie breaks. Actually, Anish has better tie breaks.
Okay.
But they will finish the tournament on 8 points.
Okay, King C8.
No, 7.5. So I'm so tired. Yes.
Final moments. Rook A6, I guess he tries.
And actually, after this tournament, it's Liren who will get back to 2800 precisely.
King C7 and yeah, C5. He plays it till the very end. It's funny. So he wants to take on b5. He wants to take on b6. Sorry. Okay, 5. C takes b6. Yeah, king b7. King b4. Go for the draw. Yeah.
So that was the last game of this tournament, of this historical event. Fabiano Caruana tried everything against Alexander Grischuk. How many moves did they play in this last game?
It's only 65.
Okay.
No, not that much by FIDE standards. But it was actually very much about Sasha in this tournament, right? So he was, so first of all, he managed to beat Maxime. Secondly, he managed to beat Anish. And yeah, he kind of stopped these two from fighting him.
Yes, as I remember, he was even better against Jan, in the Berlin defense. It was like their first game, yes?
But it was a year ago.
Yes, a year ago.
Yeah.
So he was actually better in this game as well.
Yeah. So I think in the first half he had a very big number of missed opportunities, so he finished all those draws, but yeah.
So players are still analyzing. I think that the press conference is waiting for you. Let's say goodbye. Thanks to our sponsors, first of all.
And then,
yes,
yeah, sure.
Once again, and then we can say goodbye, even if I don't want to. That was a very nice event. So thank you once again. Thanks. Well, I'm so tired that I cannot wrap it up. Simeland is our general partner, and this event would not be organized without this brand and company. Algorand is our official blockchain partner. Kaspersky is the official cybersecurity partner for the FIDE World Chess Championship Series. Mercedes-Benz is the official auto partner. Fosagro is the general partner of Chess Federation of Russia. Chessable is an event partner. And Chess24 became a long-term FIDE partner by acquiring the broadcast rights. And Pine Creek is an event partner, and it's a very nice golf resort. I've made it.
Yeah.
So Daniil, thank you so much for all your ideas, all the interesting analysis that we've shared, and I've learned a lot. So.
Yeah, thank you, and thanks the people who are following us and supporting us in the chat. Seriously, I mean, it was tough anyway, but yeah, without all of you guys, it would be way more difficult.
Yes, thanks so much for all your support. So here are the final standings. Jan lost his last game, but he's still on clear first with 8.5 points.
And then suddenly it's MVL on clear second.
Yes, suddenly it's MVL who finishes on clear second. He has 8, and shared third is Anish Giri and Fabiano Caruana.
Yeah.
And Wang Hao, who is last and just announced his retirement from the professional chess, to be reconsidered.
Yeah.
According to Daniil.
Let's hope. Yeah. I mean, I hope for. I'm not saying he will necessarily get back. I'm just saying we probably all want him to be back. Yeah.
So it's time to say goodbye. Yes.
I think it is. Yeah. Finally. So goodbye, everybody.
Well, and the World Championship match is waiting for you at the end of this year. Jan Nepomniachtchi will challenge Magnus Carlsen for the title and the crown.
The Simmerland company has enjoyed more than 20 years of steady growth on the market. It is one of the largest wholesale companies that designs, produces and sells consumer goods. Every day, more than 500,000 people visit Simmerland online store, which has a range of more than 1 million items. The company has more than 11,000 employees, including more than 1,000 sales managers. 70% of goods are produced in Russia. They can be easily delivered all over the country from the Crimea to the Far East, as the company has its own fleet of delivery vehicles. The headquarters of the company are in Yekaterinburg, where they occupy an area of 250,000 square meters. It also has offices in Moscow, St. Petersburg, Krasnodar and Novosibirsk. The company is also represented in China and India. The largest representative office is located in China, Yiwu, where it occupies a separate area with a warehouse of 20,000 square meters.
The last game of the FIDE Candidates Tournament is over, and we have Alexander Grischuk and Fabiano Caruana with us. It finished in a draw. And can you tell us what happened, some few critical moments?
Okay, first of all, Queen c4 is an interesting move. It made me think, because I thought I have some a6, bishop e7, but I think it's not that great. Yeah?
Yeah, I didn't think about anything besides knight bd5, knight ft5. Yeah.
Ah, okay. And bishop g5. Okay, I thought I can play bishop e7.
Should be equal, no?
Yes, but I don't know. It just bishop b4 looked very tempting for me. I actually saw all this line to queen b6.
Actually, I was expecting you to play queen rook c8 after castle, and then queen b3 and queen b6. I was trying to figure this out. It looked really messy. I have like knight f5 maybe.
Okay, you can take play c3. Yeah.
But the knight c3 is the problem. I think knight c2, knight
После хода слон d7 Фабиано ожидал, что Александр пойдет ладья c8 и ферзь b6, и позиция выглядела очень опасно.
No, the thing is, I missed a4, so I was expecting.
But could you play knight a4? I was wondering.
Just 1 minute. So I was expecting this, and I think this is more or less equal. Take. I mean, I could not believe black can be worse. Also, I don't think he's really better, because.
But you're probably a bit better, no?
No, you play a4, a5, somehow rook b1. Maybe you start rook b1, then always this rook h4. I think it should be a draw. So okay, so a4 and knight a4, and if knight b5.
And rook c5.
Yes, maybe.
I was trying bishop f6 here. I think it's probably only move to play for an advantage, and rook fb1. But I wasn't sure if this was some sort of chance at all.
Okay, but I don't think I can be better. I think what I played is fine. No?
Oh yeah. No, I was just.
I thought only chance to maintain the tension is bishop h4, but I thought it's beneficial for me that now you can never play bishop d2.
Yeah, I thought knight f5 or something.
Yes, so really and this I thought is okay, at least equal for black, probably not more than that. But then I see that Giri maybe will lose, maybe Vachier doesn't win, and then if I win, I take third or even second. So I started to play extremely poorly from some point. I tried to set up this bishop c6 a5 trick, but it never works. And yeah, I don't know. f6 is a terrible move.
Когда Александр увидел, что Гири, скорее всего, проиграет, и возможно, что проиграет Максим Vachier-Lagrave, он решил,
Vachier не выиграет, в смысле.
что Vachier-Lagrave не выиграет, он подумал, что может даже зацепиться за второе место, и после этого стал играть не лучшим образом.
No, my idea was like f6, e5, but it just gives d5 square to the bishop. No, it's just extremely bad what I did.
With most moves.
Yeah, just play any moves.
G8 or something.
Whatever, just step, rook g8, then take, king f6.
Or f5 or something.
Yes. Maybe f5. And then after time control, it's very dangerous for black.
После первого контроля у черных была опасная позиция.
Extremely dangerous. Thought e5 at least some kind of fortress, although there are many ways it can potentially be broken.
Can I try rook h2 also?
Александр попытался построить крепость путем e5, но, скорее всего, она может быть пробита разными путями.
a5, bishop f3.
Maybe I will play now.
Yeah, you can sacrifice b6 maybe. Bishop f3 or rook b8. Yeah?
I don't know. It's, at least I thought I'm not completely lost, so I was happy. And then okay, I had this trick with e4 because okay, we can analyze it for many hours if we start because it's. And then I had this trick. I think it works because if bishop g2, now I just take, yeah?
Also knight c3, rook d6, king f7, I didn't see any real ideas there.
But then...
Then I was actually expecting you to take on c3 first.
Он нашел интересную идею с жертвой e4, после чего он забирает на c4.
King f7, rook d6, rook e7, or rook e8 maybe. It looks like a draw.
Okay, but you can play some bishop f1. Then I just played knight a4.
Yeah, maybe I can keep playing somehow, but I don't really believe it.
Okay, but I believed in this rook endgame. I already saw some draws in pawn endgames, like for example here, that rook e7, I take, king e4, I think king e8, and it's, I think you play.
Yeah, I can go to b4, but it's.
But I think it doesn't matter too much.
Yeah, like king c7, king b4, I think king b8.
King b8, yes. Yeah. I always keep this long position. So because king a5, I have to meet with king b7.
Я был рад, что позиция не абсолютно проиграна, и можно искать идеи. Даже нашел ничью в одном из пешечных эндшпилей, и также верил в ладейный эндшпиль.
But I think c5 here, or maybe a bit later, was last real try, and I don't know.
Can you try to activate the king on the other side? King g7?
Yes.
And...
Yeah, but you will have to give a pawn,
yeah? Yeah, it could get very dangerous. Or at least unpleasant.
Yeah, and I also cannot just... at first I thought maybe I can just wait, because if rook c6 I can actually take, I think, and king d7. But you just bring your rook to d5 and just take like this.
Is rook c6 a draw? Take king d7, king c5.
King d8.
Yeah, king... Yeah.
Okay, maybe... No, should I mean, at least I don't lose, I think. Maybe
yeah.
Outside, no? Yeah, and then I was lucky that I have this king d8, because even this would be somewhat unpleasant if
Yeah, I wasn't
maybe
sure.
I can put no, but I
Rook you
cannot.
have king d4, yeah? Oh no, I have rook a6. Yeah, you can't do this at all.
No, it's
Yeah.
because if I had to play rook h7, it again would be should be a draw, but
c5 is maybe dangerous.
yeah, and this the trick is king c7, because king b7, c5 probably loses. So yeah, because now white takes with a check on b6.
Yeah, Fabiano, did you feel at any moment that you had some real chances in this game, or?
After the time control, I was getting a bit optimistic. Before I thought, okay, it was equal for a long time. I didn't really expect anything to come of it, but then after time control with f5, it suddenly looked very dangerous. But I wasn't sure if it was anything real or just a bit tricky for black.
Позиция была равная до первого контроля практически все время, но после контроля я почувствовал оптимизм в своей позиции.
Yeah, okay, now of course I should ask you the question, how can you assess in general the whole event? And maybe starting from the first stage?
I think it's my best result ever in this round robin candidates. I think I always finished in minus before, but okay, nothing special.
Yeah, I don't think it matters if you're, plus three or minus 3 if you don't win. That's really all we're here for.
Александр сказал, что это его лучший результат в круговом турнире претендентов, но также ничего особенного. Фабиано добавил, что в этом турнире неважно, закончишь ли ты плюс 3 или минус 3, если ты не выигрываешь турнир, ты его не выигрываешь.
How can you estimate chances of Jan and his play overall in this tournament and his chances against Magnus?
Well, I think it's going to be very close because he looks really strong now. In this tournament, and not just in this tournament, but over the past year, he's looked incredibly strong. So I think he's going to be a very, very dangerous opponent for Magnus.
Ян будет очень опасным соперником Магнусу. Он набрал очень сильно в последние несколько лет и в этом году выглядит очень сильным соперником.
Yeah, I already answered this question some days ago that he has less than 50%, but much more than 0. And regarding his play here in this tournament, I think he played extremely well, except for 2 games. 2 games he played just very bad, both games that he lost. So, but the games he won, I think he played just absolutely excellently.
Ян играл невероятным образом практически во всех партиях, только те 2, которые он проиграл, он играл слабо, но я уже ответил на этот вопрос. Я считаю, что его шансы меньше, чем 50%, но намного выше, чем нулевые.
Thank you so much for all your comments all these days and your play in this tournament. Thank you.
Thank you.
The Simmerland company has enjoyed more than 20 years of steady growth on the market. It is one of the largest wholesale companies that designs, produces and sells consumer goods. Every day, more than 500,000 people visit Simmerland online store, which has a range of more than 1 million items. The company has more than 11,000 employees, including more than 1,000 sales managers. 70% of goods are produced in Russia. They can be easily delivered all over the country from the Crimea to the Far East, as the company has its own fleet of delivery vehicles. The headquarters of the company are in Yekaterinburg, where they occupy an area of 250,000 square meters. It also has offices in Moscow, St. Petersburg, Krasnodar and Novosibirsk. The company is also represented in China and India. The largest representative office is located in China, Yiwu, where it occupies a separate area with a warehouse of 20,000 square meters.